Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games on Quick Hotfix. This is the 35th anniversary celebration of Final Fantasy. We have a lot of Final Fantasy runs today in order to celebrate the anniversary. Before we get into all of that, just a few quick announcements. GDQ 2023 online prize submissions are open from now until December 30th. You can go to gamesdonequick.com for more information on that. As well, the schedule for Frost Fatales 2023 will be released on December 21st. You can view the submissions at submissions.framefatales.com and let us know what you're hoping to see on the schedule. With that said, I will hand it over to my guests for the first run, and I will let them introduce themselves.
Hey, hello everyone, I'm Kaguyaniki.
Hi everybody, I'm Demarine.
And we have the honor to kick off today's event by running the best Final Fantasy one. Totally not biased. Together with my best commentary partner.
Oh, too kind. It's been a while since we've done FF1 together, though. We've done 2. We did 2 for Frame Fatales. We did 12. Back to the beginning, though, where it all began, sort of.
And we get to talk about the GBA version while actually running the GBA version and not while doing PSP or Pixel Remaster. All right, I think with further ado, we can start. 3, 2, 1, go.
So yeah, 35 years of Final Fantasy 1. This game, of course, builds pretty well on the shell of the original and cleans up a lot of things and modernizes it. That's the big thing, is that we're going to see the original, which some may say is the best, but is a very intriguing speedrun. But this, of course, we've come back into the realm of MP and more modern trappings and the like. We grab some very specific magic to start. We grab a copy of Sleep, a copy of Thunder, and a copy of Cure. Sleep we need for one fight specifically. We're gonna need, which we will get to fairly shortly. Thunder is how. Do you get blocked by the first guard?
Yep. Less random movement.
Yeah. Right.
Time to reset.
Yep. New run. Start over. Right. Cure is for a little bit of safety. Sleep is for literally the pirates, because there's 9 of them and they can actually beat you up pretty good. And Thunder is how your black mage does damage, because black mages are bad casters. Or are bad fighters. They're great casters. As such, of course, we're going to see the same storyline 4 times. In 35 years, the story hasn't changed, right? We're going to go get...
Nope.
We're going to go get some orbs. We're going to go save the world. But first, we got to go save Sarah, the princess.
What do you mean? We gotta kill Chaos.
They don't know that yet. Why are you spoiling a 35-year-old game on stream?
What are you talking about? This year has been all about Stranger of Paradise, and Stranger of Paradise has taught me only one thing without having even played it yet. And Stranger of Paradise happens before this game.
That's fair. That is very fair.
But yeah, before we get to kill Chaos, we gotta do some stuff. Some fetch questing. Some minor fetch questing. Which includes saving a princess, because, yeah. Princess is apparently the most easiest to get good in 1987.
Yeah. A lot of 1987 storytelling here, but that's okay. The big thing is that we did buy 2 chainmails, 2 swords for a fighter and red mage, because red mages can use some of the more basic swords. We took the gear off the monk because they've rebalanced monk so that monk is not completely useless at level 1. Oh god, monk is so bad in NES at level 1. And we're going to swing for the fences and remove Garland from this fight with everybody alive, which is great.
Yeah. So the point that you've already talked about with the sleep spell is, so you don't necessarily need the sleep spell. The GBA version has, over time, gone through some party changes. Everyone is really good in balancing the jobs, especially from GBA onwards. The thing is just that we, at this point, not only have 1 glass cannon, but 2? Whistle Monk and the Black Mage, and if they get hit by physicals, they die very, very quickly. So, yeah, putting enemies to sleep helps with not dying.
Yeah, getting as many of the pirates slept as possible is kind of handy. The neat thing is Sleep's an AoE spell, so it does hit everything, but it has a very low hit point threshold. I will probably say this multiple times during the day, but Final Fantasy I cribbed an awful lot from D&D because, you know, the RPG, the role-playing games of the day, of course, were all tabletop, you know, other than Rogue and the roguelike family. I almost called Rogue a roguelike, and I feel like I should be thrown off the channel if I do that. It's not a roguelike, it is Rogue. It is the original Rogue. But
Rogue is like as roguelike as you can get, I would say.
Right, but yes, this is why all Japanese RPGs should be called Final Fantasy likes, except if you're in Japan where they'll call them Dragon Warrior likes. Actually, I'm sorry, they'll call them Dragon Quest likes, but still.
Yeah. Yeah, like, I guess we haven't talked about it yet. There might be people who are like, oh my god, they are showing us Final Fantasy 1 4 times. Isn't that gonna be the whole thing over and over? Don't worry, if you have made it to this point and actually are scared about that, don't worry. The runs are very different.
I think we end up using 4 different party comps through the day as well, if my memory serves me right.
For some things, we also use 4 different strats. It's great. So just while the story might be the same, the way we will handle it is vastly different. Just like the time the runs are taking is also vastly different. Which is really nice. Not many games have such a variety in strategies for all the various platforms.
You're even gonna get to see 4 different translations of the text for the bridge scene because all 4 of them are different. Actually, I think we only see 3 of them. I think PSP can skip it.
I was just thinking about it. Dang, it's been a while, but I believe PSP can skip this one.
Yes, everybody else cannot. We'll have to talk to Forsyth about not skipping it for everybody, for the fans, for you, chat. We're thinking of you, and so you can see all the differences.
Yeah, we love you and want to give you the best show, which means the most amount of content possible. Should I go and run into a bonus dungeon?
Only if it's Whisperwind.
Thanks, then I don't make estimate anymore. Sad. But yeah, another thing that this party comp was really nice with, so old roots also tried to reach level 2 to be level 3 for Garland. Yeah, Monk and Black Mage deal pretty nice damage to not need that. I will definitely still gladly take this Ogre to get level 3 for Pirates.
Ogres are also worth...
So I would probably take them still even if I was level 9 at this point, so...
Ogres are worth good money, too, is the big thing, and so that's actually important as well, is that money's a thing that we really care about in the early game of all of the runs.
Experience, money, they're just the dream encounter.
So, Nikki, you know the answer to this one more than I do. We do have a question from chat, which is, what's a good way to get into speedrunning Final Fantasy 1?
I mean, usually we have a lot of friendly runners. Go into the Discord, ask questions. Which one you are interested in, and there will be many people glad to help you out.
Yeah. The big thing about getting the levels before this by, of course, is that there is a hit system in the game where you have a hit multiplier. Basically, you can see when you swing a weapon that it says some number of hits, right? Let's say 1 hit or 2 hits. The big thing is that you want to get enough strength to one-hit the pirates. The fighter just gets it from levels, but doesn't get the second hit until, I believe, level 4 with this sword.
Yep.
But the red mage actually gets a little faster because the red mage's base hit rate is slightly higher, but the red mage doesn't get enough strength to kill off of a single hit.
The red mage gets a second hit, though, at level 3.
Yes, so by getting to level 3, it's just very convenient for assuring that your red mage can one-shot. The other thing is that in the GBA version, PSP version, and the Pixel Remaster version, you will retarget your attacks if they are missed. The only one that doesn't is NES, which is, you know, the original and still the best. But you come over here and you show the pirates who's boss. It's you, and the pirates are like, here's a boat, and you know what we use a boat for?
Alright, and now you have lots and lots of time for lots and lots of fun.
We're gonna use this boat to sail around the... Why are we playing a game?
We are playing games now. Why would we not play games?
Because saving the world is serious business. Why are we not saving the world right now?
We are saving the world.
Nope, we're sliding numbers in a number puzzle, Nikki. I can see this.
Demi, please. This is the most serious business the GBA version has ever created.
This is the reason I don't speedrun this version anymore.
This is the reason. So we haven't completely gone into party composition anymore, but so we gotta kill Chaos, and Chaos is bad, and we do not have a white mage.
Because white
we
mages,
need other healing resources.
White mages are very bad at going fast, apparently. They just don't hit very hard. So yeah, we're doing this a bunch of times. And we're trying to just beat the 30-second line there, because if you get the first place time, and as you finish runs of this, your first place time will get better and better. Nikki is timing it such that she does not push that timer very far, because we need 4 or 5 mega elixirs, which is the first place prize. Because we need to be able to heal in the chaos fight. This is your source of healing in the chaos fight.
That was close.
That was perfect, actually.
Yeah. You need to have luck in the setup, and so this is the strat going away from the white mage, where the amount of skill you need for this run has increased dramatically.
Which is to state that you need to be...
What am I doing?
You're hopefully you're getting an emergency exit.
No. We'll get a pity prize. What am I...
Oh yeah, we're...
Ew, an antidote.
No one loves that.
It's 50 gil saved. But yeah, it could have been better. It could have been a gold needle, but hey.
Which was 500 gold saved.
Well, were we at 29.3, right?
29.2.
For 20.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
29.2.
This was way too close, but alright.
That's perfect. This is the closest I've ever seen you cut it. Like...
I also really don't want to cut it that close. I usually aim for like 0.3. Oops.
I can see why you don't
between
run
the
this
places.
version.
I used to run, when I ran this, I ran White Mage route, which does not require Mega Elixirs because...
yeah, we'll go into that later.
Right, you go, you promote your...
Not right now. Right now I need to play this puzzle, and I'm already talking more than I ever expected me to talk.
You don't need to talk. Focus. I'll handle the talking bit. That's how we usually do this. But yeah, we are at the point where the big thing is that if you get over 5 mega elixirs, you can sell one for money. They're worth like $2,000.
Yep.
So we can use that to sort of fill out our monetary needs at this point in time. So yeah, by beating the record by just a hair every time, we eventually get to the point where we have a pile of Mega Elixirs. We're going to stay at the end to reload because we did gain a level and use up all our magic and a lot of our health on Pirates here.
Yeah.
And we're going to do some shopping. Good old shopping.
Yeah.
We're going to convert one of those Mega Elixirs into dollars, or I guess Corneria dollars. It's Gil, but
It's cute.
it's always been Gil. And we're going to buy some black magic. We're going to buy a couple copies of Temper. Temper, which boosts up the attack power of the target, is the core of this run. We will cast it an awful lot on the monk through the run. The big reason that we're going to do that, of course, is that when you cast it upon the monk, it increases the damage more because of the very high hit rate, because your damage is multiplied by your hit rate. And we're going to grab 2 broadswords for our red mage and our fighter, because we are going to want them to do some physical damage through the earlier stretch of the game. It is important that they can swing for the fences. Broadswords are actually very good. They're better than the sword that you can buy in the next town.
Yeah, so I went for the quote-unquote easy strat. So we went for the Mega Elixirs. You want usually, I would say around 4 Mega Elixirs. If you want to go like fast. 3 would be possible, but really cutting it. But you can also go for second and third places. Especially second places have one nice and one really good drop.
Yeah.
Which are the Hermes shoes,
Yeah.
which cast haste, which we do not have access to right now.
And then there's...
And the emergency exit.
which lets you cast Exit, which is a spell we don't get access to.
There are a few dungeons that you can't backtrack. That you have to backtrack. And the exit spell is like, no, you don't need to backtrack. Which obviously saves like 5 minutes in one dungeon. I know what Waterfall Cave is, but also like 3-4 minutes.
Yeah.
For sure.
Waterfall is like a solid 3. Earth is like 5.5 when I'm running, because that place hates me. For as much respect as I show it, that hates me. Theoretically, you can use one in Sea Shrine, but it doesn't save very much time. So there's that.
You can use one in Marsh Cave. If you want to see how this run looks manipulated, actually, Felorun at Dragon Dark has done a manipulated run of this game.
It's
where you also get like all... It is a very different run. He also gets like lots of emergency exits, even some third place prizes, which are really good.
Yeah, like he manipulates up a I believe a white curtain, which gives you the AI status effect for fighting Lich. Like, it's really cool.
Yeah, but that means you need to do more 15 puzzles.
And instead, we're going to travel the world. We're stocking up. We buy a little bit of extra armor for our fighter. We're going to grab some antidotes. We grab a pile of potions with the rest of our money. We can't buy magic here yet because we need to be level 8 on the Black Mage for level 2 magic. So we'll come back later for that.
Yeah, usually we also buy an Iron Shield, but so this version, like many versions of FF1, are not friendly with drops, but the pirates actually gave us a Leather Shield.
Yeah, like the drop rates are measured usually in like the 1 to 3% range a lot of the time. So it's kind of unfortunate.
I hate 3 Gigaswarms, but I also really want that Ogre.
Yeah, Gigaswarms are awful. They hit decently hard and they're not worth much, but we have broadswords now, so it's not that bad.
We have 4 well-hitting characters.
Yeah, I mean, the damage output for this stretch of the game is great.
But yeah, we have started talking about the job classes, so do we want to continue on why we're picking the jobs we are picking? Or better, what we started with, because that would be easier.
Yeah, so let's look at this lineup that we have in front of us right now. There's 6 job classes in the game. That is unchanged through every version of the game. You get to pick from the same 6 classes every single time. Our lineup, of course, leads off with the Warrior. Originally, I believe, the Fighter in the NES version. Warrior is there because the Warrior can equip a ton of equipment, good weapons, top tier armor. So gets off the ground pretty quickly and tanks very well. The one thing that we haven't talked about, of course, also is it's important because of the melee structure of the game. Your order matters in that the top character gets attacked the most, your second slot character gets attacked the second most, and then the rest of the attacks are split between the third and fourth slots. In the NES version, it's basically 50, 25, and then 12.5%. The big thing is that we want our fighter to get hit the most. You'll also notice that Nikki is saving a lot and trying to run from combat that she doesn't want to take, and saving a lot. Because if we get ambushed, for example, there was an ambush in there a couple of moments ago. You don't want to take that fight. You don't want the enemies to get free swings on you. So you go and you...
It's just faster to reset when you can.
Just faster to reset. The GBA version resets in 6 or 7 seconds. So it's not a time period that you even need to think of.
Yeah, but about Savoria, like Savoria is the one and only tank.
Yep, it is.
Every other class is far inferior when it comes to tanking. Like ninjas would be okay, but thieves are
fragile.
Definitely are super fragile. Thieves are probably the weakest class of all 12. The ninja is good though, so...
Yeah, between promotes and non-promotes. So the red mage is sort of the Jill of all trades, can learn some white magic and some black magic. Can't learn like a lot of the big level 7 and 8 spells. The spells have levels because, again, D&D. So there's levels and spell slots. But, can learn a lot of the major important spells like the curative line, the basic cure line, so the single target cure line. Learns, level 2 and level 3 attack magics. So a lot of the stuff that you need, plus can, like, equip a sword, which is actually kind of a big deal in the early game. And so does a lot of everything well, but nothing so well as that, like, it's a standout. But Red Mage gets to shine in this run, really. There is some experimentation with Fighter, Monk, Double Black Mage as well, but the Red Mage gives you a little bit of extra safety without really taking away a lot of what the Black Mage does in this run.
Yeah, the chainmail, it can just also equip the chainmail early on, which is just great defense. Like, it takes a long time until the other classes could get something equivalent.
Yeah, we do.
Being the silver armlet.
Yep, which is later, and they cost $4,000 a piece. They're not cheap either, especially at the point of the game that we're in.
Compared to the 1F6, was it even that much? Yeah, it's like nothing.
Yeah, per chain. So, the monk is the backbone of this run, and also the backbone of the end game in Pixel Remaster. The monk gets scaling. The monk, depending on which version you're in, the monk is varying levels of bad to start. In the later versions, it's better, but in early versions, it's bad. We're tempering the fighter here because the fighter with the sword actually can kill Pisco demons, and usually we'll have to reset to get 2 because, as you can see, they hit real hard even on the fighter with a ton of armor. But we cut them down. We're going to grab the Elf King's crown here, which is part of the storyline. But the monk gets scaling. The monk has double hits, which means that your buff spells are twice as effective. Your damage gets super out of control, and that's super, super important. Because we need to do a lot of damage in the end game to very high hit point bosses, and monk's the way to go. Black Mage is here because Black Magic casters are great. They are able to get the spells earlier. They get the highest MP pool, so nothing is ever really a problem. It's more of an issue in spell charge games where Black Mage's spell charges actually matter a ton. Hit point growth is all over the business. Black Mages, though, do the most damage with spells in games that are not NES. Because in later versions, they gave the intelligence stat a multiplier, where for every 10 intelligence you have, your spells do an additional multiplier worth of damage. This, of course, is very important because casting spells like Fire 2, you want them to really, or I guess Lightning 2 is usually what we're casting in the early game, but you really want them to stick and really hit hard.
Yeah. So basically, the Black Mage allows us to eliminate encounters with AoE spells.
Which is
just something the Red Mage is not able to do. You could at best, like with 2... The Black Mage usually deals twice as much damage as the Red Mage. So you could do it with like 2 red mages, but like half of the annoying encounters are undead that also can like stun the character, and then it's like, yeah. Like then you have to reset those encounters. The Black Mage gives you an out for a bit more fluent gameplay, and I'm not sure why I'm even trying to run from Scorpions. Scorpions are annoying, and
yeah, Scorpions, they hit hard. Their claws are can openers. You can see that only hit 1 hit on the Red Mage and Chainmail and hit for 55. The Scorpions can devastate low-level parties, and unsurprisingly, we're going to be low-level for a while.
oh yeah, the while being the whole run.
We get to be slightly less low-level at the end of Ice Cave, at least, but...
No.
Slightly? Marginally?
What do you call level 18, marginally?
I mean, for where you are in the game, level 18 is pretty much on level. It's fine. Everything is fine.
Yeah, finishing the classes though, yeah, we have the Thief. The Thief has more agility, which means more hits, but the Thief cannot really equip any armor and also not many weapons, which is like the main problem. Oh my goodness, what is this encounter?
Yeah, the run chance on the Thief is higher though, but that's really all the Thief has got going for him. The promoted class at least can equip the Katana, which is the 3rd best weapon in the game. And also gets to wear like mid-upper tier armor, so ends up being pretty good. It's just you've got to deal with the early game without the promotion, which can be really frustrating. So there is that. White Mage is on the bench because White Mage, while useful, White Mage of course gives you access to things like Resurrection Magic and Group Healing, both of which are very good. And important,
but not damage.
But they
really.
White Mages do 0 damage basically. Like they equip just hammers, and hammers are very low hit rate and very low damage. So the 4 White Mage run can be done in all of the versions. You can take 4 White Mages and succeed. It's a giant meme. You'll be here a while. I highly recommend that you not do it, but I'm not.
It's not too bad in GBA, actually, because 15 puzzles exist and makes up for all the problems the early game could give you.
Fair. I'm not going to tell anybody how to live their lives, but hey. Here's the thing: is we take the crown to the King of the Elves, except he's really not the real King of the Elves. He's the fake King of the Elves, Astos, the Dark Elf. The design of Astos in Stranger Paradise, by the way, 10 out of 10. But we are going to buff our monk to the high heavens here. And we're going to get a chance now to talk a little bit about magic in Final Fantasy games. So, Astos is not casting spells because Astos has a spell list, but spellcasters do not have a 100% chance to cast the spells in their list. So basically what'll happen is that it will select between... we just punch Astos in the face so hard that he dies. So we never see any spells, but spellcasters have a chance to attack, or a chance to cast spells, or if they have abilities, which are basically spells but a second list, use an ability. And the spells and abilities are in a list, right? They're a piece of paper that says, hey, at the top of Astos' list is Death. So the first spell that Astos will cast is Death. And then the second spell in Astos' list is Haste. So Astos will cast Haste on a legal target, which is itself. And then it's got Slow, and so Astos will go, great, my third spell is Slow, I've cast the other 2 spells, I'm down to Slow on the checklist, I'm going to cast Slow. And the 4th spell, if you see it, is just unfortunate, because the 4th spell is Fyra, which will wipe this party.
If you see it, you are dead.
If you see it, something has gone wrong along the way.
Yeah. So with Death already, you don't really want to see 3 of your characters die.
Yeah.
But as mentioned before, single target attacks, 50% to hit the warrior, and it has a chance to miss, so it is not that bad. Actually. Yeah, and with the monks, the fights usually take a turn faster than with the warrior being buff.
Yep.
Like, with the warrior, you usually want, like, 6 tempers. With the monk, 4 are fine. At least at level 7.
Yeah.
Which we were, so...
Yeah, this is where the monk scaling really starts kicking in, because soon, I think it's like level 8 or 9, that the monk gets to 4 hits, and so, or no, already at 4 hits, yeah, at 8. So now the monk is really going to start hitting its stride a little bit better. I'm going to start really clearly outpacing the fighter for a while, and then once it gets to 6 hits, it's all over. It's all.
So, do we want to tell chat now what to really look out for on this run? And what is gonna be probably the main topic for all of it?
Why do I have 9 wipes on Lich in my PB?
No, but have you looked at Yura? Yura's doing really great, aren't they?
So, let's talk stats for a minute. So, there is one stat that matters above all the others. It is visible on your screen every single fight. Care about hit points. Those sweet, sweet hit points. So, level ups grant you stats, right? It's a little clearer in, say, if you've played the Pixel Remaster version, where it very clearly tells you how much the stats are going up by. But the idea is that we've got hit point growth, we've got stat growth, right? Every class has a stat that grows every level, right? Fighter gets a hit point growth every level. Black Mage gets an intelligence growth every level. Monk gets vitality every level, so the hit points end up catching up at the end of the day. Because the amount of hit...
I don't think it's every, but like every second.
It's like it's more frequent than not. Yeah, I think in the NES version it's every, but I guess in other versions it's a little bit different.
Yeah, the NES version also gives you less levels, so
true.
That makes sense.
Very true. You can level up more in this version, but we're gonna grab level 2 magic here for the Black Mage because Thundara is a great spell. Fire is good for crushing the undead under our heal, and we're gonna leave. No need to stay here any longer. Thundara is how we clear up encounters on the sea, where most of the things are weak to lightning because we're on the water. But yeah, hit point growth is super important. We're assured a big hit point growth, I believe, once every 5 levels. Maybe
there is a list on which levels for which class.
I'm not going to go get the guide, but yeah, there is an entire list.
I haven't found it in Discord last time I checked because I wanted to see how bad my 227 on Chaos were.
I think it's on Game.
And no one pinned it.
It's like on GameFAQs or something. Like going old school to Textlandia here. But yeah, the big thing is that you want to get lucky, right? There is no real way in a RTA run to kind of manipulate the growth of hit points. Like, theoretically, you could save before every encounter you're going to take, and if you don't get the hit point growth, you could reset if you're being really fussy, but why would you do that to yourself? And we want to be at certain hit point thresholds on our casters at certain points in the game so that they can survive certain key skills. Like, we want to be over, like, 145 hit points once we get to the bottom of Earth Cave, where we'll be, like, level 14 or so.
I mean, it would be nice. The spell has a big range of damage. And especially seeing my HP values right now, I would definitely take it. But yeah, looking at the Red Mage, for example, so yeah, you have levels in which high HP level ups, which are, like, around 30, are confirmed. Mm-hmm. Which are, like, for the Red Mage, like, let's say 5, 12, and 16. I'm pretty sure about the second two. I'm not sure where exactly the first one is.
It's roughly...
All the others are, like, you could get a high HP level up on 30, or you could not, and then you get, like, 2 or 3.
Yeah, there's a formula for it, but it's like a 25% chance. But you get your vitality in hit points, with a small randomness in it, like plus or minus 1 or 2. This is also why Black Belt catches up, is because the vitality goes up so high that, you know, you're just getting 20 hit points a level anyway. But you have like a 25% chance of getting a high roll on a stat, and for hit points it's like add 20 to the number with a small randomness around the 20. But yeah, the difference ends up being 20 points a roll, basically. And so hitting enough rolls is really important in the runs in general. I think in all 4 of them it matters to a degree. So it's really annoying sometimes because RNG can just have you rolling up to Lich with 2 mages with 104 hit points each. and tell you,
Oh, that's high.
hey,
Sometimes they're not even having triple digits.
good luck.
Great.
Good luck and have fun, I guess. And then it's a nightmare. It's an utter nightmare, right? So
That was also one of the reasons I did not necessarily go for the emergency exit, because usually you would use it in a dungeon relatively soon.
Yep.
Which obviously would be faster, but you also usually are like then average level 12 and not 13. Which obviously we might just grind more.
Yeah, there are
looking at the current HP values, but yeah, the HP is something we'll have to look out for. Let's say until Lich 2.
Yeah, there are,
which is very close to the end.
There are many grind options, thankfully, and we'll probably end up either choosing. There's a couple choices that we have, which is hope that we get a good encounter spread in Earth Cave, or like the very beginner route of this is like go grind mummies till like 13, which is.
That was a very old strat, yeah. You would just now go to Astor's Castle back, because now we have the Master Key, the Mystic Key, that opens basically every door everywhere.
Yeah.
Elves are apparently great thieves.
And
so I'm not sure why they're giving us access to their own stuff, but we ain't questioning it. We just accept the gift.
It sells for good money. But yeah, big giant stretch of fetch quest here in the early game. The key is the goal, and then we're also going to go get some nitro powder to blow up a canal to get access to the next portion of the game.
Yeah, the Mystic Key gives you access to 5 different places.
It is the armory in Elfland, the Corneria treasury here, where we're going to grab a saber to sell. We're going to grab this cottage, which is worth 1,000. The mithril knife sells for like 400. We're going to grab this tent because we want to have an extra tent. Iron armor we're actually going to put on in this version, and then we're going to grab the nitro powder, which is the key item. But yeah, a lot of this again is going to be converted into cash because we need it. But it's here, Elfland, Dwarf Cave. There's locked chests in Temple of Fiends that we never get in any version, but they're there on the right side. There's a couple chests on the right side there. There is a locked door in Sea Shrine that blocks one item in the NES version, which is completely not worth it, but it makes the randomizer real interesting sometimes.
Oh yeah, I was not supposed to sell those yet. That's fine. We have pretty good money. We can just stack up on lots of stuff.
Everything's good.
This route is very, very generous.
Yeah, we open a lot
when
of
it comes to money, because we just don't get much.
Yeah, but we also open a lot of boxes and sell a lot of things, which are very good for selling. But we're going to do the Final Fantasy thing where we're going to run, and then Lightning 2 with the Cast Thundara, Lightning 2 with the Black Mage.
Yeah, so this is a nice thing you can do with a Black Mage. You can, instead of just saving every 5 steps and resetting such an encounter, you save every 15 steps, and if this happens at step 15, you're like, hey, we just have an out for this to not take forever.
Yep, all we care about is the fight ending. So the fight ends if we kill everything, or the fight ends if we run away. So by going flee, and then casting Thundara, we will assure that we get out of the fight in round 1, unless on the off chance that it's something that petrifies that comes or paralyzes the Black Mage in particular. So Nikki, 35 years of Final Fantasy, huh? It's been 35 years. What's your favorite Final Fantasy memory?
My favorite Final Fantasy memory... I mean, it's not even probably directly connected. I mean, what's directly connected? The first time I played I did Final Fantasy 1 to 13 speedrun back then, the weekend before 15 came out, on one weekend. I was like it was like 3 days, 11 hours of sleep. It was a wild ride with like cable to the controller broke, so all I had was like a 20 centimeter one to my PC. So you can imagine how to hold that in around like FF13.
Yeah.
Late game with some mismenuing. It was wild. It was amazing. But yeah, lots. As you can hear, I have speedrun lots of Final Fantasies. They are all amazing. Yeah. This game also don't have world record anymore, but I had 3 at some point. Good old times.
Still clearly one of the premier runners of the game, though, when you're not running everything else that you run.
I have not found. I have not achieved the ability of turning myself into multiple people.
Can you imagine the number of runs you could get, though, if you could clone yourself?
Oh goodness. Last stream or the stream before, we've already talked about like what would have happened if I had become a full-time streamer back then. Jeez, I would have run every game by now.
Probably. But yeah, we got a little cutscene there where we brought the nitro powder to the dwarves because dwarves know how to use explosives, and Narek comes over and says, I'm gonna let you out of here, and so blows a hole in the earth there where it is 1 tile wide, conveniently enough. 1 tile wide, and then we're gonna wander over here to
1 tile is all we need.
1 tile needs to be removed. I can remove 1 tile with a stick of dynamite. Let's do this thing. But we're gonna head on over here to Melmond. We're going to get rid of a couple things out of our inventory that we have equipped better pieces for. We're going to get a bit of a refund on one of our broadswords as well. We're sitting on 5k, which is enough for 1 silver armlet, which we're going to use to protect 1 spellcaster.
Yeah, so the warrior and the red mage still have their armor. The warrior even got an upgrade. The monk has natural armor, so if you don't give any protection, any piece to the monk, just like not giving him a weapon, this is not good. He punches better than with weapons. Without armor, they also get a nice innate armor or innate defense. I mean, it isn't that incredible, but it is still pretty good. And better than nothing.
It's 1 point of armor per level, which, if we were a higher level, would be great. But is basically right now the black belt is pretty much on par with the black mage, which not ideal, but we're doing all right.
Yeah. Also, a neat thing in. Not sure if I took that out in later Final Fantasy versions. We'll have other Final Fantasies talk about that. But in the overworld, the terrain for encounters actually matters. For example, on these marsh tiles here, the ones right before the cave, you have a lower encounter rate than on the grass. Which this encounter just now does not prove, but hey. Highest, for example, where's my tent? There's my tent. Highest encounter rate is in the forest, and so on. Like on the sea, it is also very low. So you might sometimes see me do seemingly weird movement, maybe even, or like sticking on one type of terrain on purpose for longer, and that's the reason.
It feels like it's very cribbed from Dragon Warrior, interestingly enough, which kind of has a similar-ish system. The idea, though, is that in Final Fantasy it uses versions other than NES, because I'm sure that when NES is being run, we'll talk about how NES encounters work and how encounter minute works in NES, because it's very important. But essentially what happens is that there is a rising probability of you getting an encounter every step. And so
up to 32, I believe.
Up to 31, I think. 31 or 32. But it's, yeah. But the idea is that the probability rises a different amount based upon what type of tile you're on. And then every time you take a step, it checks and sees if you get an encounter. The big thing is that the encounter rate starts negative. It's actually a slight negative, so that I don't think you can get an encounter on back-to-back steps in GBA, if I remember correctly.
That is the interesting thing. You can get back-to-back encounters.
Really?
But if you reload a save, you cannot get encounters for like the next 5 steps.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Which is also why resetting sometimes is better. Like if you save and get a set encounter on the next step, you will get the next encounter later if you reset and if you actually get out of the fight normally.
Yeah. Interesting.
Also bless all these Minotaurs that give lots of experience, but it doesn't help because Zero and Zoc just apparently... I mean, you see their HP does not grow even though we're gaining levels.
They're trying their best. It's not very good.
It's okay. It's okay. So the estimate has accounted for such possibilities.
Yeah, Double Minotaur is like the premier encounter for leveling up in this area. Like, more than anything else, this is what you want to see.
Yeah, you could maybe have like huge undead packs, which then the Black Mage nukes away. But besides that... Oh, ouch.
Ow.
Ow. Hilgig is a bit too powerful.
They're too healthy as well. They don't die quickly enough, and as you can see, yeah, they are doing a lot of damage.
Alright, and now for the ominous, the amazing, the no one likes this. Wow, 164. Neat. This is a very rare one. I would also take that one. I'm not sure how much experience they actually give. But yeah, floor 3, a very long floor with...
So, one of the...
a very interesting encounter when we are talking about strats that every version handles differently. There is an encounter here that actually gets handled differently by every version, which is a cockatrice.
Yep. There's also the return of the Pisco demons from where we fought them in... this is 3,400 gold, which we always grab in this version. But there's also the return of Pisco demons, which were on the tile in Marsh Cave. Pisco demons are the first unrunnable encounter in the game. The game does not tell you that. So you cannot run from them. The game, no tutorial, no pop-up, nothing tells you that you can't run other than that you can't
The fact
run.
that never a pop-up will appear.
Right. The thing about unrunnable encounters is that you cannot be ambushed by them, and you cannot ambush them, so you can't get first strike and run away for free. But yeah. And that's actually the other encounter that every version deals with a little bit differently.
But yeah, Pisca demons. You will hear or see, if you pay attention, how everyone does it differently. For this version, it is a GB exclusive. We just reset. We're having none of it. We don't even have a gold needle right now, I believe.
Nope, we're not even gonna...
Even if we had, we wouldn't care.
We're not gonna think about that. But yeah, we've got Vampire here, who is an enemy who shows up later in the game in large packs. It knows Gaze, which paralyzes. It, I think, hits 3 times. It's a fairly heavy hitter, and of course for our...
It hurts.
Yeah, it's a fairly heavy hitter.
A lot.
But fire magic, it's weak to fire magic, and it regenerates. It regenerates accurately in this version, interestingly enough.
Ooh, thanks for missing. Kira would probably have died there.
Yeah, would have just been...
I would at least not have been surprised.
But yeah, 2 fires and a little bit of chip damage will do the job here. Also, the vampires were 2,000 gold, which we love.
Also gold.
The other reason that we don't try to get an emergency X a lot of the time is that it's only a 1 in 6 chance of getting it. It's not guaranteed for a second place prize. But normally...
Yeah, second place has lots of different drops, while first place always has Mega Elixir.
Yep. So normally, if we had one, we would have used it after opening that box. Because we need to take the ruby out to take it to Sarda to go, hey, we defeated the evil of the earth, and then Sarda looks at you and goes, no, you didn't. And you're like, wait, what? And he's like, you suck. And he's like, and you're like, wait, what? He's like, here, take this. You're gonna need it. And he gives you an item, which we'll meme about in a minute. There's a lot of jokes that go into that particular item. Most of them about it being an inanimate carbon rod, the most powerful item in the world.
Yeah, but yeah, if you thought floor 3 was already long, think about the fact that we have to go through here basically 3 times.
It's not fun. I mean, it's fun. I love the speedrun, but it's this part's... So we're not even messing with that because getting petrified is very bad.
The chances to run away are low. We could one-shot them with a Black Mage. The Black Mage is not a fast character. The Black Mage is good at running away, ironically. But that's only because the running away in this game, in Final Fantasy, is calculated a bit differently than you might expect. So the turn order is based on agility, but also it's more of a guideline. The randomness that gets added is pretty high. But for the calculating the chance if you can run away, the stats that matter are agility, luck, and intelligence. So the Black Mage having a ton of intelligence would in theory help a lot. But it is still not as surefire than just one-shotting everything and getting the experience. So
yeah, and also you do also have a decent luck base on Black Mage, but it doesn't grow.
Yeah, I mean, luck. In which game is luck not just a side stat that you cannot really efficiently raise anyways?
I think you have to get to Final Fantasy X for the first Final Fantasy where you can actively raise your luck stat and do it.
Yes, and it still hurts to do so. I tried, because both encounters you have to fight for those spheres
are rough.
They are not as free as you would hope them to be.
They're post-game encounters, like... Really.
This is why my casual playthrough ended at some point.
My casual playthrough ended at Shinryu because, you know, Shinryu ruins all the Final Fantasy games. Too powerful. Kills you. Makes you sad.
For those of you who don't know, Shinryu also exists in FF9 called Nova Dragon.
Yep, and of course the original...
Sometimes they translated it, sometimes they didn't.
The original version, of course, Shinryu, of course, was from 5, where, you know, it's in a box in the dimensional rift. So, you know, you're going around, you're looting, and you get an encounter in a box, you're like, this is fine, I'm pretty powerful, and then you get tidal waved right off the map.
Yeah. Super bosses do such things.
But yeah, we're saving about every 10 steps here because, man... lower Earth Cave encounters are very bad. Like, floors 3 and 4 have very bad encounter groups that we don't want to fight a lot of them.
Floor 1 is okay, mostly. 2, 3, 4 are bad. 5 is a lower encounter rate, actually.
Yeah, 5 is... I've had a lot of runs on 5 where I just go from the stairs to Lich without thinking about it, which is great.
But yeah, we got out of here, and it only took us around 4 minutes, which could have been 0 with an emergency exit.
It's fine, everything's fine.
We were fast, by the way. I mean, not really fast, but it could also take a lot longer. And look at the bright side. Duncan is doing pretty well.
Yeah.
140, we can work with 140.
140 is not the worst.
Give it a few more levels, and...
Might reach like 250 sometime during this run.
I mean, yeah, it will happen during the run. Not reaching that would also be super rare.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They really love your fighter.
But yeah, so these are low-level ghouls, but it's still a pack of 7, so experience is not too bad. Also, we just really don't want to play with them.
I think
being stun-locked, no one cares how weak they are. If you are stun-locked, you do not move.
Yura got a big level up on hit points.
Woo!
Into triple digits we go, everybody.
Shoutouts to level 12, always giving a high HP level up.
Look, I'm trying to be excited here.
Well, at least for the red mage, that is. Gosh.
Black mage is still at 80 hit points.
I remember my one practice run in which I had like 170, 170, 140.
Wait,
And I'm talking Red Mage, Monk, Black Mage. The warrior was not in that list.
how does that happen? That rules.
That ruled, yeah. Shoutouts to Nina. I should have just named the Black Mage Nina. I still believe that the name influences the HP growth.
It doesn't, but you know, superstition's an important part of speedrunning.
Exactly, and some names just really strike you of always being bad. My favorite, by the way, for the Red Mage is Todd, known from FF9 for giving you amazing cards, but also the German word for dead, ironically, being the red Mage that always gives me the lowest amount of HP, basically.
Part of the random number generator, of course, is for Black Mage names is Stella, so part of my tradition for running this game is I will never input it, I will randomize the name until I get Stella for the Black Mage.
That is fair.
But yes, it's the rod in the NES version, it's the Earth Staff otherwise. I just call it the crowbar.
I'm not sure, I think in PSP it might also be Rod.
Is it? It might be Earth. I think it might be Earth Rod in PSP, but it's a crowbar.
It is a name an item which's name is not consistent through the versions.
It's different in every version or something like that. But Sarda invented the crowbar, everybody. So be proud of him for making such an important tool for us to use. The big thing, of course, is that if you see that surprised enemy pop up, that means that the Light Warriors got first strike on an enemy, which means that we're going to run because our run chance is 100%.
In the first turn. If we decide to try and then decide... if we see Dark Wizards and decide, hey, we might want to kill them, and then find out that we maybe don't want... Well,
yeah, you lose your
tough luck.
Yeah, you lose your 100% run chance, turn 2. So, yeah, if you had gotten... and by the way, if you had gotten a drop from those tigers, I would have walked away from the microphone for 2 minutes because reasons.
I got it last time. I got it in the practice last time. Out of 5, though.
Okay.
We had 2 encounters.
Yeah, the X-Potion drop. X-Potion drop is completely... pretty much unimportant for the GBA version. I mean, it gives you a little bit of safety on...
we would use it as a safety threat today, alright?
Yeah, we'd use it...
We do not talk it down.
We'd use it on... It sometimes even gets used on Tiamat 2. Like, Tiamat 2 can sometimes be a little frustrating, so... There's that. But, yeah, Pixel Remaster really wants 1.
Yeah, you will see that later on.
I'll be the one...
With Demi, by the way.
I'll be the one talking about that.
See, back-to-back encounter. Wasn't that beautiful?
So rare.
Both preemptive shadows.
So rare.
Because some encounters have a 90% chance of always being a preempt. Shadows are one of them.
But yeah, we're headed back.
Yeah.
We're headed back to Earth Cave though, where we're gonna go through to the bottom.
I really wish we had found more stuff to fight, but at the same time, most stuff in the overworld is pretty lame.
Yeah, none of
At
it's
this point. Like ogres were nice, but at level 10 they also kind of lose their value.
yeah, like even ogre chiefs aren't great. So there is that.
Yeah, and now we're heading back.
So
I wish we could show up how it is when you don't get a ton of encounters to show like, here, this is how it looks like when you get lucky and suddenly you save like minutes because the game is like, you don't need encounters, but...
you can only be so lucky.
Yeah. The game really wants me to see encounters, I guess. I'm not even sure if I could say get experience, because some of these encounters definitely don't give experience.
Yeah, they're pretty bad actually. Like,
yeah, I mean, gargoyles are the biggest reason I even save on floor 2.
Yeah, they hit hard and are hard to run from, and they don't give you much of anything. We're really looking.
And the Black Mage doesn't one-shot them.
We're really looking for
consistently
more Minotaurs. Troll packs are great, but they hit a little hard. Minotaurs are also in that little hits a little hard, but they die pretty fast, so we're happy about that.
They also don't hit as hard as trolls can.
True.
Trolls are literal trolls.
Trolls are good at one.
They can be easy to run, they can be tough to run, they can deal low damage, they can deal really high damage. So they are okay, but yeah, they're also not so great.
Yeah.
Minotaurs are just nicer.
Like other
I really
things.
hoped that we would see stuff for level 14, but I don't think we will reach 14 at this. Oh gosh.
we might.
Glitch will be great.
We might reach 13, but like we have to be pretty liberal in what encounters we take at that point. Other things that are decently big are the larger mummy packs are AoEable, and they have sleep touch, which is much better than stun touch. And we'll probably take that encounter because it's not.
There's not really a difference for us between sleep and stun touch.
Yeah, sleep makes you lose your turn, but sleep has a much sleep breaks based on a hit point threshold. If your hit points are above like 80, it always breaks. But paralyze has a 75% chance of persisting between turns, which is exceedingly rough all the time.
I don't think we want fights to go as long as waking up from sleep.
Nope, we don't want turn. That makes a fight go 3 turns basically, which is not great.
Yeah, talking about that, I really would have liked to run away.
We kind of...
Which we will. Mummies are easy to run away from.
Yeah, that's the only advantage here. They hit decently hard.
Which means if we want this experience, we cannot input runs. Because the Black Mage is also our slowest character.
Yeah.
On paper.
Black Mage got a full hit point growth at level 13. We're at 110. This is...
We have a theoretical chance. So, yeah, we were talking about spell lists. Next boss coming up is Lich. Lich spell list starts with a neat little spell called Blizzara, which deals somewhere between 105 and 165, I would say.
Yeah. It keens towards the middle a little bit, so you can usually count on it dealing a little closer, like 120, and it's unlikely that it's going to deal more than like 145, but yeah.
Lich does what Lich wants to do. Yeah, after that we have, what is it even? Sleepra?
Sleepra, Haste,
and then Thundara?
Then Thundara, yeah.
Which you usually don't see anymore because of Lich is also using physicals relatively often.
The funny thing is Lich casts Haste, but Lich only has 1 base hit, so it ends up doubling it to 2.
Yeah, it is enough to like hurt a bit, but at the end it is like way nicer than these AoE elemental spells.
Black Mage didn't get paralyzed by the attack.
Yes!
Twice! Let's go!
Didn't get paralyzed twice.
These are the things that...
What a hero.
These are the things that runners of this game get excited about.
Yeah.
It's 4 Pisco Demons, we're definitely resetting.
You see, encounters are usually like a decision you have to make, and making these decisions fast is part of becoming a good runner. And then there are encounters like Pisco Demons where you're like, it was nice. I know exactly what I want to do. There is nothing to think about.
Alright, so we find this plate in the back and we take our crowbar and remove it, and now we're on our way to the second half of Earth Cave. We're at floor 4. The long floor. This one has an interesting encounter table. This is actually friendlier than floor 3, which is saying something.
Like this?
Yeah, look at that troll. That troll, so friendly.
Did I mention trolls hurt?
Mauling your monk for 80 damage on the ambush turn. Easy game, no problem.
Such a friendly troll.
This is why we buy a pile of extra potions. Because we're gonna go through them. We need all of them.
Usually I use cures way too often and then I don't need all of them, but yeah, we are just glad to have them. Because they heal for 50 and not just for 30.
Yeah, and we're you know, we're here. It's a marathon. It's a showcase run, so we're gonna take it easy. We're not gonna we're going to make sure that we're slightly over-resourced where we can. We're going to get really unlucky on hit points here.
Sadly, with levels, that has not exactly worked, but at the same time, I don't think our mages would actually care if we gave them another level. Like, they might, but...
It's unlikely.
Chances are they don't. While Duncan has reached 171, that's a safe haven. Above 170 is... Tanks Blazara.
Yep.
For sure. So that's at least something. I really want that, but this is probably gonna hurt.
93. Big numbers.
Yeah. I really wanted that, but they really wanted a hug. They really wanted to hug our monk.
Really need those trolls to not ambush you so that you only take one volley of attacks.
Yeah. Yo, see, we could run away from this, or we could take the experience for... We've still not reached level 14, but who cares?
We're trying our best.
Well, never mind. That was... That was level 14.
Black Mage is at 140!
Alright.
You're saying there's a chance!
There was a chance! There was a chance! Alright, so... The dream is to not see Blazara and just see physicals. We'll see how it goes. We will need some buffs. Just a few.
But yeah, we're gonna spam temper on the monk here. The fighter's not gonna do anything. Hey!
Nope. Nope.
One.
Yeah, if we had gotten Hermes sandals or Hermes shoes, I always forget. That's depending on the
game. Yeah.
We would be casting haste here.
Yep.
Right on this fight, because this is the second most dangerous fight in the GBA run.
Yeah, your fighter on turn 1 would be dropping the shoes on the monk. But yeah, we're hoping that we get enough physicals from Lich so that we can get 4 more tempers out on the monk. That's good. We love that.
We take that.
We love
the warrior is sadly gonna be like paralyzed a lot anyway.
And that's fine because the warrior's only real option is throw potion, which is helpful, but like sure, that's great. Good too. We're good. We're feeling good about that.
We're feeling good.
We're throwing potion.
we're just now throwing potion because exactly because of that. Give us a potion. Now we cannot get one. We cannot get one shot by physicals. I'm jinxing it here.
But we only need to get 2 more swings, and Lich has what, 1,200 hit points?
Easy. Yep, 1,200.
Yeah, so
2 more.
So throw potion ends up coming in handy here.
Easy, even that time.
Second try.
All right. Was that the first fiend is down? I believe it's time for break.
Excellent. That was real good.
Yeah, we can take a break here. So during these longer runs, we like to take a break every about hour, so just so everybody can get up, get some water, stretch, anything they need to do. So we're gonna take a quick 5-minute break. Just before we do, I just do want to remind everybody, if you want to follow what GDQ is up to, you can use exclamation links in chat for all things GDQ. With that being said, we'll take a quick break and we'll be right back for more Final Fantasy. Hello everybody and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is our 35th anniversary celebration of the Final Fantasy game. We are in the middle of our GBA run and I'll just hand it over to the runner and they can take it away again.
Alright, we're back. So yeah, you got to see a small little cutscene. The GBA version actually got some nice bonus dungeons which get unlocked after one of the fiends has been defeated. So we'll get to see 4 bonus dungeons being opened in total. With the first one being Earth's Gift. a very simple dungeon, but we do not need to go in there.
They're very cool, though. And, you know, if you're playing this casual, you should go into them.
They're amazing.
You get to fight bosses from other Final Fantasy games. You get to go into these neat new dungeons to get neat new items that are specifically for the GBA version. Ultros shows
And
up.
are not totally overpowered yet. But yeah, in this case, Earthscliff Shrine, FF3 bonus dungeon with Echidna, Twin-Headed Dragon, Ahriman, and Cerberus.
Don't worry, we're not going to see any of them.
Nope. In this case, also all four on floor 5. Just kind of... That one drags a bit if you were to run all bosses, because you have to enter it 4 times.
But yeah,
But yeah, the bonus dungeons all also have different amount of floors. So...
Yep. But
lots of new enemies. In general, a very cool addition.
of course, in the actual main game, which we are right now, as a recap, we finished off Lich and actually saved the people around Melmond, who now have to go through the process of reconstructing their city. They don't do it immediately because, you know, it takes time. But they also tell us, hey, we got a visit from the sages over at Crescent Lake. Maybe they're going to want to talk to you now that you've gone ahead and defeated the actual Fiend of the Earth and changed the state of one of your crystals to lit up instead of dark. So, you know, hey, maybe go talk to them. I'm sure that they'll give you some insight on what to do with your lives at this point.
Yeah. We could have gotten here also earlier. Like, nothing would have stopped us. As this game is not made in the 21st century, but in the 20s, so we did not need to, like, accept quests before we were able to get those key items. But, yeah.
Well, accepting the fact that the sages won't give you anything until you've actually defeated Lich.
Yeah.
You can...
At least we didn't need to talk to them beforehand so that they tell us that, hey, defeat Lich.
Also true. But we're going to grab a pile of high potions. We're going to grab the most important item in the Final Fantasy speedruns, unless you're running NES. And I'm so sorry, NES speedrunners. We're going to buy Ethers. Ethers let us reload our spells. They give us MP back. This, of course, is exceedingly important. We're also going to grab some of the accessory slot upgrades, so Shield and Gauntlet for the fighter, costing us an additional $4,000. But we were pretty flush with cash after Earth Cave.
We had really good money.
Yeah.
Like, I was buying a bit, like, not all at once in the item shop, because in practice I did not have money to buy all of it.
But yeah, this time...
And then I would just buy some less items, but we had good money to just go ahead and...
Yeah, we were like...
buy it all.
We're like flush with cash, which is a rare treat in Final Fantasy speedrunning. So the sages...
I guess we did fight a bit more, reaching level 14.
But the sages basically tell us, hey, you should go to the volcano. The Fiend of Fire is there. She's wreaking havoc and may cause the volcano to erupt. You should go and save us. And so you know what we're going to do? Literally everything else we can do first.
I'm sure they can handle to wait another hour.
They'll be fine. Everything will be fine.
They made us wait also for like half an hour until we got that second canoe. If they had given us that canoe before defeating Lich, we would have defeated Marilys faster. Just saying.
Centipedes.
I did get an encounter like 4 steps after reloading. Please, game.
I think it's because your first step is still in forest. Yeah, your first couple steps are still in forest.
It was 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that shouldn't matter.
Fair.
Yeah, this area is not friendly with its random encounters.
This area is rough.
See our friendly scorpions again. They're still annoying.
Yeah, a lot of any enemy that you... The thing about Final Fantasy that's neat is that when you think about the wildlife of the game, right? If it's a thing that you've seen in a book that says that it is either poisonous or venomous, which are 2 different things, by the way, it is likely to be poisonous in this game, and when they attack you, apply the poison status. Right, scorpion's venomous, so you get the poison status. Snakes, also venomous. Some of them are poisonous as well.
Scorpions, Also, most of them.
Yep.
Yeah. Time for canoe life. Most of these encounters are not nice, but especially not if they ambush you.
Yeah, all of these encounters are really rough. The only one that you can really kill quickly are Caribs, and they're not worth the time. Hydras have 4 hits, and they absolutely trash your casters. You've got Gators, which are a thing that you don't normally see in the NES version because it's an encounter that's been shifted downward to here. They're 3 hitters that hit quite hard. You'll see White Gators, which are the upgraded version, which you really didn't see down here. They actually weren't part of the NES encounter table. They drill you. They will one-shot through the bottom 3 characters.
Usually I was gonna say seeing few enemies here would be nice, and then we got those single Neochu, and we are not leveled enough to actually deal damage to Neochu. And Neochu is tanky because, it is quite a high-level enemy.
Yep. Once we get off the water, we're pretty safe, thankfully. But we're going to Ice Cave because we also heard rumors that there was an item in here that we really, really want. Spoilers, there's an item in here that we really, really want.
Yeah, so basically we had 3 options after getting the canoe. We finally had options. One is to defeat Marilys because they wanted to be saved, and we were like, no. The other is going into the Citadel of Trials to prove worthy of being amazing and getting the so-called job upgrade.
We don't need that. We're amazing as it is.
No, I don't think any run today gets the job upgrade. Just kind of sad.
Does NES still get it? It might.
I'm not sure. It might. You will see. If you stay tuned, you will see.
And it depends on if Forsyth is running the safer NES or the safer PSP route or the exceedingly adventurous PSP route.
But yeah, and the other is here going into Ice Cave. Ice Cave's encounters, they murder you if you... they would murder us if we were like 7-8 levels higher. We are not, so they murder us even more.
We're saving a lot.
So we are saving a lot because almost every encounter is bad.
Yeah, there's the higher tier of undead, which don't die to a fire cast. This is literally the one encounter we want to see. And the annoying thing is Winter Wolves have an AoE attack, and Ice Gigas hit very hard. But this encounter is worth like the second most experience that we can get in here. So we're living this life right now, I guess.
Also, I got a spoiler in chat that apparently the NES version does get the job upgrade.
Does it? Heck yeah, let's go job upgrade. Thank you, chat. But yeah, we're here.
From a source that I can trust.
The person who's running it. The person who's
correct.
But yeah, white dragons are the most experience you can get in here, but they had the level 2 ice AoE, and also they bite down for single large hits, which are scarier than multiple hits.
Does it even count as is Ice Storm actually like Blizzara, just renamed?
Yeah, it kind of is. But the big thing is that for damage output, since they're single large hits rather than multiple hits, your armor only counts once. So it hits for like 100 less your armor rating rather than like 3 by 30, and that 30 is reduced by the armor 3 times because it's 3 hits. No, dragons just crush you. It's awful. Much like how Ice Gigases are single hard hitters rather than multi-hitters as well.
Yeah, also, part of the unrunnable... I'm not even sure where those get their box flags from, but yeah, you cannot run from them.
Black Mage is at 163, got a full growth again!
Yay! Yeah, the Black Mage is not doing the absolute worst. Like, the Black Mage is supposed to have less max HP than the Red Mage, but
it never
has
does.
More for me.
It never has for me.
It does, but it is more consistent, I feel like.
But yeah, we're going to run back here and grab a sword upgrade for a fighter. Flame Sword is a step in the right direction here. This is an encounter tile, so this is a required encounter spot. These are the kind of the tier 2 undead here. So Spectres are hard hitters rather than multi-hitters, which is kind of nice. The zombie-type enemies generally hit 3 times, and so therefore are actually scarier because they have 3 chances to apply the status.
It was so obvious that after everyone attacked, the monk is able to run away instead, giving us a juicy experience.
Yeah, that encounters a lot of experience.
But yeah, I mean, you don't know that beforehand, and
we're playing for the one.
You can't risk it.
We're playing for the one turn encounter, not for anything else. We're being as safe as possible.
I'm not even playing around with them.
No, double white dragons is very bad. Probably one-shotting your red mage at this point. Or at least close.
There was one fun fact though about white dragons. Let's see if you remember. Which element are white dragons weak to?
Oh, white dragons are weak to lightning.
Correct.
Woo! Got there.
They are not weak to fire, ironically, even though they are ice dragons. Does it help us? No, not at all. Not in this run.
No, because we're not casting spells on them, we're resetting.
We do not dare simply dying from max HP that we might not even have to double Ice Storm and then not killing them. We, ironically, you could... Those are, I think, the only dragons we have that you can run away from. I'm not sure about red dragons right now, but I think they are the only one in the main game.
Yeah.
But yes, that also doesn't help you. It's not like the run chance is good.
So,
it's only there.
So Ice Cave is another sort of interesting double loop dungeon where we're going to come down here, and when we jump in this hole, it's going to take us back to that room with the 3 chests in it, but it's going to take us to the inside of that room.
Look at these cockatrices.
Look at these birds.
Yeah.
Look at these birds, aren't they
magic
neat?
and status defense, I'm not sure if it is the same, but increases basically only by leveling up. There is no armor, really. Also, I need to heal because Ira needs some more HP.
So yeah, we've reached the reward for this area, which is the floater stone, which is hiding behind this evil eye tile. We can come back and forth onto this tile and step on it multiple times and grind this fight because the experience we get from it is very good.
And here's why I needed to heal.
Yeah, because Evil Eye knows Thundara. But yeah, let's grab the rock. The Levistone in this version. It was the floater originally, but yeah.
Yeah, we got a bit more character space, so the names for items have been a bit
extended.
Yeah, been made a bit more what they probably wanted it to be.
Red Mage got a full level up hit points, up to 137.
What is 12 HP even for a level up? But I mean, we take it. We are not going to complain.
This is terrible, but we're living this life right now.
We're living this life. I believe nothing can ever go wrong. Oh, did I again forget? Yeah, I again forgot. Well, I mean, it didn't really matter, but... We got a flame sword and an ice shield.
Which should be on the fighter, or on the warrior, and then that means that the worm killer gets handed down to the red mage, because...
And we deal a bit more damage.
Evil Eye's defense
the
is
ice shield also halves fire damage, which is neat.
Doesn't do anything against Thundara, but hey.
Yeah, but later on, against those few enemies that actually decide to... Also, I wish it wouldn't get Thundara off every turn, but...
Why you buy a pile of high potions, right?
We got that pile.
Well,
and we will use
we're going to use them all.
To.
Fighter's now hitting hard enough that things are great. We're getting to what level? We grind out what here?
18. In theory, we didn't need that one anymore, but hey, giving one bonus. In theory, they all... Evil Eye is not only give good experience, but also 3,000 gil every time.
Yeah, 3,225 to be precise, because it showed up on the screen and I can read it in a hurry, so...
Correct.
I'm not good at remembering that number. I'm good at reading.
It's the same amount of XP, just divided by 4, because experience gets split, which doesn't really come into play because all these characters are important enough and get exactly as much as they... They don't really get as much as they need, but they get barely enough to make it work.
They're getting what we can give them at this point.
Yeah, and no one can afford to actually take even less. Like,
Yep.
maybe the warrior could, but then we wouldn't have anyone to tank stuff anymore.
Yep. Dark Wizards are exceedingly scary. Even though you have a high chance of getting a first strike on them, they cast Fyraga, which is an absolute nightmare if it hits. Even though their magic multiplier is pretty low, the base damage of the spell is high enough that it hurts.
It is like, what, 150
On
all?
I think it's I forget if it's like 120ish or 150ish, but it's over 100 damage cast.
It's not something you want to play around with.
We don't usually do the math, because if you see them, you're usually resetting or running if you get the first strike, because they can literally torch your party. Well, except the fighter now has the ice shield equipped, but
Yeah, the fighter gets like a high HP level up every second level.
it's super nice. And that's why the fighter has nearly
Warriors are just
big old blocks of beef.
built differently.
They're tanky. We're not getting high HP upgrades on anybody else right now. So,
Duncan has good HP. I'm fine with Duncan's HP.
Yeah.
I can see Duncan make it to Lich 2 with 350.
which is kind of a great break point for...
Which is kind of the goal.
Yeah. So you're saying there's a chance.
Oops. Well. In theory, I would have wanted to keep one potion for item menuing, but we have so few items by selling all the stuff we don't need that actually, like, items are usually always in a decent position.
Yeah, the late game items will be close enough to the top. It'll be fine. So yeah, we're done with Ice Cave. We're just trying to walk out at this point. The nice long walk out. Right, we grind to 18 because we're looking to get our hands on some level 3 fire spells from Melmond.
Yep, which needs level 22 after Kraken, which isn't a bit, but yeah. So this is kind of the prep work. And the rest we make with, like, nice AoE spells, because AoE spells are great. Also seeing that question in chat. We are sadly not. We are not running all versions of Final Fantasy VIII. They are, at least to my knowledge. I mean, in series there's also iOS, I believe.
There's
but no one ever runs that. But in series there are, at least which have been run, three platforms that are not being shown today.
Right, PS1 is probably the big one.
Yeah, the most known one.
There is WonderSwan Color.
So WonderSwan Color is the Japanese-only handheld console. And then there is MSX, which I don't even know what it stands for.
Where's Tina when we need her?
I'm waiting for the person that has run it in chat to tell me more about it. But if in doubt, the person will be running the NES version. So if you're interested, just in the run right after this, ask in chat. Shane will be able to tell you everything about the MSX version.
The meaning of the acronym MSX remains a matter of debate. From Wikipedia.
Grand. Fantastic. Right. So at this point, we're sailing down. We're sailing past Crescent Lake. We're not going back. We're taking our floater to the desert so that we can go and get our airship. And while we're raising the airship, Nikki, I have to ask you the most important question of all, because I've been saving this one for a cutscene.
Oh.
What's your favorite Final Fantasy game? Which one is best?
Oh, a good one. My serious answer is, if you have a favorite Final Fantasy, you haven't played enough. They are all amazing in their unique ways. None of them is perfect, because they are just also polarizing in what they do. But they are... Many of them are very high up there. Some are better casual, some are better speedrun, some are better in story, some are better in gameplay. Take what you want. If you want the unserious speedrun in which I want to troll people, I say Tactics A2 because that's the least known one of those that I run. But that is the unserious answer.
I mean, I'd put A2 above A, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Been so long since I
Same. No, I mean, it is good. I'm also more or less the only runner of it. But
A2 is better than A until you get to the not antlion fight.
don't worry. The speedrun has, after lots of work, found a way to cheese the antlion fight. Less speedrunners, I mean me, that accidentally found that strat and made the speedrun actually a thing because it would have been painful otherwise.
You're a speedrunner. But yeah, we're gonna pop back into Elfland here. We're gonna do some restocking. We grab level 2. We'll grab Sweep Magic for the red mage just so we have it. It's handy to have. We're gonna go in here and we're gonna grab the most important spell in the game. Not Blizzara. That's right, it's haste. What haste does is haste just doubles your hit rate. So if your monk is at 8 hits, if you cast haste on your monk, it's now at 16. By Citadel of Trials, we're not going to you today, at all. At least not in this run. But it gets you to 16 hits, and that just goes up to a maximum, I believe, of 32.
It's actually higher. I have tried to really buff my monk last time. We got to like 8,000 damage on Chaos' one attack. We had like 44 or so, but since we first temper and then do the hits, I'm not even sure what the maximum is. But
fair enough.
Like, so the heaven is the end for the monk. The monk is just OP.
Monk can get very, very big, is what we're saying here at the end in the end game. So yeah, we are now hanging out in the rivers here. We're gonna pop a cottage here just to top up everything. We're on our way to Waterfall Cave. Waterfall Cave has a robot who is sad, and we love sad robot. Because we had rumors that there was a meteor that fell here. The meteor is actually a sad robot from space. You can't convince me otherwise, but Sky Castle's in space. It's not just in the sky.
That's okay. In the NES version, I would even believe that.
But yeah, we're gonna go talk to the robot, and it's gonna, be sad at us.
Yeah. Also, this dungeon, yeah, 2 main things. One, we will need to backtrack, and we don't have the job upgrade, so we do not have access to teleport or exit. And second, thanks to us having the Black Mage and access to Blizzara, we can basically one-shot we can one-shot everything.
I think we still
or run.
We still
except for maybe the Green Dragon. Well, I think Pyrolist is the one, but yeah.
Pyrolists are kind of nasty. Green Dragon
like
is
nightmares are the big, difficult to run encounter. Yeah.
Yeah,
but
no, don't want any of that. They
get one shot by Blizzara.
Pyrolisks also petrify you on touch, so we're not really.
They kill you.
They kill you.
Yeah.
I thought it was sorcerers that kill you.
On touch is pretty rare.
Yeah.
But they have a gaze attack that just kills
right.
you.
They have a special that kills you there. They do also have petrify touch, so.
Oh, that's the cockatrices only.
Is it? Okay, well, whatever.
Yeah.
We're running from this anyways. We're right. Oh, wow. You're right. Yeah, Pyrolist.
We are getting the bird army.
Yeah, no mummies at all. We really want to see. See the greater mummies. We really want to see the blue mummies in this encounter because.
Not really, honestly.
We can.
It's a bit awkward.
Yeah,
you can. Yeah,
you can.
I thought you want. I was like, yeah. I don't think we want.
We grab the wizard staff.
I'm fine with not getting it.
But we grab all these items because the wizard staff and defender are worth big piles of money. We can't actually equip the defender because we don't get the class upgrade. And the robot's like, here is my core. It will give you access to the sky, and he gives us the warp cube from its core. And we're sad. It deactivates. And we're gonna save the best for last. There's a ribbon here. The ribbon does one thing in particular. It gives you protection from all elements. So elemental magic does half damage, and more importantly, status effects are not effective at that point. So
almost
for the most part, except for a couple of exceptions, but we're not too worried about those. But the big thing is instant death magic won't kill you.
Most of the time, yeah, you are safe to everything because you get like, what I've heard, like 150 extra magic defense.
Yep.
And you like
Yep, and it's also resistant.
get resistances, you half elemental damage of water, fire, ice. Ew, we got a gold needle drop.
Yay!
Drops are great in this version because they are so rare that you basically never see them.
Yura got a full...
The gold needle drop is like the one.
The one.
Is the highest that you see every once in a while. Also because you saw, well, many birds. Yeah, the other one is the leather shield we've gotten. In series, there are many other interesting ones, but they're just so rare that.
But yeah, we also got a high hit point level on the red mage, so Yura's up to 175.
This is looking better than my last one, which wasn't really difficult, but hey, you gotta take the small wins. No, I want that experience simply because I can.
I'm here for the experience points.
Yeah, so yeah, as I said, we need level 22. There were... Actually, my PB still has 2 red mages. The main difference of 2 red mages is you fight more evil eyes and you basically reset almost everything here and everything in Sunken Shrine.
Yep.
Which might be faster, but as I said, it's...
exceedingly unsafe.
I mean, PSX tops it even more with the resets. Like, if you go... Usually PSX runs are easy mode.
Yeah.
If you were to run normal mode, you wouldn't even, like, honestly, you wouldn't even look at which encounter you get. Because the chance that this is encounter that you can actually, like, run from or use properly 90% of the time is just not existent. So you just quick save, reload everything on site. But yeah, with that, we have also gone, as you could see, into Waterfall Cave. Lots and lots of money. Ton of money.
Piles of cash.
Taking also the longer way now here, because the desert has a lower encounter rate. We really don't care.
Interesting.
It is basically runner's choice. You can do whatever you want.
Yep, but we come here, we need to have 40 grand when we get here. If you don't, you sell the defender and the wizard staff and you conveniently have 45,000 gil coming here. But you have to buy the bottled fairy here because this is, of course, very important for getting access to Sea Shrine. But we're going to go back into the shop because in this version, this shop is now changed to a special item shop where you can buy stat buffing items. We only want 2 of them. Since we have temper casters, we want some speed drinks for hit rate because it increases the number of hits you get, and we need to grab Giant's tonics. Each Giant's tonic increases your maximum hit points, but not your current hit points, by 200, capping at 999. We buy a bunch of those. They are exceedingly important.
Yep. And the neat thing that we hopefully will never get to see, if our characters die, but they got Giant's tonics, they will keep that buff. This is not a thing in every version. You hopefully will not get to see it, but maybe you will, and then you can see the differences.
Yep, we stop in here, we buy 1 protect ring, and with the rest of our money, we're going to grab extra cottage, we're going to grab some handful of Phoenix down just to make sure we got plenty. We're going to load up on high potions, and the rest of our money is going to go into Ethers, Phoenix Downs, maybe another cottage. I don't know.
We are good on money. Not much to do here.
Yeah, just gonna stock up basically. High potions are of course great for healing between fights. We want to have a handful of Ethers because we do need to load up. We don't need as many in this version.
We could, in theory, many other routes have gone for like more protect rings. Protect rings are amazing. They also protect of that gaze attacks that we mentioned earlier from the Pyrolyths.
Yep, they protect from...
Sadly, our money situation doesn't allow us to go here first.
Yeah, they protect us from instant death spells that are specifically death elemental.
Yeah.
Because if we want it...
Ironically, most of all the AoE ones do not get protected, but hey.
Hey, the interesting thing is that the elements in this game, of course, they are... Oh god, can I do this from memory? It's fire, ice, and lightning. Earth, death, time. I think there's one more, and I hate that I don't remember.
Yeah.
But the big one is the instant death spell that Lich 2 uses is it's called, I believe it's called Warp now. It was Zap in the original. Is Time Elemental.
Yeah.
As is one of the gaze attacks is also Time Elemental.
Wait, do I? Oh no. Yeah, so the Protect Ring, you don't really have armor for that slot, and it gives you 8 armor, which is a lot.
Yep.
The approach is simply, if one of the monks gets hit by a physical, of the mages gets hit by a physical, they die anyways. You will take more chip damage from random encounters, but for bosses it doesn't matter, so we just save the money. In the end, it's like minor things that should be faster, but in the end, the game has so much RNG that it will not necessarily like reflect in, I now have strats that should give me like a minute better times. That does not mean you PB. Not at all.
But here we are, Sea Shrine, the 2-part dungeon. We have to go get a key item from the right side of the dungeon, and then Kraken is waiting for us at the bottom. I forget if we go down or up here.
Good question.
Good question. We'll find out when we get to the stairs.
It doesn't. Yeah.
At the end, I apologize.
I'm not native. I do not care about that. I see numbers, and that's good enough for me.
I am a speedrunner.
And we also count differently because we have an earth floor. But yeah, it counts. Right, we also don't even... Yeah, no, one direction is up and one is down. I believe, even.
Yeah, I think so, if I remember correctly, but I don't. That's why I'm asking. But yeah, first we're going to go see the mermaids here. And we're going to find out... This is Unrunnable Encounter Central, basically. This pack is unrunnable. It's garbage. We hate it. It's not worth anything.
It doesn't give experience.
It doesn't give money. But we can't...
It's only fast, and it's for nothing.
At least it dies to a Thundara, right? But we hate it. There are ghosts, which are super hard hitters. They're undead. We don't really worry about the fact that they could paralyze because they usually just kill you.
They don't exist.
They're not real. They're unrunnable. They're weak to fire magic. And then there are water elementals down here. And water elementals are also unrunnable. They look like little water tornadoes. And of course, they are weak to being water. They're weak to lightning, right?
Ice.
You do have to freeze the water elementals. It's why we make sure that we buy Blizzara. We grab the diamond armlet, the diamond gear for the fighter here for selling.
I actually back up money.
Because we can't use it because you need it for promotion. The armlet, though, you can use, and it gets equipped on the monk in the end game.
It is kind of ironic. Like, every other good armor is knight, maybe warrior, and ninja.
Yep.
And the diamond armlet is the one piece of armor that, like, everyone else can equip.
Yeah.
So basically all the other classes, unless you go into post-game dungeons, have to share this one diamond armlet for, like, the best armor.
Yep. The major thing is that we do so that we can put a ribbon on the black belt in the end game. Because if the monk has just the ribbon equipped, ribbon has 1 armor. And if you
with the diamond armlets, the monk is actually able to barely tank those physicals.
Yeah, with the diamond armlet, the protect ring, it's a total of 40, I believe. I think it's 32 and 8. So you're then at least in good shape.
Like, usually, and I would say at least the current HP does not look bad on Duncan. 303, have seen worse.
Yeah, getting there. Oh, right. Duncan Shrine goes up and then down. It goes like, one side goes up and the side we're going down. You were right. Good job, I guess. We're here, though. We're in Sea Shrine. We're going to grab a couple more boxes on this end of the thing, because we do need to grab the most important item in the game.
Yeah, so the reason why we are going here first, while this place, we care more about this place than others, is simply because we get important items here. Like the ribbons we have already had, there is one here.
Yep.
Yeah, the Rosetta Stones that we need in order to go to Flying Fortress to Tiamat later on.
Super important. And we're going to grab one other item in here as well, which is exceedingly important because we're going to stop and we're going to grab the Giant's Gloves.
Yeah.
Originally known as the Power Gauntlet in the original game, what it does is that when you use it as an item, it casts the spell Saber. Saber is normally a Black Mage only spell because we're going to go back to our D&D roots for a second here, right? Is that, you know, Black Mages later in D&D campaigns at high spell levels get a spell which allows them to cast a spell that gives them a weapon, right? And lets them do physical damage, and that was the intent of it. But it also happens to be on the Giant's Gloves, and it buffs your attack by 16. So basically, the monk is going to wave those gauntlets around an awful lot in the end game to self-buff on the final few bosses. Because rather than swinging for 5 on the first few turns, we're going to try to amplify our buff rate as fast as possible, so that our black mage or monk can get from, you know, doing iffy to okay damage to out of control punching for 3,000. Walls are no problem. You know, God is no problem. We're going to kill literally everything in our path.
Yeah, I don't know what exactly they thought about that. Like, some items have spells that you can use, and usually those spells are not too strong. Like, usually you have Sundara, Fire, Blizzara, like, so tier 2 spells, nothing major. You have heal a lot. There's Healara on the rune staff, but that's like very late game.
Mm-hmm.
And rare drop, unless you go into bonus dungeons. Yeah, and then you have like this one Giant's Gloves here that has a tier 7 spell as the only tier 7 spell on an item. It's like, sure. I mean, we take it. We're happy. Because, yeah, it not only gives power, it also gives agility. Like, I think it's called accuracy.
It's called,
but yeah, like more hits.
It's at a very...
All right, game.
It's at a very low...
You know what? Here.
It's at a very low rate, but it is there. But yeah, we're here. We're fighting this encounter because we keep getting it off reset, and we're getting annoyed.
Also, we've gotten in a few more steps than before, and if I reset, I get the encounter earlier, and who knows which encounter it is. Like, probably. Unless I save, get one, and reset that one again.
Yep.
Sometimes taking an encounter is also a thing of mood. You know, like, I just really don't want to reset right now.
But yeah, we hop in here, we grab a little bit of backup money, and then we get, in this box that we're standing in front of, that we just got ambushed in front of, is ribbon number 2. We're being a little bit careful because we're actually stepping around this tile just north of that that lower chest that we open, because that is an encounter tile. This room is lovingly known as the Sharknado room, because that encounter in particular is gray sharks and water elementals. So it's sharks and tornadoes.
No, it's actually not water elementals. I'm not maybe in NES, but not here.
It
might have it can be 1 or 2 gray sharks. Gray sharks?
Yep.
White sharks.
Yeah.
And it can have 1 Sahagan prince.
Yeah, in NES, it's water elementals.
It is not the worst to grind on, but I still hope that I get decent encounter to actually get level 22. And Gray can also give some experience.
Yeah.
We have reset so much right now. What is going on? This Sunken Shrine is not going well.
This Sunken Shrine doesn't want you to run from encounters, clearly.
Yeah.
Every time you've tried to run...
It wants us to enjoy the scenery.
And the music.
Yeah.
But yeah, here we are at the final floor. We're getting ambushed. This is a fantastic...
This is a nice one.
This is a fantastic experience encounter. Deep Eyes are annoyingly evasive. White Sharks are fairly healthy, so it's not the greatest encounter in the world, but the amount...
Oh, this is good.
The amount of resources you get from it for the effort that you put into it is pretty great. The problem is that I've played so many different versions of Final Fantasy that my knowledge of all of them sort of blurs together.
Yeah, you have to kind of like whenever you start a different one, you have to like get in the groove of exactly that version again. Like also with like resetting, taking encounters, also decision making. Like every version is just differently. I should probably not reset seeing the Sundara now, but it's Also is annoying seeing a character die.
Yeah, you would add to menu for the res on Euro there.
Yeah,
The character who most needs the
it
experience
would
at this
only
point.
have been okay because the Sandara just went off, but in theory there were also 4 more Sea Scorpions waiting to get their attack off
Yeah.
for lots of damage, so yeah.
The worst retranslation choice in the Final Fantasy series right there in terms of Sea Scorpions. Why they did that, I don't know. I hate it. In the original, they were lobsters. And we love lobsters. Lobsters are the best. They do have a habit of choosing violence, though.
Remember when we said 50% for a single target attack to hit the warrior?
Yeah, 50% of the time, every time. What about the
50% of the times the game actually also cares about those odds.
50% of the time your red mage dies every time?
Yeah, especially with the amazing amount of HP we have. For the lobsters.
For the lobsters.
Also get one shot by a black mage's Sandara.
Yura's
Sea snakes do not, but yeah, by Yura, it's nice. I don't care this time.
Yura's no good, very bad day.
The lobsters really love Yura.
They know what they're doing.
Giving friendly hugs with their, well...
They're 35 damage a hit, 3-hit attacks that apply poison. It's great.
I can't hug you without hurting you.
Lobsters are out for the thing that they're out for the most, which is they're here for blood, usually.
Sure, let's go for those as well. More XP. Because, I mean... At this point, the Sunken Shrine just wants to show us all off. Yeah, we haven't seen them yet. Water elementals in this dungeon, though, usually not too many.
Yeah, they're
like
rare.
1, 2, 3 might be the maximum. Water elementals do give good experience, but we are not that well suited yet to actually like defeat them quickly.
Yeah, they mostly show up in the final dungeon in Chaos Shrine. Cool. We're here. We're at Kraken's Orb. Kraken has a exceedingly useless ability list. Casts Thundara, which doesn't do much damage. And Kraken has 8 legs and knows that skipping leg day is bad.
I don't think it even has that yet.
Has what?
Sandara.
I always forget it. It may not have it until...
I think Sandara is... I think it only has Ink, which... So, Blind and Silence don't actually do anything.
Yeah, they're broken.
Also, remember when we said that the ribbon protects against things? Yeah, the monk is not that... yeah, it might still sometimes get hit.
But yeah, we're gonna start mashing the temper button. The fighter is throwing potions. Well, see, as you can see, Kraken hits extremely hard. If Kraken tags one of the mages, they'll die. If Kraken tags the black belt, the monk, we're close at this point, which is fine.
Yeah, we will tank that. Pretty easy, actually. Unless we get crit, then yeah.
Yeah, black belt took a hit and then sent back. Just shift it back for 2200.
The scaling is just incredible.
Yeah, the damage multiplication.
From 500, 1 round of buffs, 2200.
Just flex on him.
But yeah, no. Duncan has survived Kraken 2's hits, so Kraken 1 is not allowed to get to one shot. Especially not with 340. 340 is good.
Yeah.
Alright, with that, we are out of the cave. Ouch. What is this one-step encounter? Also, this is still unrunnable, even though the wolf is missing.
Is it really? All right.
Yes.
This outside this encounter's unrunnable. Game good. But yeah, we're done with this corner of the world here. We've done Sea Shrine, we did Waterfall Cave, and we've finished up our stay in the caravan buying our stuff. We've got the Oxyel already because we needed to get into Sea Shrine. We have the Rosetta Stone and the Cube, so we have all the items we need to get in the sky, except we need to go and use the Rosetta Stone to go and...
Yeah, we need to learn a language now.
we need to go learn...
There's one place that we haven't been yet, also because we are not able to understand the people yet.
Yeah, we've got to go learn Elven Latin. I think that's what it is.
I'm not sure. But yeah, learning languages, as we all know, very technical.
We're going to learn an entire language in like 12 seconds. Hey, this encounter's unrunnable too.
Yeah.
Not that it matters. One Hellhound is...
In theory, it would tell you that in the desert it's unrunnable, but I think that's what my first list told me, but yeah.
GBA runners...
Doesn't really care.
GBA runners in particular, oftentimes when they run this for marathons, they have a incentive where it's if they try to run from an unrunnable encounter, they will donate for that because it's
at least the list for FF1 unrunnables was pretty complete.
Yeah, it was.
I remember when I started speedrunning FF2, the list was so bad that I actually went during my runs and just went try and error and made the lists that way.
Yeah, understandable.
Also, how much money do I have? This is barely enough. Ooh, I did not pay attention. We could have sold more stuff.
Well, yeah, we're gonna.
But yeah,
we grab a copy of Kiraga because we want to have the level 3 cure spell as a useful backup, and then we're gonna grab 2 copies of Fyraga. We are heckin' broke again, but that's okay. We had enough money for everything. Nikki, of course, parks the airship specifically on that tile because when you leave Melman, that's the tile you come out on, so that you can hop right in the airship and take back off.
Minor optimizations that you just get used to. Once you've run the game a few times, you just, at least personally, I just always look out for that stuff.
Yep, but we're going to land here. We're going to walk down to the elven city of Lufine, which is tucked away in the forest, so you can't take an airship there. So we're going to walk. Also, we bought a knight's armor, which is the best fighter armor money can buy.
Yeah, ironically, so there are many pieces of armor that you could get usually. They all have the same defense. They just have different types of elemental resistances, which the knight armor has none.
Yeah, I think the dragon mail has marginally more.
The dragon mail has all 3.
Yeah, but we can't...
Like lightning, fire, and ice. And then there is one for like lightning armor, like one for lightning, I believe, yeah, but one for fire and one for ice, for sure.
Yeah, ice armor protects against fire, which you can equip. Ice armor protects against fire. Fire armor protects against ice. Fighter can equip both of those, but we don't get them because they're both super out of the way. We did see that...
Fire is actually not that far out of the way, but
it's not...
Ice is also not such a dangerous element that anyone ever uses.
Yep.
Like, it's just Blizzaga from Chaos, and we tank Blizzaga pretty well anyway.
And of course, we grab the diamond armor in this, but we can't equip it anyway because we don't class promote, which protects against lightning. And the dragon mail is in a weird spot that I never remember where it is. It's in Mirage Tower 2?
Yeah, it is, yeah, in the 10 chests with the Source Hammer.
Yeah,
and lots of money, and the Sunblade, which I don't like.
But it's all super out of the way, so we're not going anywhere near that. So instead, it's fastest to spend 36 grand on a knight's armor and be done with it.
Also, for those of you who have played Strangers of Paradise, you know Lufinians are not friendly, and also, if you know the FF1 speedruns, you know Lufinians are not friendly because they can body block you like they did there. Which is why I pushed them even further away than I usually did. As I said, heck Lufinians. Lufinians are evil.
That elf gave you
literally the chaotic beings of this world.
That elf gave you the business. I remember once when I was running this game that I had 2 elves right next to each other on the bridge there. Or just north of the bridges there. So I had to wait for 2 of them to get out of the way.
Nice.
I clipped it because I was very sad. Like, I was the saddest.
Yeah.
This is... Minotaur zombies are unrunnable, but they're also very good experience, so we're okay with that overall.
Say an unrunnable encounter from the Citadel of Trials, which, as mentioned earlier...
We don't go anywhere near there.
The thing with job upgrade is just that, like, the main... Looking at the classes that we have, the warrior could equip more stuff, but the warrior is already super tanky. Tankiness doesn't really change, could equip more weapons, but Doma isn't really the damage dealer anyway, so it doesn't do much.
Yep.
The red mage learns more spells, basically teleport, which is nice, but sadly, yeah, not worth the time investment. The monk is basically the one class that gets absolutely nothing. Like, the master is so minimally better, I think, in magic defense per level.
That's why we have a ribbon.
It really doesn't matter. And the black mage learns a lot of neat spells at higher levels, but which higher levels?
We never get to a high enough level to be able to use them anyway, so...
Which spells? We don't even buy Sandaga.
Yep, so we're good.
Which is kind of sad, honestly, but yeah.
So we're moving on with our lives then instead, because promotion does nothing for us at this point, and we're going to end up here in Mirage Tower under the Flying Fortress. We're going to see that Chimeras are really annoying. They're weak against ice, which is great and all, but they have an AoE fire effect, Blaze, which is a long animation. They hit multiple times, as you can see. This is where being underleveled really is kind of hitting home.
Sure.
Like, this is where being underleveled is really hitting home, because we're getting hit real hard right now.
Yeah, so you can't see the flame attack. Like, Yura's the only one that takes, like, full damage. Because they don't have a ribbon yet. But yeah, fire elemental damage is kinda common.
Yeah. Like,
so having that ice shield, being able to equip that for the warrior, at least the one weakness covered, that really helps.
Needless to say, there's a petrified red mage, because why not? But yeah, we're going to be saving a lot here. The encounters here are really bad. Like, there's no...
Mostly just annoying.
Yeah, well, there's no encounter you really want to see. Like, multi-hellhounds is fine and runnable. You find...
They also die to a Blizzara, but they also have a flame attack, so just...
Yep.
Spell animations also take time.
Yep, you get...
Like, 2 spell animations take longer than 1 reset.
Yep, 3 to 5 vampires will show up, which is probably the encounter you most want to see, but they melee incredibly hard. Guardians melee incredibly hard. They're weak to thunder, and so we only have the level 2 magic, which is really terrible.
Yeah, they could die to double Sandara, but it's also like you have to sit through a full turn.
They also have paralyzed touch. No good comes of it. This encounter is like doable-ish. Like, yeah, because these are neutral to all elements.
This encounter looks neat.
And it's not one you see every day. It's not 1 out of 64 low, but it's one of the lower encounters on this floor. Like, we want to see that, but not get ambushed, because they...
And if you see an ambush, you're also like...
You're going to reset immediately.
No. Also, yeah, the interesting part about the boss flag is that... So we had the 1 vampire earlier. The 1 vampire is a boss. Multiple vampires are not a boss. You could run from that.
But they also die to 1 Firaga.
No.
Do they not?
Nope. You need to. Sadly,
Black Mage really needs to...
Maybe with another 10 intelligence on the Black Mage?
Yeah.
See, it's a damage roll.
That's a damage roll? Okay, I thought it was clean.
Yeah. Ironically, Firaga also has a short animation than Fyra.
Yep. But that's the encounter you kind of want to take overall, like...
Yeah, but you could take...
Like, as taking encounters go, this tile is a single blue dragon. Blue dragons, of course, they cast lightning magic, and they're weak too.
That doesn't really... I don't even know. They're weak to damage. I don't think they have... Like, do they have a weakness that we can actually abuse?
No. They're weak to nothing.
Oh, right.
Drag.
It's like in some games they will be like, yes, it's weak to ground. And
Wait.
think for yourself how you get that element. Spoilers, you don't. Alright, time for Flying Fortress. This place also, in theory, has a lot of items and a lot of interesting items, but not a lot as many helpful items. Like, there are no Giant's Globes here.
Yeah, there is, in the vanilla game, you get the Adamant Rock, which you can turn into an Excalibur. There is the White Shirt and Black Shirt, which are armor for White Mages and Black Mages. The White Mage armor...
And cast spells.
Yeah, the White Mage armor casts the AoE tier of the Blink spell in this game, so it increases your evasion. The Black Shirt just casts Blizzara, which is terribly unexciting. The interesting one is that the Black Shirt gives a Time Elemental resistance. The White Shirt gives, I think it's Death and Fire, and then the Black Shirt is Time and Ice resist. There is a ribbon in here, which we're going out of our way to grab the third and final ribbon in the game.
But that means this is the GBA version. There exists a fourth one.
Yes, but we're not going down. We're not going 14 floors in a Whisperwind to go get it.
No, it's not 14. It's 10 into fire.
Oh, 10.
We need to have a leg day.
We're not going down.
But I am not practiced enough to make sure that I'm then still underestimate.
We're not doing that.
I mean, without things going wrong.
There's only 3 ribbons.
Fiercely things could go. Yeah, but they added a fourth one, nice as they were, in the bonus dungeon of Final Fantasy IV. Yeah, we weren't talking about it. Behind the water one, we actually got the FF5 bonus dungeon.
Which is like a weird set of enemies, because the Final Fantasy V bosses are not like specifically elementally coded.
Well, we got Gilgamesh, Atmos, and in floor 5 and 10, and then in floor 20 we have Shinryu and Omega.
Yep. Right, of course, Final Fantasy IV, of course, is the 4 fiends of the
Which
elements.
also, as they should be, are the hardest bosses in this game. Like, post-game.
Phantom Train?
No, not even close. Phantom Train isn't even the last boss in FF6 bonus dungeon.
Phantom Train is like War Mech tier though. Like it does get a big non-elemental blast like that it uses every turn.
Yeah.
I think it's mostly its script makes it really annoying, even if it's not the hardest enemy.
But Shinryu is the hardest spell magic dealing boss, and Omega physically.
Yeah.
Omega nukes you for 4-digit numbers when you cannot even have that much HP if you don't have good armor.
You'll say there's some fun extra bosses in this game.
Yes.
Here's air elementals. We really hate them. They're not unrunnable. They're basically unrunnable,
especially for our levels. We are level or 2 higher than we maybe usually would be, but no. Maybe if we were 10 level higher, we could consider trying to run.
It's terrifying and awful, and we're not living that life today.
Yeah. Also, this floor is neat. It is an endlessly looping floor.
Hey, for technology from 35 years ago, that was super cool.
It was. For sure. It kind of also was a gimmick that quite some games used. I remember Zelda at least also doing so. Alright, but now the moment that everyone has been waiting for.
Robot, robot, robot.
Robot, robot, robot.
This is also the lowest encounter area in the entire game, so...
I've only... My robot hit rate in any percent runs up to this point has been 0. It is sad, but what can you do?
I mean, it is, again, the Bridge of Destiny there, as it is lovingly called by NES runners, is the lowest encounter rate area in the entire game.
I have thought about how would it be to manipulate Womack here, the secret super boss of the NES version. Ironically, I have talked recently with Dragon Dark, the person that has been doing a lot of manipulations, and he told me that the RNG actually shuffles differently in this place.
Oh no!
Yes. So yeah, taking that with a grain of salt. Even if you find ways to manipulate encounters in the game, it would even work differently in here.
So yeah, here's Tiamat 1, who melees
Tiamat 1 hurts.
who melees fairly hard, knows Poison Gas and Thunderbolt, both of which your fighter does not resist, because you're never putting a ribbon on the fighter.
I have an idea. This is not good. Yeah, we are dead. Let's just accept that we are dead. We do not have the resources for anything here.
Yeah, got pretty well blown up there by.
So the first turn was still looking kind of fine, but
the red mage got killed.
Really...
I mean, your 215 hit point red mage got killed on the spot. Tiamat's just like, click. No, I'm good. We don't need you anymore.
Alrighty. So yeah, speed drink, haste. Giant's gloves, temper. Did we get hit for 216?
Yeah, we got hit for
as well.
We got hit for 216.
So it's the same RNG scene. Oh gosh, why? How even? This is not okay. Okay, can we play against what happened last turn? I'm not sure this is. Okay, it is not.
We're fine now. Now we're back in viable territory.
It's a wasted high potion, but it's okay. Yeah, so yeah, it can happen that you just hit the same RNG seed. Usually it happens only after resetting. But then you're like, wait, we had this fight before.
Everything's fine. It's fine. Everything's okay. We're gonna buff one more round of buffs and then our...
Yeah, I'll give it an extra buff. Yeah, we'll just spam high potions, hoping to like...
Keep them up.
We should be fine at this point.
Yeah, we can start swinging away, I believe, and we should be we should be in 2-hit territory here.
Yep. Give me more. Thank you. 2,400 HP. Yeah, we did.
Yeah. That's why you throw the high potions. That's why you throw the... Just
keep throwing high potions.
Yes. Yeah. Tiamat only has I believe a 25% chance to go into the ability list, thankfully, but Thunderbolt is the second highest damage ability in the game. If you're ribboned, you protect from half of it and still take 170. And then Poison Gas is non-elemental, but it's actually, I'm sorry, I apologize. It's Earth Elemental. But the only thing that resists it is the ribbon, and it has a base damage of 200.
Yeah, and I think with this, before we make it to the final stretch of defeating the final fiends that we have kept open for so long, and the final dungeon, it's time for another break.
Yeah, like I said at the last break, we take these every hour just so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything like that. Right before we take our break, just a quick reminder, your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and Bitch Cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel help support Games Done Quick, both with the weekly Hotfix content and the GDQ 2023 costs. So if you like any of this weekly content, these specials, any of our regular shows, please consider subscribing. It does really help with the content. With that said, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back in a few minutes. Hello everybody and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is our 35th anniversary celebration of Final Fantasy, which came out 35 years ago today. We are in the middle of our Final Fantasy GBA run. I will hand it back over and take it away.
Yes, so we just defeated Tiamat, unlocking another bonus dungeon, this time for FF6, Whisperwind. Notably due to the fact that that one, to beat all bosses, you would never have to re-enter. Because it is a 40-floor dungeon with a boss every 10 floors. Being... Oh gosh. Why do I not... Typhon, Ultras, Phantom Train, and... how is it called? Death Gaze?
Yeah. Doom Gaze or Death Gaze, depending on the translation.
Doom Gaze, Death Gaze. But yeah, we do not care about those this run. And heading back to... Yeah, remember when they told us, hey, we need your help? Yeah, this is what they get for withholding the canoe for so long. Now that we don't have any other chance, we're heading to Mount Gulk.
Yep. This is normally the second area that you do, but we do it last because it's on the way back to the Chaos Shrine. The big thing is you'll see that Nikki is being very careful about how she walks, because when you walk on the fire tiles, it does two things. One is you take 1 damage to each of your party members. The other thing is that your encounter rate doesn't go up. You can't get an encounter on the fire tiles. So you can get, most of the time you will get an encounter when it's time to get an encounter when you step off of the tiles, but as long as you stay on the damaged tiles, you will not get encounters.
No, in this version, actually, you don't even... Like, the number for steps for the danger value doesn't even increase.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I must be thinking of a pixel where the threat does increase, but you can't get an encounter, but the threat does increase.
Here, the threat doesn't even increase,
yep.
So you just really want to step onto those tiles as much as possible.
Yep. In NES, the threat also doesn't increase, and NES also gives you additional free steps in front of doors, so...
Yeah, you will hear a lot about that in the next run, I'm sure. Yeah, the fire armor would be there to the left.
Behind 2 encounter tiles, right back to back.
Yeah, with 2 spike tiles, one being red dragons and the other being fire lizards. So yeah, if you wanted to see Agamas, I'm sorry, there's only one Agama fact on the GBA version, which is that there are no Agamas in the GBA version.
Unless you have...
Only fire lizards.
Only fire lizards. Second worst translation in the game. Lava worms, of course, have a pile of armor, which is annoying.
I'm not used to dealing that low damage. Why are they so tanky suddenly?
But yeah, we're going to top off. This fight should be fairly academic, because you're supposed to fight this without all of the gear and levels that we have. Like, you're expected to fight this fight around level 16-ish.
Yeah.
17-ish.
The story I love to say the most about this boss is that if you were to run all bosses, you could even do this fight after doing bonus dungeons. Which means once you get here, you can just press A and win in one turn. It's great.
But yeah, you can see that she's...
Which, if you want to see that, later on you will probably be able to see that anyways. So yeah, Marilys, I've checked 1,440 HP. I'm not sure why it is so weird. I'm also not sure how I never knew. Oh, also, Bizok. As I said, physical attacks on our mages.
Yep.
Just not good.
Hey, Duncan got to 400.
Yeah, Duncan is doing great. We're not complaining about Duncan.
Duncan has not skipped leg day or arm day. Doing great.
Yeah.
For Mage's leg day, as I got out of bed.
And with that, we have done Mount Gulk, unlocking the final bonus dungeon, the Hellfire Chasm, home of the Final Fantasy IV bosses. The elemental bosses, Garmiglione, Knazo, Barbarisha, and Ruby Kante. Who is the last ribbon that, yeah, we will not see. 2 bosses on floor 5, 2 bosses on floor 10.
And
you can't choose one of them.
But yeah, we've done everything we need to do. We've lit up all 4 of our crystals. Like, everything that needed to be done is done. So we're one hop away. We're going to fly back. We're going to go back to where we started from. And we're going to, as in all 4 of the runs, we're going to end where we began.
We gotta kill Chaos.
Gotta kill Chaos. It's like a need or a feeling. I can't explain it, but we've got to kill Chaos.
It just has to happen.
So yeah, we go to the Black Orb, we talk to it, now that gives us a teleporter to 2,000 years in the past.
Woo.
This is also where we needed the loot, which we got from Sarah at the very beginning of the game.
Not yet.
But we'll need it down here. The nice thing about this place is that there are some encounters that are worth absolute stacks of experience points if we need to catch up.
Don't you love to see when the Black Mage defeats an enemy with a physical attack?
For like 3.
It was 19 actually, but still.
Okay, yeah, fair.
I'm not even sure how we got to 19 damage, but yeah.
Maybe all those hit point rolls were going towards strength instead.
Maybe.
Right?
Green dragons, we don't. We just... They do not exist.
They're unrunnable. They are weak to ice magic, which is great and all, excepting they also know poison gas and a good multiplier. So I think their base damage is like 160.
And we would need... Maybe we would one-shot them with Blizzaga. Problem is we need level 33 for Blizzaga.
Yeah, we're never getting Blizzaga.
We have level 26. We can barely learn Sandaga right now.
Yeah, it's usually 2 Black Mage Blizzaras to do it. Basically, the Red Mage is useless.
Won't do anything here.
Technically, you can run from those, but it's an 8-pack and they're highly agile. They tend to go first a lot. We don't want any part of that.
It's just the fact that they would all get an attack off before we even move, probably.
Yeah, the first floors of Chaos Shrine, and this is not really a revelation to people who run this game. They're the most dangerous ones. Here's Death Eye, weak to fire. It's undead, and it gives the least experience of an encounter in the game.
Yeah.
It gives you 1 experience and 1 gil.
And it is a spike test, so you can grind it for absolutely no reason.
If you need it for safety, if you're running White Mage route, usually there's an elixir in the right chest here that you grab, but we're not.
Yeah, I think I'll go for that today.
Yeah.
What is the other one even?
It's a dry ether.
High ether.
Yeah, it's a high ether.
Or turbo ether, I believe it's called on this version.
Yeah, it's different names in each version, so we're fine.
Yeah, we are I'm resetting here also because the danger value for encounters gets reset after you split the screen. And let's fight some green dragons just to show off how bad they are.
Yeah, melee attacks.
Nice, none of them uses poison
None
gas.
of them using poison
what
gas.
Can I show off?
What a world. They've got about 400 hit points. God.
Yeah, so basically always I feel like they use poison gas.
Yeah, like
I don't know, 150 on everyone because the ribbons did half the damage.
Needless to say, that was super friendly. So we'll take the experience with our thanks and walk away. Dragon zombies unrunnable, weak to fire. They also basically only melee, so we really don't care. Black Mage.
They only melee. I should have Firagat with Skura, whatever.
Yeah.
I think Black Zog barely does not one-shot them.
No, it's not. I don't even think it's on a roll because it's
not runnable.
Oh no, you did.
It does one-shot.
It
also has a chance to drop a Mega Elixir, which you know, we have still 5, but wouldn't complain about a 6.
Would be handy, but is not strictly necessary. We got more important things to worry about here, but this is the encounter we're probably taking for fill-in experience at the end here.
Yeah, no reason not to, and I can't believe we are still at 219. Well, when I said that my last one at 227.
Yura's just decided that hit points are optional today. And by option...
Yura has decided to accept the challenge.
Yura's like... Yura just wants to be flared. Like, just asking to...
Yeah, I mean, Flare is an easy one. The mages will not... maybe Zog can at this point. White mages have a higher magic defense set, which usually you don't really realize. But at this point, you would see, like, I don't know, maybe 20 damage difference?
Yeah.
Also, I should be healing at some point. Go take some potions, everyone. Well, some of you. I will take dragon zombies. Dragon zombies don't have spells.
And they don't hit that hard.
No.
Their base melee damage is like 90.
If we are talking about an encounter that we can just grab some experience from and maybe get another Mega Elixir, I will take dragon zombies here. Better than some Winter Wolf Ice Gigai or... I think that's the usual one. Oh yeah, or Green Dragon. Please. You're really showing off now, though. See, there we got another Mega Elixir. We can't spam those.
Oh, we're just gonna let him rock then, aren't we?
Oh, Black Plants, that's a rare one, but it's an ambush. I don't want to sit through that. Even though that is the encounter by far easiest to run. This floor most well known for purple worms and white dragons.
Yep, white dragons. White dragons technically...
We've talked about those.
Yep. White dragons are technically runnable, but if you get AoE'd a bunch of times and fail to run, you can actually die here.
True. If my level is twice as high, I will think about running from white dragons.
Yep. So yeah, a lot of resetting. This is like, again, these floors are less friendly. Once we get to the next floor, the second half of the floors are the elemental floors, so they're themed on the earth, fire, water, and air shrines. And they are, like, way more friendly for the most part. So, like, I'm going to say the worst is over at this point.
Yeah,
at least
Floors 2 is usually... But Floors 3 is a long one.
Yeah.
The way to Lich is...
Fine. Sea Shrine's rough.
Like, it's basically half the dungeon. Oh yeah, also we need to... Petrification does not help us in any way in this run.
Nope, we're gonna remove Petrification as basically immediately.
You will see other categories work with Petrification, especially here in different ways. But we will leave that to when it happens. As we said, many different strats sometimes. And yeah, Earth Medusas, they don't really hurt. They just petrify at most.
Yeah, if we have... The ribbons are gonna protect us from that for the most part, though. So
we're fine.
Yep, Firaga will wipe them out, so they're just slow is the problem. Because they are fairly agile.
I should have reset that, but hey.
We're committed to the bit now.
Yeah. Also, Zoc has 319, yo, and Yura has 248. Okay. Yeah, we got all we could ever ask for, I guess.
I guess.
At this point. It's not like you really need that much for Chaos, ironically. Yeah, every hit point can be the hit point that you need. Also, 448 is
more.
That's sizable at this point.
Yeah, that is a lot of bulk there.
I remember the run where we were at 248. Or was it 270? I was like, yeah, tanking Flare is a damage roll that I will most often not win. Because yeah, coming up next, Lich 2. Lich 2 spell list is Flare and a lot of insta-death spells.
Yep.
Of which, the rest of the spells we all don't care about. But Flare...
Flare's at the top of the checklist, of course, because Lich is terrible and mean and hates us all.
And it deals usually around 320 damage. On everyone.
My favorite part of the game, Lich does a spell-based violence to everybody.
Yeah.
Still don't have hit points on Yura. 252. I mean, I guess we're getting there now. 252 is acceptable.
As I said, it's more than 227, so
So life's
I
okay.
ain't gonna complain.
Life's fine. Everything's alright at this point, right? Like, as runs go, this is fairly average, or probably honestly slightly better. But yeah, first
Maybe. I mean, Duncan is doing better. Zoc is doing average. Yura is doing below average.
and
Doma is just doing warrior things.
yep, we get
Yeah.
flared on.
Yura actually only barely did not die, but
But Zoc survived easily. We basically got the assured turn 0 flare there before any spells were cast, which is great.
that being said, there's a reason. Yeah, just give me haste. All I care about. Now Zoc can die. Like, also Lich does physicals, which also only deal like 50.
Yeah.
We'll give it another round of buffs simply because Yura died so quickly, but
Yeah, the next two spells are Warp, which is an AoE instant death.
it's like warp, all death.
Mm-hmm.
Our paralyzed friend on top might die, but that's not actually something to be concerned about.
And
2,800 HP.
should be a clean 2-shot here.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's Kill. Kill is a spell that does if you're not immune to death, will instantly kill you if you're at 300 or fewer hit points.
I'm not sure when I've last seen that animation. It's been a long time.
Yeah. If you're not immune to instant death, you have to be under 300 hit points for it to kill you. Second flare.
I was just wondering, and because of that, throwing another high potion. Oh, come on.
Oh, no.
Got the high rolls there. That was rude.
Double flare. No one liked that.
Yeah, I was just... The spell list from Lich is not that long.
It's four spells long, and we saw them all.
That was unfortunate. On so many levels. Okay, we got haste this time.
Goodbye, Yura. Been a pleasure and a joy. Hardworking red mage at least cast one spell this fight. So many flares today.
Yeah. Oh,
Really?
Come on.
Through the ribbon?
Yeah, through the ribbon. Welcome to...
Nikki, what is going on here?
Yeah... Just monk stuff. Just monk things.
Just monk.
I'm already throwing those high potions for the next flare. And Lich also just doesn't hit any physicals.
Lich is just crushing it right now.
Jeez.
Lich is like, your estimate is like 320, right? I can stay on the screen for like 15 minutes.
You were like, you had COVID when you made your estimate and decided to go, yeah, no. We want to give you the full content. Okay, could we please stop? No physicals at all. And yeah, paralysis is evil.
There's a physical. There's a physical. We're at 11.
There's another physical. Okay, let's use 2 Aethers to change the RNG maybe. I mean, not that the fights were the same, but yeah, let's just see if something... We had our fun, but let's move on, okay?
We're not here for multi-flare drifting again. See, look, a melee attack. You did it, Lich. You did it.
Congratulations.
Welcome to speedrunning the end of Final Fantasy 1.
Or Final Fantasy 1. Let's just... I will still say that the early game has more RNG, but... That doesn't mean that the late game cannot also have a lot of RNG.
The thing is that like the early game RNG is really like subtle and has to do with like encounter rates and run
Wolves
chances and wolves and resets. And the end game, it's just
and 15 puzzle.
and 15 puzzle, yeah. And the end game RNG is explosive. Like it's really obvious when things go wrong because your monk dies on turn 2.
No. 38 damage short.
All right. Well,
okay.
well, you're through. There's no way you don't kill this turn.
Didn't I say 32? Whatever.
Whatever.
No, it's 2.8k, not 2.4.
Okay. Still
Doesn't matter.
irrelevant.
3.2 for good measures. Lich, we had fun, but this time all good things have to end. Didn't even see Flare this time. But yeah, moving on to the second of the Fiends. Yeah, this time in the real order. We cannot choose the order this time. And you can already see our fire elemental friends.
Yeah.
Back from Mount Gulk for more. And we just run away, but doesn't matter.
Yep. There's no unrunnable encounters on this floor, I believe. It's
No.
fire lizards, fire
After
giants.
checking that
Yep.
red dragons are runnable.
Yep. This is a Blizzara encounter where Blizzara will ruin the remaining hit points of the fire lizards here. The monk will punch most of the hit points off of one of them, and we're fine. Duncan continues.
Wow,
to,
level 30 on the monk already.
Duncan continues to get swole. 478 hit point. We're at thresholds you don't see in the speedrun these days.
Yeah. Final level on Chaos is usually 29,
7-ish?
I want to say, sometimes.
Yeah.
I mean, it depends. You can really push it.
Yeah.
30 is more on the high for sure.
Marilith, a fairly hard hitter. She will kill the mages, obviously, but because the knight has armor, taking only 240. Not quite Kraken tier hitting, but Marilith is the second hardest hitting of the Fiends, so we are, as they say, living that life. But yeah, 2 rounds of buffs here. Goodbye. Goodbye, Zoc. It was a pleasure, but man.
Casual 570.
Easy damage, right?
This is why, yeah, 8 more defense from protect rings just don't do anything here.
It's completely meaningless. There are buff spells that you can use to increase the defense of your mages, but
It is so... The defensive buff spells for protect or, like, invisible, like, blink, do so little.
yeah.
You need to, like, use 5 to even see the first difference.
Yeah, so that's how it goes. Goodbye. Yura, it's been a pleasure, but you did your job. You cast a bunch of buff spells. Well done.
Yeah. We are way more healthy than we usually... I mean, for Marilith, it is still fine. We are more healthy than we will probably see in the future boss fights. As long as the monks survive, nothing else matters. That is the basic summary of the fights we have waiting ahead of us. Yeah, moving on with our friendly underwater enemies.
Yeah, this floor is awful. Water elementals unrunnable. The seafood party pack there, which is trolls and lobsters and snakes, is a rough encounter. You can run from it, but you're not going to try. They come in packs of 6, 7, and 8, so you're just like, no.
Yeah, it's just a general rule of GBA. You could try, but for most encounters,
Why?
the odds for it actually being successful versus what you get for just resetting heavily lean towards just resetting,
especially
if you have saved anywhere close.
Especially if you've saved, like, literally anywhere close. But yeah, we're moving on another reset here, because we keep getting that 8-pack. There is a Sahagin pack that is actually runnable, but it's not the worst. This is fully runnable, and we're definitely going to, because these are not...
Yeah, white chucks are actually not that bad.
We're gonna
Usually.
run.
And then they try to... No? We're good.
We're good. We're gonna run. So... Yep, unrunnables. We're gonna come up on Kraken 2 in a moment. Kraken 2's big difference is that Kraken can one-shot the monk. And you're like, 478 hit points? What do you mean that Kraken can one-shot the monk? I'm like, trust me. Kraken can.
It should be a crit, though. It should be a crit.
Kraken still has a chance to eliminate the monk on the spot.
But yeah.
Keep that in mind. Otherwise, Kraken's big thing is that you want Kraken to use abilities because it still has ink, which is garbage. It adds Thundara to the repertoire, which does basically nothing because we have ribbons. We want to see that like a bunch. That's fine too. And Kraken melees for roughly 1 trillion.
Kaboom!
Casual
463.
Casual 460 on the red mage who has some armor. Easy game, easy life.
Yeah.
Didn't even
so
cast
we can
haze.
Try something neat here. Let's see.
Are we going for Phoenix down strats?
I mean, as long as physicals happen, this is a problem. I mean, we heal once for Sandara if we get physicals another time. I mean, against physicals, having another red mage also definitely helps for
Taking the hit.
decreasing the chances. High potion, temper, attack, temper. So it's fine. The warrior has armor, as we've said.
Still,
big tank.
Still takes 350.
3,200, right? So,
Yeah.
So Tempers have to put in work, but they should be able to. See, this is why we revived.
Casual 600.
Slight overkill.
Casual 600 damage.
About 599 times as much as what was needed. Sad, Kraken is down.
Hooray!
We never saw a spell.
Of course not. Like on Lich, where we never saw a physical on 2 pulls. At least with the physicals, there you have ways to sort of work your way through the fight.
Yeah.
If Lich decides to cast a pile of spells, well, shrug, I guess. Also, the funny
And decides to stun through to stun through a ribbon. That's like, yeah.
also
And then stun to hold for 15 turns.
Yeah. The other interesting thing, by the way, is that the fiends in this version are on encounter tiles. If you go the wrong direction afterwards, hope you say.
Yeah, for example, there is an item in this floor. If you decide to get it after we'll take a step to the left, to the right, you just have to fight Tiamat again.
The item down here, of course, is the Masamune, which is the best sword in the game. It can be equipped by anybody. You get it basically at the end of the game, but at this point, it's obviously useless. Because we have...
You will see it in a later run, because everything will have its place.
Everything...
Except the items in Mount Coke. No one cares about the items in Mount Coke.
But yeah, so same strategy here. Tiamat doesn't hit as hard. Tiamat's big thing is that the spell list is fairly nasty, but it knows Scourge, which is an AoE instant death that is poison. So we really don't care about it. Tiamat also still knows...
Doma could die, but Doma was nice. I was like, nah.
But also knows Thunderbolt, does have poison gas still. Melee attacks are mid, like you saw it hit the warrior for 240. So may not one-shot Zoc. Well, it's still one-shot Zoc, but...
It will one-shot Zoc or Yura. Like, the fact that it deals low damage on the warrior is just because...
Here's a big 32 hit swing where Tiamat's 5,000 hit points.
Whatever. You know what? And you throw a high potion for absolutely no reason because we can. Besides, we can.
We're gonna get all these actions that we don't need first.
5,500 HP. We dealt 3.2k last time, so yeah.
So we drop the hammer on Tiamat. Easy fight. Freeze a bird. So one more save here on this floor for encounter purposes only, and then we're gonna take a short walk. The Chaos floor has no encounters on it. But yeah, spoilers, everybody. Chaos is waiting for us down at the bottom.
I wanted to save on that tile. That is not okay, Wind Elementals.
Big meanies. Terrible.
I remember losing a PB to Wind Elementals here before.
But,
fun.
But yeah, we'll make sure that the Black Mage has enough juice in the tank for doing whatever Black Mage things are necessary.
Yeah.
67 should be fine.
I love how we like never either, cause
Because temper costs like 8.
yeah, 10.
Yeah.
Haste costs like 15.
And if we get off 6 tempers with the black mage, we did it. Like we did it, chat. This boss will die.
All right, so it's time to kill Chaos. Chaos in this version has 20,000 HP and deals a lot of damage, and we don't have a white mage. Giant's Tonic, Mega Elixir, Giant's Tonic.
And we're going to hope the Giant's Tonics go off first, because the Mega Elixir will heal everybody to full. Blizzaga first, which is fine. This is also why you throw a Mega Elixir on turn 1. Second Giant's Tonic.
Also because we first need to raise our max HP to actually be able to take 2 attacks.
We got the right order. Let's go. All right.
Do we tank Blizzard? We have 6. I think we can just
start.
throw one anyways. I was like, are we able to tank Blaze and Tsunami with the amount of HP we have? Physicals are a bit annoying because physical plus
look at this order.
AoE usually kills a character.
Look at that perfect order again for that. And now here come the real buffs. Now
you can get another one. Now we can start buffing.
It's damage time now. We're gonna start buffing with the same haste temper Giant's Gloves speed drink type situation.
I would have thought about putting another one on the monk, but we already at 878.
878.
Duncan hasn't read the script and has just decided to get all the max HP beforehand.
878 should be enough to take a hasted melee attack.
That one would be close, but I mean, we don't even want to think about that. I mean, at that point, we'll just throw another one. That's fine.
Yeah, the hope is we don't get to that point.
Speed drink.
Mega Elixir. Yeah.
This is fine.
This is great. This is...
I mean, I would love... At this point, we can tank Tsunami and Cyclone together. So usually, so we have 2 spell lists on Chaos, and one is Blaze, Tsunami, Cyclone, Earthquake.
Yep. Earthquake
Repeat.
Yep.
And Tsunami into Cyclone are both spells that do not get... Their damage do not get reduced. So
you want to be above 600 health to take them both.
You want to have a Mega Elixir in between those 2.
Yep. Or in like...
Fortunately, Chaos outspeeds us
pretty consistently
every time.
So we're in grand shape though now. Our monk is probably in the realm of hitting for like 3k. Well, more.
You know what? For good measures, let's just give him another one. Use the Mega Elixir, because we have so many Mega Elixirs. Right.
Sure.
Doesn't matter.
We
could have tried use Curaga with Hura in order to not use a Mega Elixir here.
We had 6.
But we had 6. And we have another elixir just for the monk.
All right, let's
see how much damage we are gonna deal. It's gonna be a bit.
It's gonna be large. Here's Slowra, which is on the fighter, which we don't care about. It does move us closer to...
I think the monk is rare.
It does move us close to, like, Flare and...
well, first, Curaga Haste.
Yep. 6 grand.
6k for the first time. Only 36 hits.
Flex on him.
Do we want to just see if... I don't think we can, but let's throw some speed drinks.
Here's Tsunami. Flex on him. It's time to flex on him. This is going to do about 240-ish.
I think about 270. I mean, it depends. Like mage, yeah. Both. The mages was like 220.
And then the fighters were like 260.
Yeah.
6,259 damage. Swole.
We got another Mega Elixir, right?
Might as well let it rock. Super safe. You think this is a kill?
Maybe. Time!
I've never seen a hit that big on Chaos, by the way. Like, at the end, I'm like, 4 grand, great, let's push.
Usually you think of like 4 times 5k and not like 6k, 7k, 8k. But yeah, that's Final Fantasy 1 GBA. Still my favorite version, which is why I wasn't actually originally asked for this version, I believe. I was like, you know what? I'll just ask, like, I will just offer it and see. And because there haven't been many running it lately. Because, yeah, I just love this version, even with as tough and RNG heavy it has become, and love to have been able to show it off. And yeah, hope you all enjoyed it as well. Thanks to my amazing commentator, Demi. Doing amazing as always.
I mean, it's because you're such a great runner that you just put on such a good show.
And yeah, look forward to all the great runs that are yet to come.
Yeah, you two knocked it out of the park. So great run, great commentary. Thank you so much for participating in the event. We do have 3 more runs following this. The next one is going to be the NES version. So we are going to take a quick break, and then we will be right back with that. Just before we go over to a break, as a quick reminder, if you're watching on YouTube, be sure to press the like button on this video and subscribe to the channel. Also, go to twitch.tv/GamesDoneQuick if you're interested in looking at our live content. Most weeknights it starts at 7 p.m. Eastern, and on weekends it'll start at 1 p.m. Eastern. With that said, we'll be right back after a quick break. Hello everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is the 35th anniversary celebration of Final Fantasy, which came out 35 years ago today. We have our second run of the day, which is the NES version of Final Fantasy. I'll hand it over to the runner, and they can introduce themselves.
Hello everybody, I'm Shanezel. I do a lot of Final Fantasy 1 speedruns, but mostly focused on the NES. Today's run I'll be using a party of 3 members, which is going to be different than everybody else's run that you'll see today. And I'll try and go over lots of differences throughout the runs as we get to them. So I'm ready to go whenever you are. Let's do a countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Alright, so the run is a lot slower than some of the others. I have to walk around pretty slowly and buy items one at a time. This includes heal potions. So I'll spend a lot of time in shops today. And I need to buy rapiers for 4 members, even though I'm doing a 3-person run, because it's going to take a little while for the thief to get killed off. And I choose the thief for a few different reasons, but mostly is his ability to run away. Because early on in the game, most of your characters cannot run away very well at all. But the thief is actually able to run away pretty easily. By level 2, he's got a 100% chance to run away, and nobody else can do that. And of course the North Guard is blocking my way. Generally I want to walk out to the north, but he was blocking me so I couldn't do that. So, random encounters in this game are not actually random. They are all completely set. I know what encounters I'm going to be getting on what tile, as long as I don't mess anything up. And if I do, I generally have backups, but that shouldn't be an issue. Now, what I see in fights will be completely random based on the set properties of how many enemies can be in the battles. So like that first battle is between 3 to 5 imps. And this is always 1 ghoul. And yeah, I gave the thief a rapier so that he can help out until he gets himself killed. And he gets probably the only kill he's going to get for the whole run. Garland has 106 HP. He's pretty easy. He is not much of a threat to my team. As you can see, doing 1 point of damage. The fighters and red mages both have chainmail on, so they can absorb 15 points of damage. While Dan, he's naked. There's our first boss down. Nice and easy. And so our level up stats are a lot slower than on other versions of the game, but that's okay. Our HP is a lot less random than in later versions, so I pretty much know how much HP my character is going to have. Alright, and we have to pick up the loot and talk to the king to get the bridge. So now we can continue on to Provoca, the second town. But before I do that, I'm going to do a neat little trick here. And I'm going to go to the inn, save the game, then quickly hard power the game and turn it back on. To get out of town quicker and to reset my battles back to the beginning. Skip the first encounter by hitting the reset button as soon as I get into the fight. Which saves me a lot of time from having to run from the battles and take damage and everything. And here's our little bridge scene, much quicker than other versions. And so I have to be very careful when walking around. I have to make sure that I take very specific steps so that I only get the intended encounters. Lots of fights on this version are pretty deadly. And so I have to be careful not to get into any of those scary encounters. You know, this fight isn't too bad, but I'm still gonna run from it. It would be cool if Dan dies. Alright, and Dan is dead. Now the problem here is we have to run away with our team that's not great at running. Now, if I don't run this turn, I'm gonna be really tempted. Okay, good. I was gonna say, if I didn't run away, I was actually going to just kill off that encounter group. Because the thief is the one who makes me actually be able to run away. And without the thief there, that fight could take a long time to run from. So running is bugged in this version, and it was supposed to go based off of your level and your luck combined, but it doesn't do that. It just goes off of your luck stat. And as long as you have 16 luck, you are running away from every encounter, as long as the person 2 slots underneath you isn't under a status effect. Buy some quick armor, and I get to target some pirates here. And something a bit different on this version, I have to manually target each enemy, because there is no auto-targeting. And so everybody saw Dan die. He's gonna be holding down the floor for the rest of the run. He did his job. He got me away from the first few encounters. And now I'm just gonna be 3-manning it from here on out. I choose 2 fighters and red mage for safety. On the NES, you need fighters. Buff spells like Temper and Saber don't work. So the only way to do any real damage is to use a fighter with their late game weapons. So I'm using 2 fighters for that, and then I need somebody to help support them, and the red mage is the best bet. He's kind of tanky, and has the support spells that I need. Now time to go buy an ice spell. Ice is going to be my main source of damage with the red mage on the ogre battles coming up. So if anybody saw Nikki's run earlier, she was always hoping to fight random ogres. we take out the hope here and guarantee the battles. That first fight was going to be a poisonous encounter, so I want to skip it. And this next battle is going to be an ogre. So yeah, I have 3 characters because there's only 3 ribbons in the game, so you can only fully protect 3 of your characters. And I want to level up as quickly as possible. So I want to just focus on a smaller party. And 3 people is the safest while being able to level up quickly. There's our level 3. And I'll try and look at chat when I have a chance, but I do have to focus on a lot of things throughout the run.
Somebody
Since
does
it is-
Go ahead.
I was just going to say that lots of times I have to focus on my steps to make sure I'm taking the proper amount of steps here and there. And I can go over lots of the bugs when we get to them. And you were saying the question from chat?
Yeah, somebody was asking if any of the bugs actually help, or if any, like, or are they all hindrances to the run?
Technically the run bug does help you out. Once you get to late game, you can guarantee run away from everything. Which is something you can't do in other versions of the game. So once my characters hit like level 15, they'll be able to run away from every battle, like guaranteed. Which is pretty cool. Let's see, any other bugs I can think of that are helpful? Sort of. I don't have the money. Let's buy a scimitar. It's not great. I only fought 2 single ogres. So that kind of limits what I can buy there. I wanted to buy a short sword, but I forgot that if I get minimum ogres, I can't if I buy all of my defense. That just means this next fight is going to be very scary. If I get double ogre and a Groger here, I could die, so I'll have to gauge how the fight is going quickly. And it is a double. Alright, I need powerful ice spells here. And I don't even think I equipped the scimitar, did I? No, I did.
You did.
Okay, good damage. So, Temper does not work in this version, and Saber doesn't work, but Fast does. And that's how we're going to kill off all the endgame bosses, is using our haste spells on the fighters with their good weapons. And one good thing about my route here is that if things go wrong, like that, I can just go back and reset up for the whole thing. It's unfortunate that death will cost me like 2 minutes of time. Maybe not even that. Probably like a minute of time. But it's something that can happen at the beginning of the run. I got very unlucky with my spell damage from the red mage. His spells do anywhere between 20 to 80 damage. And one of my spells did 20, the other did 30. So that kind of hurt. But it's alright. Back on track now. Taking on some more ogres. And I do have the scimitar on. It's on my top character, the warrior. So my names don't really mean much. I just have warrior, fighter, and red mage. Nothing significant about their names. I just go for the 3-letter names. I'm just used to it. I've been naming my characters 3-letter names for a while. And I kind of just get used to seeing it. But there is another bug actually in the game that I can think of that does help out the team. Is that your weapon critical hit rate is much higher than it's supposed to be for almost all weapons. So that's kind of cool. Our late game weapons end up having way higher crit rate than they should. Like the Masamune. it ends up having like 40 points in critical hit compared to like 10 that it's supposed to. I wasn't counting damage there, but I'm guessing only one fighter is needed for the top guy. Unless, you know, a miss happens. So, since there's no retargeting, I actually need to spend more time trying to count people's hit points. Yeah, I figured he was almost dead. But the warrior missing was unfortunate. So I've got one more ogre battle here, then I'll go back to town and buy short swords for the fighters. I fought plenty of ogres this time that I wish I would have had the first time. The goal of this ogre grind is to hit level 6. Once I get level 6, I can buy Lit 2 or Thundara for the red mage, so that I can take on the wizard battle in the marsh cave. Wizards are a pretty deadly foe, and unrunnable, so I'm forced to fight them. And I use a red mage over a black mage, even though I have to level up higher, because of the safety. So technically I could use a black mage at level 5, and use Thundara on the wizards. But the black mage can be one-shot very easily. So I go with the red mage instead and suck it up and take this extra level that I need to acquire. Now it does take a lot more XP to hit level 6 than it does to hit 5. But it's okay, because once we hit level 5, the fighters are going to start doing insane amounts of damage. They're going to have the short sword, and with that short sword, they will be able to swing twice, and pretty much take out half of an ogre by themselves. So now I actually have the money to afford the real weapons, and I'll buy 2 short swords for my fighters and throw the scimitar on the red mage. I didn't need to buy the scimitar, but I figured I already went to the shop. I might as well at least buy something. And I can sell off my weapons later. Inventory is... it's a resource you have to manage all on your own, because each character can only hold 4 weapons and 4 pieces of armor. So yeah, as you see, I can press the reset button once I save in town, and instantly pop out to the world map, which saves me time from having to leave the town manually. And I am now back at that Groger battle from earlier that my team sadly was not able to take out. Grogers are definitely more difficult than the regular ogres. And I could play it really safe if I wanted, and just fought regular ogres, but we do need the XP. And the Groger should easily go out on the second turn here, even with terrible rolls from the red mage. So yeah, the scimitar isn't going to help out the red mage too much, but it will give him better accuracy. A good crit from the fighter, and I'm just going to try and take out this last ogre with the red mage. So yeah, the red mage doesn't get swings as fast as the fighters. Red mage only gains 2 accuracy per level, while the fighter gets 3. And every 32 points of accuracy, you get an extra swing. I'll just be safe and heal up. And so this next fight is going to be, look at that, another ogre. It's weird how many ogres I can just fight in a row. This is only possible because I know what encounters I'm going to be getting. And if you notice, I am walking around back and forth on different tiles. And I do that just to pick and choose which battles I want to be in which zones. At the little area that I'm at right now, there are actually 4 different zones here that I can choose from for encounters. And I only use 3 of them. The 4th one, it doesn't really matter because it's the same as one of the others. My warrior's looking really low on health. If he dies, it's fine. Not a big deal. It would just slow me down a tiny bit. But what I am going to do is change my party order. So just like on the GBA, the character in the top slot is most likely to be hit. He's got a 50% chance to be targeted, while the second slot's got a 25%. And third and fourth both have a 12.5% chance to be targeted. If an enemy tries to target Dan, then the attack will be re-rolled. So it just means that the top character will be slightly more likely to be targeted. And going into the ocean there was something I needed to do because there were no good encounters coming up. So I took a Kaizoku battle, which is actually worth pretty good money. They're worth $120 a piece, and you can fight up to 5 of them at a time. So one battle could be $600. And as with most FF1 runs, early game money is kind of a rare thing to come by. And I forgot to switch my party order back. It's fine. The red mage has nearly the same defense as the fighters. My fighters right now have 17 absorption, and the red mage has 16. So it's not really a big deal with him in slot 2, I just need to switch him after this fight is done. And we should be hitting level 5 here in a few battles. And once I hit 5, the fighters will start murdering everything. I'm not sure if it's Gil or Gold, it just says G, so you can probably just make your best guess. I'm assuming it was probably meant to be whatever it is considered in D&D, since everything in this game is based on D&D. Which is why they made the thieves so bad, because it's like you're the thief class with your limited weapons and armor, but you don't have traits to make yourself good?
Yep.
Wow, that ogre went down real quick. But yeah, that's kind of why the thief is pretty bad. And we're level 5, so now the fighters will just annihilate everything. I still need to heal up the red mage. And the next battle, I don't have a good fight for ogres. So I get a fight in Ogre Light. The Iguana. The Iguana has a bit more armor, has a higher crit rate, but is not worth quite as much as an ogre. But it's close. But yeah, going over classes in this game. The fighter is by far the best character, hands down. No one competes with the fighter. A solo fighter can beat the game almost as fast as a well-balanced party, just because fighter gets all the best weapons, all the best armor. And that's the most important thing in the game. Only a few battles require spells, and they can still be brute forced through if you try hard enough. So there's a whole lot of ogres here in a row, but I'll be running out of ogres soon and I'll be leaving. And I'm also getting closer to level 6. I'm out of spells, okay. I need to keep that in mind, so if the fighter gets beat up too much now, I need to swap him down lower in the list. But yeah, the fighter is by far the best character, and the second best is the red mage. Red Mage gets the best early game armor, decent mid game armor, has good hit point growth, learns all of the important spells, can use most of the best weapons in the game, is just overall a very strong character. And he's great for supporting the fighter. And also, I guess he's got a cool hat.
I mean, that is the most important part.
Yeah, I mean, and he's got like a weird wig attached to it or something, since his hair goes from black to white based on where you are, like on the world map or in battle. So it's an extra large hat. Alright, I've got one more ogre left, but before that, we get our iguana. And then we have an ogre after this, and then I'm on my way to Elfland. But sadly, before I do that, you guys get to see a real fun part of the run. Shopping. Shopping on the NES is notoriously slow. You can only buy items one at a time. And we have to buy a lot of items in this game, because you get beat up and you need to heal that off somehow. And our spell charges are very limited. So we get to buy healing potions and pure potions. A lot. And I also utilize a bunch of tents, since we are on the any percent no RNG manipulation category of this game. If you're playing single segment, you cannot reset the game at all, so you're forced to only save and at like the ends and heal. And I need to buy 4 tents here. I'll be using them for skipping encounters. I want to buy 10 pure potions. I believe that's 5. Alright, and 2 more, then I get to buy my heal potions. Now this is more pures than I technically need for the early game. But it's just a good safe amount to purchase, because you never know what could happen. I could get poisoned way more than I expect. That's 5 heals. Here's 10 heals, 5 more.
These menus are
Oh yes.
something else. Yeah.
They are fun. That's nowhere near the longest menu. That one's actually pretty short. I have some much longer ones later on. If you have to buy 99 heal potions, that can cost you like 5 minutes.
Oh
Just
my god.
having to buy potions. And what is also bad about it is the fastest method to buying potions is not to mash the button. It's to properly time your button presses. Which
No.
some people are a lot better at than others. I'm not the greatest at perfectly timing my button presses. So a lot of times I end up mashing for half of it because it's just a lot. So here I'm waiting for an encounter. For a shark battle. And he brought his friend along. Which is good, the Arsahag is 105 gold. Which is nice to see, because the shark doesn't give us much gold. So I'm still on the same encounters as before. I have not done a hard power since when I first quickly turned off the power at the Groger battle. So all of this is set up in a string here. And the next encounter is going to be our good old friend Groger again. And I'm going to be at another little area here where there are 4 separate zones that all combine in this little area. And so depending on which tiles I'm in, I can fight different encounters. But honestly, in this spot, there's only two of them that matter. The one that I'm currently in right now, which is the Marsh Cave zone, even though we're nowhere near Marsh Cave, I'm still getting the Marsh Cave encounters right here. So Groger's supposed to be pretty rare. But this is already technically the third time I've seen him. It's supposed to be a 3 in 64 encounter. Alright, and this right here is another zone, this right here is another zone, and this over here is another zone. And I can be in any of those zones for the ogre battle here. So I can kind of just take a stroll around wherever I would like. And I'm closing in on level 6 right now, apparently. I'm going to take a couple extra encounters just to ensure that I get enough XP and gold. Because I would like to be level 7 for Astos. It's not required, but it helps out. Because for Astos, our next real boss coming up, he doesn't take much damage from melee attacks. So we get to use spells on him. And I only have one mage, who has a limited amount of spells. So if I can get him up to level 7, I'll have 2 casts of Lit 2. And that'll help make the fight much easier. Alright, I've got one more ogre battle, then a Groger battle. Then I'm gonna leave for Marsh Cave. Oh, this is definitely ogre battle for the beginning. We fight more ogres at the beginning of this game than you fight in ogre battle, funnily enough. But that's only because the NES does not have actual random encounters. Every encounter in the game is scripted. So there's a specific order that every fight shows up in. So as long as you know what's coming, it's not going to be a surprise. So I'll do this run 100 times, taking the same exact steps, and I'll fight the same battles every time.
So
I'm gonna try.
God.
No, go on.
Is it basically like there's a list of 100 fights and like in every area, and it's like, okay, well, this is the 5th fight you got in this area, so this is the fight you get?
It's actually a lot simpler than that. There are actually only 8 different encounters.
Okay.
And in those encounters, there are a lot of different variations of what can be in the fight. So like this battle right here, I have a 50% chance to fight 1 ogre and 50% chance to fight 2 ogres. And the Groger is always 100% just a single one by himself. And every fight is like that.
Okay.
So it's not actually as complicated as it may seem. Because a lot of fights technically have some high variation for what could be in them. But realistically, there's actually not that much of a difference. Because yeah, it's 8 encounters per zone. So if you don't know much about the game, it can seem like there are a lot of different fights. But it's all just in each zone, they're all separate. Some zones do share encounters. But not trade. Drop the wooden shields. They are not worth selling back. I bought them for 15 bucks and I can sell them back for 7. It's quicker to just drop them, get them out of my inventory. Alright, now I'm going to set up encounters here for Marsh Cave. So I'm doing a hard power there to reset the encounters back to the beginning. The beginning of the cycle of encounters is actually, for most dungeons, pretty good. So you start off on encounter number 3, which is what people use for the Kaizoku trick, which was found out long time ago, that if you turn on the game and sail into the ocean, you can fight a group of Kaizokus. You can save at the inn, hard power, and do it again, over and over again, to earn easy money in the early game. And it's also what's used here for just navigating encounters, which makes it so I can just fight a non-stop steady stream of ogres. The next in battle, I don't really want to take, so I'm gonna skip it. So I take one step, and I queue the battle, and as soon as I queue the battle, I can press the reset button, and the game thinks that I already took the battle. Then I can just continue on from where I saved, which helps speed things up, so we can skip over fights that we don't want to see. So I skipped over a fight that was 1 ogre and 1 to 3 creeps. And I also skipped over a battle with poisonous enemies that I didn't want to see. So now I get an ogre right before I enter the cave, which is perfect because I want to use a safety tent right before I enter the cave, because there is a chance I die in Marsh Cave. So, unlike other versions of this game, the NES version is pretty unforgiving. You cannot save in dungeons, you can only save on the overworld, or inside of an inn. And if things don't go well, like I get very unlucky, and my red mage gets targeted by all 4 wizards, he can die. And there's nothing I can do about that. So, like, if that happened, which is pretty unlikely, but it can happen, it'll cost me like 3 to 5 minutes, depending on how my dive back into the cave goes. So I have to just take as many safeties as I can. If this fight was less, like only 2 or 1 muck, I would take it. Mucks are worth more XP than ogres are, which can help level me up. But they do hit quite a bit harder. Oh, and something I should mention here, and I'll show it off here in a minute. There are lots of save tiles in this game that aren't present in other versions. So anytime you are walking on the south room of a dungeon, like if I'm walking right here, I can walk back and forth for... that's annoying. Out of the way, bat. As I wasn't paying attention, I got to waste a few steps there, but that's okay. So anytime you're walking on the south floor, or the south border of a dungeon, you can have free tiles, and you don't advance your step count at all. And anytime you're walking on a door tile, or the tile right underneath the door, they're all free tiles, and you can't get encounters there. So lots of times I'll walk in very specific manner to hit all those tiles. Technically right now I am like 4 steps behind where I'm supposed to be, because I wasn't paying attention to where that bat was standing. And the bat was standing in front of the door. No matter how long I would have waited for that bat to move, he wouldn't have moved while I was inside of the room. So I had to walk back out. Which is fine, because I have steps to waste here anyways. I will probably get into a pack of werewolves, which isn't a big deal. My team can deal with them pretty well. Now if I had a black mage, it would be a little bit more risky. Alright, save my cure spells. Oh, and don't forget to equip your iron armor. Alright, here's our trap tile of wizards. And of course it's 4. You would like to only see 2 here, because if they team up on the red mage, they can take him out and kill him. And if the red mage dies, I have to reset to the beginning of Marsh Cave. Luckily, they mostly targeted the fighter, and Lit 2 did its job. And the wizard should be taken out. That fight can be very scary, when you are not prepared for it. Those wizards hit hard, and they can really easily murder your team. So we are a little weak right now, but I knew that this was going to be a battle of scums, and they can only do 1 point of damage. So I wasn't worried about healing up. So yeah, if I did things as I should have... Okay, I still don't get the encounter. Perfect. I had just enough steps. If I got this battle downstairs, it would be a group of werewolves, which just do a tiny bit more damage and still poison you. I probably don't even need to switch my party order right now, but I will. So on the NES, unlike other versions, if you get poisoned, it messes up your party order, which is quite annoying. You would rather your tanky warriors to stay on top. But the game's like, oh, nope, he has a status effect. He needs to go to the bottom so he doesn't get targeted again. Which is something we don't want. It is quite annoying, but it's something you get used to running the game. The dark status does not work in this game. It's supposed to lower your accuracy, but there's a bug that causes it to not affect your accuracy at all. So I guess technically that's a bug that helps us out. And looks like I did not save enough steps. This fight can have up to 2 crawls in it. I am supposed to skip it outside, but since the bat messed me up a little bit, I got to take an extra battle here. Normally I get a save as soon as I leave the dungeon. Then I skip this battle. But bats got in the way. And bats will continue to get in the way. That's honestly their job. Bats are notorious for being in your way. Especially when we get to our next major dungeon, the Earth Cave. So I'm going to hope that I can hit level 7 here. If not, it's not a big deal. But it would be nice, and I do have the possibility, since I fought 4 wizards, there's a chance that I'm close to level 7. So hopefully I get a double ogre, and I don't. So yeah, if I'm level 6, the fight is just a little bit riskier. I have to hope that one of my fighters does at least a little bit of damage to Astos. Worst case scenario when they don't, it's not a big deal because I get a save right outside of his castle. So I have to use a house, and then a tent after the house. Because when you use the house, it saves your game before it restores your mana. So I have to use a tent after the house, just to make sure I save the game with restoring all of my mana. Which is a little annoying.
Yeah, that
Okay.
is weird.
So Astos has a set spell list here, just like on the GBA. 75% chance to cast spells. And we hope that he does some melee attacks instead of rushing his spells. But yeah, it's definitely weird that the house wasn't coded properly. It should save after your spells are restored, but sadly no. So we're doing good damage here. Astos is 168 hit points, and he is rushing his spells. But he goes down, nice and easy, thanks to the fighter critical hit. Oh, and something I didn't mention earlier, fighters gain strength every level in this version of the game. Every 2 levels increases the amount of damage they deal. So every odd level, the fighters will end up doing more and more damage. Which is pretty nice. We want them to do as much damage as possible, since they are our main damage dealers for the whole run. So every odd level is generally a good one to see, so that you can just get that bonus damage on your fighters. I don't need to take these ogre battles, but we're still low level, and our luck is pretty low. So running away is not the easiest thing. And I'm going to take a little back step there. I take that back step so that I don't fight a poisonous encounter coming up. If I would have just walked straight to Elfland, I would have fought a pack of Grimps and werewolves. And I don't want to be poisoned. That means I'd have to buy more pure potions. So I take the ogre creep battle, which I usually do run from. But this time I didn't need to. And now that I have plenty of money, the Red Mage is going to learn Fire 2. His second Tier 3 magic spell. And I should have the money for the Silver Sword. And I'll even equip it. So the Silver Sword is a very powerful weapon and should not be sold in Elfland. In fact, in some later versions, it's not sold there, because it is way too powerful for this point in the game. I will not get a better weapon until after I get the canoe, which is quite a ways from now. So I ended up resetting the game before I went into Northwest Castle to fight Astos. And that is to set up my encounters for this little side quest trip of turning in all the fetch quests. I acquired Montoya's Crystal Eye, and I get to turn that into her. And as I'm running around through all this stuff, I just want to fight the easiest encounters that I can for either quick XP and gold, or just to flee from quickly. So Fire 2 is important for beating up all of the undead battles to come. The Silver Sword is sold in Melmond and Crescent Lake, I believe, in later versions. In this version, Melmond does not have very good weapons at all. Sadly, the broom got in my way, and it is slightly faster to pick up these potions than to buy them. And it's also free. And the early part of the game, money is very tight. Especially since I just threw down 4K on a sword. Because I have a very large shopping spree about to happen. You thought the last one was long. Oh no. This one coming up is going to be a lot long. I'm going to be spending like 4,000 or 5,000 gold on items. Lots of consumables to be bought. Because it's going to be a long time until I can use an item shop again. Because Melmond, as some people may know, does not have an item shop. Because the vampire destroyed it, apparently. Which is why they want us to take him out. And you guys may notice that I parked my ship in a weird spot there instead of going all the way into the dock. That is because walking on the dock are a bunch of safe tiles, and I don't get encounters there. So I definitely try to utilize that to my advantage. I could do that again here on the Elfland dock, but I actually don't need to, because I have enough bonus steps that I need to waste in a minute, that I'll just waste the steps. And since I know exactly where I'm getting my encounters, I also don't have to worry about healing up at lots of times. Like, if I had a dead fighter from Astos, if he would have used Rub and it would have hit a fighter, I would be reviving a fighter suit and leaving him at 1 HP while walking around, because I know where my encounters are going to be. now we get the Mystic Key. The key is a very important item. It lets us loot lots of good treasuries. And it is faster to walk out of the castle and back in than to walk all the way around it. So that's what I do. Even though I may waste a step doing so, it is perfectly fine because I have just enough steps to do that. Lots of the routes in this game take a while to learn. You have to be careful with first learning how to do step routes. Luckily, there are lots of different guides online for people trying to get into speedrunning the game to try to help you learn. Because there's a lot to it. Knowing where you get more encounters, like on the boat, you get less encounters than on the land. So sometimes you can skip encounters you would normally get on land by just walking onto your boat for a minute. And there's nothing in the game to show you when you're going to get an encounter. You just have to learn it. And after a while you get a feeling for how far you can go before you get into an encounter. Because nothing on the NES is actually random. Everything's in a table. Most of the tables are values of 256. So here in Canaria, we're going to loot their treasury, just like every other treasury we've come across so far. And we're going to get the TNT here to hand off to the dwarves. So Dan is dead all the time because the entire early game is revolved around leveling up as quickly as possible. And if I did a 4-person party, it would take me much longer to complete the game. About 15 minutes, actually, if not more. And would add very little safety. So we do a 3-man run. And since I know I'm not going to get into any fights for a while, I'm going to sell off all of my weapons here. Besides the silver sword that I just bought. And you see all this money that I'm acquiring here, I'm going to be spending all of it in a second. So that's going to be a lot of time in the item shop, sadly. Beep beep, Mr. Dude Man, thank you. And selling a few pieces of armor. I'm selling everything that's going to be replaced in a minute. And if I needed to revive a fighter from the Astos battle, I would do it right now. So, I'm going to be counting here for a little while, so I'm not going to be saying a whole lot. I have to be very accurate on how many I buy. Here's 10. $15. $22. And 23. Okay. Pure potions, I don't need to buy that many because I didn't really get poisoned much. I got poisoned like twice. But yes, it is a little annoying that we have to slowly buy things, one at a time.
I don't understand why they thought this was the best way to do this.
I don't know. If you play the randomizer, or if you want to play the game for nostalgia factor, you can play it through the randomizer and just play on improved vanilla and be able to buy 99 heal potions at once. It's highly recommended, so you don't have to do this. Yeah, this menu right here is probably about 3.5 to 4 minutes long of me just buying one heal potion at a time. It's a little annoying, but it's necessary, because I will use up all of these heal potions. I mean, okay, not all of them. If I use all of them up soon, then there's some problems, but they will be used up in the run. Every potion I...
Go ahead.
No, go on.
I was just gonna ask, is this meant... You're talking a lot, so I assume you don't have to count, you're just spending until you have no money left?
Oh yes, I did all my counting at the beginning. I do that at first, so that I can just not have to focus on it at the end. It's much easier that way.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure.
But yeah, I'm not gonna spend all of my money. I'm gonna save 500 gold. I don't need to, but I have more cash than I usually do. So I'm just going to buy an extra iron helmet that I normally don't buy. Which will save me time of buying these potions. I don't need 500. It's technically not 500 gold. 499 is adequate. Okay, that's done and out of the way. So yeah, if I revived my knight earlier, which I didn't need to, I would actually be running around with 1 hit point right now. Which is fine, because I have a tent to skip one in battle and skip another battle. These battles are not deadly by any means, but it is much faster just to skip by them than to fight them. Especially in the early game when I don't have enough luck to run away from battles. But yeah, anybody coming in late, the reason why we have a dead thief and not a dead black mage, even though the black mage is quicker to get killed off, because he has 5 less HP, the black mage only has 10 luck and doesn't help us run away enough. The thief gets us out of the early encounters very quickly, because by the time the thief hits level 2, he has a 100% chance to run away. And that is why I use the thief over the black mage. If I was going for like a world record time, I would use a dead black mage and reset if the black mage didn't die off like right away. But we're not doing actual resets here. One and done. Yes, I did get a strike first on the very first encounter. That is actually because the last time I played the game, I beat the game. Every time you beat the game, when you start up a new file, the game is reset back to the factory settings for the RNG. For battle RNG. And only the battle RNG. It's whatever, just... I did that in a terrible order, but it's fine. Silver knifed red mage. Not used to the warrior being alive. I'm used to my top character having the silver sword. Threw me off a bit there, but no issues. I have one more battle before Melmond. And I don't have... Oh, I do have a lit 2 still. Cool. So yeah, I don't have a dwarf cutscene in this version. The cutscenes on the NES are, non-existent? Yeah. NES isn't really known for its cutscenes. I get the bridge cutscene, and that's about it. So in Melmond, I'm going to skip the weapon store. I have 4 weapons, but my armor, I don't have a whole lot of armor. Sell that, and that's all I need to sell. Okay, buy iron for you, buy iron for you, and buy more iron. And yes, I have to equip every piece of armor manually, which can be annoying, especially if you buy your equipment and give it to a character. Then you wonder why they aren't using it in battle. You have to equip it, and nothing tells you that. You just have to know. Fun fact, when I first played this game as a child, I didn't know you could equip more than one piece of armor. So I only ran around with body armor on everybody. I was like, what are the point of these shields that barely give you any defense? Little did I know, you can equip more than one piece of armor. The game doesn't tell you, so it's hard to know, especially as a child.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay, so Earth Cave. Earth Cave is a pretty notoriously dangerous dungeon, but luckily there's a really easy setup for the dungeon. If you save one step from the entrance, you can walk in, grab the very small amount of loot that we want, beat the vampire and get out without getting into bad encounters. So that's what I'll be doing. I fight the minotaurs, or bulls in this version. They are like... they're not quite double an ogre, but they're definitely better than an ogre for XP and gold. They're the next step up. You would think it would be the next ogre, but no. You don't see whiz ogres for quite some time. But yeah, I have to make sure to avoid scary encounters in the next floor. The next floor there are unrunnable wizards, which sadly I will be fighting one group of them. Then there are the much more scary cockatrice battles, which can petrify my team, which is generally a quick game over. Especially because I don't have any soft potions. But I'm not going to fight any of them, so it's not a big deal. I just picked up the Coral Sword, which is an upgrade for the fighter, ever so slightly. And the Dragon Sword goes down to the Red Mage. And I will be utilizing those weapons in a little while. And the other scary encounter on this floor is the Ghoulgeist encounter, which can quickly stunlock your party. As we saw with Nikki's run earlier, characters getting paralyzed gets scary very quickly. And on the NES, it's actually doubly so, because the only two characters on your team that have a good chance of running are the top two characters. There's a bug that makes it so your third character does not get his full chance to flee. And the fourth character has almost no chance to flee. Which is another reason why we want him dead, because the fourth character doesn't contribute anything to the party. And it's an extra person I have to give an action to in every single encounter. But yes, this is the NES version of the game. And yeah, right here, that's an encounter you don't want to struggle on from fleeing. Because those mummies can put you to sleep, and sleep lock isn't as bad as stun lock, but it's a thing.
So I guess the run bug was why Dan was in the first slot earlier?
Yes. Your top two characters have full chance of their fleeing going off. Your run chance is perfect for the top two. The third character, it's pretty much cut in half from what it's supposed to be. And the fourth character has got maybe a tenth of what they should have. Alright, Vampire. Our next mini-boss. He's pretty easy. I have a chance to one-shot him, but technically he has a chance to one-shot me. If he does max damage and targets the Red Mage, he could kill him. As you saw, he did over 100 to the Warrior, who has much better armor. But now that I'm level 8, I have a lot more hit points on the red mage, and the battle would be less threatening. And something I didn't do is heal up before picking up the ruby, which is something you want to do so you don't have to scroll over to access your heal potions. But I wanted to show off the little door glitch there. If you menu when you're inside of a door, it like closes the room for you. And if once you leave the door, if you go outside of the room, then it makes a little phantom door there. There's no gameplay elements there, it's just cosmetic. But it's neat, and a lot of runners like to do that when they can, just because it's fun to see extra doors pop up in random places. But yeah, you can walk over them, they don't do anything. So, my red mage does not have enough HP to survive Lich right now. So, I get to do a little bit of extra grinding for Actually, let's run from this. I'll do run, fire 2. If the fire 2 gets off and kills everybody, great. Images can stun lock me also, but it's not as likely as the image, or not the image, the Ghoulgeist combo, because those are the zombie style of enemies, which attack 3 times. And on this version, there's a bug, and enemies that attack multiple times have a much higher chance to hit you with status effects. And they can even inflict status effects on missed attacks. So yeah, as long as one attack hits, they can still hit you with the status effect from missed attacks, which is quite rude and cheap. But that's also why I try to avoid as many of those scary encounters as possible. And which is why we choose to fight the unrunnable wizard battle instead of fighting like a Ghoulgeist combo. Because the wizard battle is unrunnable and cannot ambush you. If you get ambushed by Image Geist, you're probably just going to have to press the reset button real quick. And I did something a little different here. I did not swap the order of my party after getting poisoned. That was because I was waiting for the second poisonous encounter to go by. Because if I would have swapped my party order back to normal and got poisoned again, it would have just ruined my party order a second time. I generally try to only fix my party order before battles that can actually hurt me. The arachnids are only going to hit me for 1 point of damage, because we have enough armor. Beep beep bat, please move. Thank you. And hopefully I don't get poisoned here, or you guys will hear my party scream for a minute. And there's our poison. So I don't need to use the menu again until I'm outside of the dungeon. And I don't have any fights coming up. So it is best to just have your character scream for a minute. This is the lovely NES sound of poison. Can you tell I'm poisoned? Okay, our party order is fine. So I want to use a house, and then a tent. Hard power, walk back inside. But yeah, since I was doing all the menuing at once, I might as well use the pure potions at the same time that I use the house and the tent. And the damage I take from poison is irrelevant because the house and tent will heal me up. So right now I'm going to force a couple battles to get my red mage to level 9. I'm going to be doing the rarely seen Earth Elemental farm. Now this is not technically the best spot to do an Earth Elemental grind. Technically the best room is on the 3rd floor, because you have all safe tiles next to the forced encounter. And this one, I don't have all safe encounters, but it's fine because I'm not going to be fighting that many of them. I just hit level 8, and level 9 won't take me that long. Oops, supposed to go up. If you're playing randomizer or something and you want to loot this chest, you go to the bottom, because there's no encounters there. But I want the encounter. And we hope that the red mage does not get targeted. If he gets hit twice in a row, he can die. But since I just saved, it'll only cost me like 40 seconds or something to bring him back. If he died on the first encounter. If he died at the end of the grind, that would be a little bit more annoying. But I only need to fight like four Earth Elementals is normal. The first 2 I could use Fire 2, and sadly my spells were not very powerful. Fire 2 will hit the Earth Elemental for 45 to 178 damage. And yeah, we just saw a nice 45. So we have to rely on the melee attacks to do the bulk of the damage. And the Earth Elemental is worth a lot more XP than like anything else at this point. So it's what we choose to fight. And sadly, my red mage is pretty low on HP. If I get unlucky, he can still die to Lich. Which means my red mage has had very poor health growth on like every level. So there's still randomness in your HP growth on this version, but it's nowhere near as random as every other version. Because every strong level up is forced, and there's no random ones. Does the red mage have 161 HP? Please roll high. Good. He did roll high. He rolled max. 165. So Lich is coming up, who can do 160 damage to me in his first turn. And we want to survive that. The whole goal of hitting level 9 is for the red mage to hit 161 HP. It is not guaranteed at level 9, but very likely. You'd have to get very unlucky to not have enough HP. And actually, now that I think about it, my red mage was probably fine. He had 137 HP. So as long as he didn't roll the minimum HP value. So he had like a 1 in 6 chance there to not have enough HP to survive Lich. Alright, that's the first part of Earth Cave over. Now the second part. I get to do a couple skips here. Yeah, it is 2 skips, like I thought. I have to set up my encounters for going back through Earth Cave again. And this time I have to change quite a bit from the first setup. The first setup I wanted to go in at the start of the encounters, but I don't want to do that now. If I try to do that, I'm going to fight much worse enemies. So I start off by resetting or hard powering the game at a very specific spot to make sure that I'm skipping enough battles before I start the dungeon so that I don't get cockatrice or wizards. Because we want to save all of our spell charges for Lich. And we don't want any of these encounters that'll force me to use up my spell charges early. So this is where all those tents I was buying come in handy. Because I get to skip a lot of encounters using them, which helps speed things up. Playing on the single segment category of this game, you have to take every fight. And you can't alter the encounters in any way. Which is why the world record for that is 15 minutes longer than this category. Even though you do like the exact same thing with the exact same team, it takes an extra 15 minutes to get through the game. Oh, and it's a whole lot harder because you fight much worse encounters that you can't skip. Now we have our Earth Rod from Sarda, and sadly have to go back through Earth Cave again. But luckily, this trip of Earth Cave isn't too bad. With this little setup here that I did, we fight only good encounters. So I don't have any unrunnables, and I don't have any terrible battles. There are a few battles I can technically get stun locked in. But those are just the image battles. It is unlikely to be stun locked by them. But it is possible. Now I have to take this battle here, because sadly I cannot skip it on the overworld. And I know that we usually do a break around every hour or so. Do we want to do a break before? Oh, we'd have to do the break after. Yeah, definitely have to do a break after Lich. Cannot do it beforehand, because that'd mess up my encounters.
Yeah, to be perfectly honest with you, I was waiting to tell after Lich to ask you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about it now, but no, I don't want to screw up my encounters. So after Lich... Because after Lich, I don't have to worry about my encounters. I get to do a full new setup right after that. And just in case I die to Lich, which is very unlikely, but possible. I haven't had it happen in a run yet, but you never know. Lich could possibly paralyze my red mage before he gets to go. Then cast Ice 2 and max damage roll and kill him. Then my fighters just swing at air. It's insanely unlikely, but probably technically possible. Assume everything's possible on the NES. If you think an enemy cannot kill you, you're probably wrong. I have died to almost every single encounter in this game before. Except for the very first imp battle. I have yet to die on that encounter. But to be fair, I usually get a first strike because I generally beat the game before I see it. So that's hard to count that. Beep beep that. And I do actually have steps that I can waste here. If I get a good chance to walk around a bat, this is like my only chance in the whole run to do so. Normally I have to push them out of the way or wait for them to move. If you run into them, they do speed up. Slightly. This is the worst encounter I can see in the whole dungeon here. Is if I get a preemptive attack by 2 images. Or by 6 images, I mean. So I don't want to risk the full stun lock like that. So we just gotta wait here. They don't do a whole lot of damage, but you only have a 1 in 4 chance of coming out of paralysis per turn. And since my red mage was paralyzed, that gives my fighter a harder chance to flee. So this battle can be quite annoying. If the stun lock lasts too long, I can do a reset and use a backup route to get through the dungeon. But it shouldn't come to that. Eventually characters should be unstun-locked and have a chance to flee. So Warrior can get me out of here. It's unfortunate and something you don't want to see, especially when he waits to take his turn until after he's attacked. But this is part of the NES. You have to hope you get lucky a lot of the time, because you don't have quick saves in dungeons.
Yeah.
There we go. Out of there. I wasn't worried about that one. I know it seems scary, but the images don't really do that much damage. Now, if I had a black mage, and I only had 15 defense and barely over 100 HP, that would be a whole nother story. Like, that would be panic mode for sure. But the red mage has on silver armor, with his cap and his gloves, which puts him at 20 absorption. So every attack on me, he takes off 20 damage from it. So generally the images are only hitting for single digit damage. But the black mage, on the other hand, he's not as lucky. Has much worse armor, much less HP. But yeah, the beauty of having my fighters wearing the same armor right now is I don't really have to worry who's on top. If they get poisoned and moved around, that means my weapon changes on them, which I'll have to figure out later. But for the most part, it's not a big deal. Okay, and I want to heal up my red mage to full. And this is why if I took extra steps to walk around bats, it wouldn't matter, because I need to force an encounter here with the troll. I'm doing this to avoid a cockatrice battle. I'm forcing this encounter, then going back onto the 3rd floor. Because if I just run straight through, I get to fight 2 to 6 cockatrice, and if they ambush me, it's probably game over. And we don't want that. So I take a very specific amount of steps here. And I have to take steps there because all of these steps right here are all safe tiles. So you could just try and force an encounter right around the stairs all day long, and you'll never get into a fight. And this is about the worst this battle can be. It is 1 werewolf up to this. And it has a very high chance to ambush me. In later versions of Final Fantasy, they inverted the ambush chances. So on this version of the game, enemies are very likely to attack you first. In every other version of the game, they change that to your characters have a good chance to strike them first. Which is quite nice in the later versions. But on this version, it means lots of battles have a chance to ambush you. And a lot of their ambush chances are very high. Like that battle, I think it's like a 42% chance to ambush me. The shadow battles, which we saw in Marsh Cave, have a 90% chance to ambush me. So, yeah. It's not very kind. So Lich is coming up. I have 2 more battles before Lich. One right here. Yes, as chat mentioned, there is a minimum level for acquiring your spells for class change. The first levels you can get your spells is level 15. So yes, level life is correct there in chat for what he was saying about the spells. Beep beep bet. Last encounter. Then we have Lich. The bat to the south there can be a jerk. We don't want to see him walk to the left, because he can walk into the entrance of Lich's floor and block me off for minutes if he chooses to. It's actually much worse on the vampire floor. I've had a bat block me from getting to vampire for over 5 minutes before. And here's Lich. So the red mage will survive 1 round guaranteed. We want to see the fighters crit him. Perfect. A melee from Lich almost ensures we can't lose this. Lich only has 400 hit points on this version. So he can be killed off in 2 rounds if we do good damage. Good turn order, it's possible. There we go. Ice Toolless Lich. Pretty rare, but it can happen. Okay, so if we want to do our break, now's a great time.
Yep. So during these longer runs, we like to take a break around every hour or so, just so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water. So we're going to take a few minute break. Before we go to that, I do just want to give a quick reminder. GDQ 2023 online prize submissions are open from now until December 30th. You can go to gamesdonequick.com for more information on that. With that said, we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll get right back into the Final Fantasy runs. Hello everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is the Final Fantasy 35th anniversary celebration. Final Fantasy came out 35 years ago today, and we are celebrating with a run of most of the versions of Final Fantasy, and we're in the middle of a NES run. I will hand it right back over to the runner.
Alright, here we are, back after Lich. We are level 9, close to level 10, but not there yet. And we just beat Lich. It was a very kind Lich battle. And time to set up my encounters for the next dungeon, which is also going to be a unique dungeon for this little marathon. This is going to be the only run where we go to Castle Ordeals, because on the NES it is way faster to get class change than to not get class change. Because, well, we can't use the temper spell or saber. So the only way I can do more damage quickly is to either level up, which isn't quick at all, or put on better gear. And the better equipment is the way to go. So we take the 10-minute detour to get class change, to save myself from having to grind for an extra 40 minutes. I think it's worth it.
A lot of grinding, holy.
Oh yes. Grind sessions on the NES are no joke. The first one I did was, like 25 minutes of grinding? And we're gonna have another grind session in a little while. So this is set up so that I can skip enough encounters that I can start off at a good part of the encounter table for Ordeals. So Ordeals has nothing but terrible encounters. Playing through casually, you're probably going to die a lot if you try and go to that dungeon right away. But the dungeon has good loot in it. You can pick up an ice sword, a gold bracelet, a heal staff, a Zeus gauntlet, lots of good items. And, also the tail, that too. Which is kind of required for class change. And we definitely want it for this run. Okay, I need to sell some stuff here. Buy. I'm not going to buy a full set of silver gear. And he sells his helmet and his gauntlet. And now I'll equip it all. And the red mage gets a buckler to feel special. He now has 22 absorption, which is almost as much absorption as the fighter's body armor alone. The fighter's body armor has 24 absorption by itself, which is kind of why we want fighters to be our tanks. And it just so happens in this version they're also our best damage dealer. Unless you get to level 50. If you get up to level 50, the black belt is by far the best damage dealer, but that takes many hours of grinding. And we don't have time for that, we gotta go fast. So, quick note, every time I step in and out of the canoe or boat, those are both save tiles. So sometimes you'll see me taking odd pathing of walking in and out of the river. And that is to just get as many save tiles as possible. And other times I'll skip taking a lot of those tiles if I'm trying to waste encounters, like I am for the next dungeon. I still have to force some encounters. So I didn't take as many save tiles as I could have, because that would just be wasted steps here in a minute. So getting to Ordeals is pretty easy, as long as you sail in a very specific path. Once you leave Crescent Lake, you go straight to the right, then you hug the right wall until you get past Marsh Cave. And once you pass by Marsh Cave, you just go straight south, and then you're here. So I want to skip this battle, and I have 2 more battles to skip. I can technically enter the castle from the side, but I just like to go to the front if I have the steps. It doesn't matter if I enter from the side or the front, because my exit point is the same either way. So I skip those 2 last battles, and into Ordeals we go. On this version, I don't have to talk to the Sage. On every other version, you do have to talk to him so that you can activate the teleporter there. And this isn't randomized, so every teleporter is the bottom column. Well, the bottom column that you can see on the map. There's technically one where it's not the last one, but you always go to the bottom one, so it's pretty easy to remember the actual pattern. And we saw the Mummy Wiz Mummy battle. That's the easiest battle in this dungeon. And we're going to see the second easiest here in a second. I mean, technically this one's probably less threatening, but it's unrunnable. And I'm going to do something a little different here. I'm going to have a very minor zombie dragon grind, which is something I don't normally do, but I will do it if I only get 1 zomble here, because I want the extra XP on my red mage. And I have the 1 step spare to do it. So I'm going to fight 2 zombie dragon battles in a second, instead of just the 1. Because I would like to get level 10 for my red mage. And if I can, I would like to hit level 11 in the next dungeon. So there's a weird little path there that you can skip fighting that nightmare battle twice. On every other version of the game, you have to fight the nightmare battle 2 times if you pick up that heal staff. But on the NES, we can just barely skirt around it. So I do that. Even though it wastes steps, I still have enough steps to acquire all the loot here. Besides the 1 chest that I didn't grab. That was an iron gauntlet, which only sells for like a little over 300 bucks. Alright, time for some upgrades. Ice staff to you, heal staff to you. And armor. Gold to you, gloves here. And fill up full. Close enough. So right here is the little mini-boss battle of zombie dragons. They're generally not too threatening. They do have a paralysis touch, which is why I put my better weapon in slot 2. And they are weak to fire, like all undead except for Lich 2. Easy fight. But since I would like to get a bit more XP and hit level 10, I'm going to do it again. And I probably should have healed my top fighter, but it's fine. There's only one. This fight can be random of 1 to 2 zombie dragons. I have no way of knowing, it's just random. The 50% chance for each. Now that I'm out of Fire 2s, I can utilize the Zeus Gauntlet to cast Lit 2 for free. So ideally I hit level 10 here, which I do. And if I take one more step, I die. So it's time to leave the dungeon. Because the next random encounter is Gargoyles, and they will spam Fire 2. 2 Fire 2s will kill off my Red Mage, and 3 will kill off the fighters. And they come in packs of 3 to 6. And they have a 50% chance to cast Fire 2. So, yeah. Stay away from that.
That's a lot of bad news.
Oh, yes. But luckily, with the setup that we have, we can just skip by all of the terrible encounters in there and make Ordeals actually a very chill dungeon. And even if, like, let's say I had bad luck on the zombie dragon battle and my red mage died, it's not a big deal, because I have no more fights in there. And I'm going to go to town and be able to revive anyways.
Yeah.
So even if that fight went very poorly, it still would be okay. Alright, and I do want to buy Cure 2 on my red mage, but I'll do that later. For now, I'll just sell some armor while I'm here. Oops, not on the red. On Dan. He's not allowed to hold items, he can't be trusted. But we do give Dan a ribbon later on. He never equips it, but he holds on to it for safety. Alright, I need 3 soft potions. And to buy the best spell in the entire game. In probably every version of the game, it's the best spell in the game. Fast. Also known as Haste. It doubles the amount of swings we do in combat. And it is the only buff that works. And it's a good one. Oh yeah, I should also mention that, like I said earlier, random encounters in the game are not very random. If you're playing through it for the first time, they may feel random. But to an experienced runner, you see the pattern quickly. And you can start to learn how to walk through the game to get the exact encounters that you want. Which is what I work on doing. So the river here is usually pretty dangerous. And a lot of runners will skip as many encounters on the river as possible. But I have it set up so that all these encounters are nice and easy. In the GBA, they were talking about the Caribbees being the easiest enemy, the only non-threatening one on the river. And it seems like I keep running into them. That's weird. They are not worth any money, and their gold is literally nothing. They give 10 gold apiece. But they're not threatening to the team, so I can quickly run from them. And my characters are getting up there now, level 10, so our run chance is getting better and better as we go. And that's the last encounter on the river. Time to do another hard power and set up for Ice Cave. There's a few different variations of routes that I've done for Ice Cave, but this is the safest one. So that's what I went with. I skipped 2 encounters, then go into the dungeon. So Ice Cave is notoriously the most dangerous dungeon in the entire game, in just about every version. And that holds true on the NES. The cockatrice can petrify us, mummies can put us to sleep, lots of enemies can instantly kill us. That's actually unfortunate that my fighters got swapped around, but it's fine. Their armor is the same. Just means when I grab the next weapon coming up, I'll have to move it to a different character, but that's fine. I'm using the Zeus Gauntlet here as a safety net. Since the Red Mage's chance to run isn't great, I have him use the Zeus Gauntlet when there's a lot of enemies. In case we don't run away, I can at least kill off all the enemies in the next round. Because you don't want to sit around with those wraiths. They hit really hard. The images are way less threatening, but I'll still use the Zeus Gauntlet anyways. Because it's not costing me anything. Like before, if I used a Fire 2, I only have 3 casts of Fire 2. I can't just waste those. I have to save them for the important battles. And I do have some unrunnable battles coming up. I got really lucky on these image battles. The image battles are 2 to 6 images and 0 to 6 wraiths. Only seeing image is great, because the wraith's the one that actually do damage. And my fighters have been running away very well. So I'm probably not going to hit level 11 before fighting the Eye, because I have not fought any of the undead battles. A lot of times I'll take some undead battles because they don't go so well, and that is normal. So I want to kill off the Fur Wolf there as quickly as I can. He has a skill he can cast 25% of the time, called Frost, and it can do up to 96 damage to my Red Mage, and that's kind of costly for heal potions. So we try to kill him off quickly, and that fight is unrunnable. Alright, Flame. I don't think I'm going to need the Silver Sword at him, but I'm doing it anyways. Fill up the Red Mage, and we got very lucky there. We do have 3 of the zombie class of enemies that have a very high chance to paralyze you, the Geists. Which is why I chose to use a Fire 2 there, because I'm not messing around with the Geist battles. They can very easily put you in a stun lock forever. And the Frost Giant did not come with any Frost Wolves this time. This battle is 1 Frost Giant guaranteed, and 0 to 2 Frost Wolves. And he goes down pretty easily. The Frost Giant can hit kind of hard. And technically if he crits the Red Mage, he could die. But I can say the same thing for most enemies in the game, that if they're kind of strong and they crit the Red Mage, he can die. Like, that's half the cast of the enemies in this game. Perfect, only 3 wraiths, so I'm gonna have an extra Fire 2 here. And most of the time when I go to heal, I'll try to use up my cure spells before my potions, because it takes the same amount of time to use a cure spell as it does for a heal potion. They heal close to the same amount also, but I don't have to buy back the cure spells, and we know how long it is to buy heal potions. So yeah, the Frost Giant critting there shows you how much damage he can do to the fighter. He can do even more to the Red Mage. Alright, I don't need to heal up to full. 150 is more than enough. So my top fighter is probably going to die. Not in this fight, but in the one after this. This next one is the only easy encounter in the entire dungeon. The R-Bones. We saw these guys back in Marsh Cave. And yet, here they are an hour later? Okay. Yeah, they're pretty easy. And we just run from them. And the reason why I didn't want to heal my fighter much more than 100 is that I'm going to fight the Eye in a second. And the Eye has a very high chance to instantly kill somebody. So, the goal here is just to kill him as quickly as possible. If we get turn order on him, he dies right away. And he used Glance instead of his spell, so that's perfect. I don't have a dead warrior. 302 HP on the fighter. I would have wanted that before the Eye battle. And there's our floater, so we can get our airship. Soft potion onto the warrior, and I didn't do this menu great, but that's okay. I'll heal a bit. I don't need to heal the fighter too much. So, here's another bug that actually comes to work in our favor here. The fighter has on the ice shield, which gives him resistance to fire. With that fire resistance, he is now immune to all touch attacks from enemies that are weak to fire. That is not intended, but we definitely use it to our advantage here. So now my top fighter is almost completely immune to being paralyzed by undead enemies. And I say almost because there's still a chance. Enemies can still crit their status effect, and it'll hit me no matter what, even through a ribbon. So there's always a 3 in 256 chance that you can be hit by some sort of status ailment that you're immune to, which causes fun times. So hopefully we won't. Yeah, hopefully we won't see any of that in this run.
I'm just trying to figure out why that bug is even, like, how does it accidentally work? You know what I mean? Like, what programming bug is there that makes you immune to the weak or mobs that are weak to fire?
I'm not 100% sure, but it's useful for us at least.
Yeah, it's super useful. Like, the logical part of my brain is just like, how does that happen?
Yeah, it's... To be fair, there were not very many people working on this game to test lots of weird things going on.
Sure, yeah. And this is also, 35 years ago where,
coding in the 80s.
Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, as you see, I'm fighting just more Carabees. And I'm skipping all of the scary encounters that can ambush you and kill people off. And I'm going to do an odd skip here. It seems like I'm just wasting a lot of steps for no reason. But it's setting me up, once I hop into the boat here, that I don't have to take extra steps in the boat, a really odd amount of steps. So I can just go straight to my airship. So I don't have to worry about fighting any extra encounters on land after I pick up the airship. So yeah, I get to skip the encounters because of how I set up the steps. And And now we use our floater. And we get to go do the one thing that no other run does. And that is get the class change. I can afford buying the bottle right now, but we'll wait till later to do that because of inventory issues. I'm going to be doing a level grind in a few minutes, and I'm going to be using up a lot of heal potions. And if I buy the bottle now, even though I can afford it, it'll mean I'll have to do extra button presses for every single heal potion I need to use. And I don't want to do that. It doesn't add a whole lot of time, but it is annoying to get around that. So yep, we get to talk to Bahamut, show him our rat's tail, and now we're class changed. The fighters got swole. You'll see once we get into combat. They now can use a lot of new equipment. And the Red Mage, speaking of new equipment, can equip this Zeus Gauntlet that we picked up earlier. So he gets an extra 6 absorption. He's not as tanky as the fighters, but pretty close now. Only because my fighters are lacking on good armor. Okay, now that we're class changed, we can buy the warp spell, which is something that every other version of this game wishes they had. It's the best part of class change. Now, to cast warp, I sadly have to be level 15 on the Red Mage. And we're only 11, so we've got a ways to go for that. Alright, so I need to restore my spell charges. I mean, technically I don't need to. I could be fine without them, but I prefer to have 2 casts of fast on carry. I need to buy 1 tent, and guess what we're doing again? Buying heal potions. I have about 65 heal potions to buy. Oh yes, this is going to be the longest shopping spree of just buying heal potions. It won't be the last one either. I'll be back one more time to buy heal potions before the final dungeon. But all the heal potions I'm buying now are going to last me up until that final dungeon. So I have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 dungeons to go through on these heal potions. So they last quite a while.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's a significant amount of the game. It's just so long.
Oh, I know. It would be even worse if I had a black mage, because with the red mage I get to save a lot of heal potions by casting his cure spell. And once I'm done with this, I'm going to go buy cure 2 on everybody. So I'll have even more ability to save time by casting cure 2 instead of the heal potions.
Yeah.
And yeah, we don't get high potions in this version, just regular heal potions, that's it. And going through the final dungeon, you can use up all 99 of these things pretty easily. But luckily, I'll have extra healing on the knights and the red mage, so I should be okay. And I'll also have the red mage use the heal staff to give me free healing, which I'll also be using in the volcano. So the heal staff, it will cost a little bit of time to use it. It's gonna cost me like 2 seconds or something to use the heal staff, compared to like fighting. But it also saves me from having to heal after every other battle, because we don't want to be sitting here in this menu any longer than we have to. Cause yeah, heal potions. Oh boy, nobody likes buying heal potions. One at a time.
I mean, like, 35 years ago, there weren't a lot of games, there weren't a lot of options, but it baffles me that people played this game.
Baffles me that I still play this game. Okay, so I actually almost forgot to do this, and I'm glad that I didn't. Buy Ruse. The top fighter I get Kier, the second fighter I get Ruse. Good thing the top guard wasn't in the way this time. Alright, I don't have to buy any more heal potions for like an hour. So that's good. And now time to buy Kier 2. So I chose to do all of this because a lot of these towns are close by in proximity. So even though I can't cast a lot of these spells now, it's good to buy them now. Like the fighters can't cast their spells until they're 15, but buying everything now is just ideal for time save. And now, I'm right next to the volcano. Wait, the volcano? Yes, the volcano. In no other version of the run do we do the volcano this early. It's generally the last dungeon you do, because you don't get any good gear here. Oh, and I'm sorry for the lava tiles. They are flashy, but I need to walk on them. Every step on the lava does 1 point of damage to my team. But they're also safe tiles, so I can't get encounters on them. So I'll be taking every lava tile that I can, so that I don't get into very many encounters in here. And the heal staff putting in work there.
I guess, yeah, they don't want you getting into a fight on a tile that's already hurted, so I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm sure they probably... Actually, I don't know if they could have, with just how their code worked. Because each tile only did, like, one thing. That's why we have a lot of the safe tiles. Because they have other purposes. Like the safe tiles before the entrance to doors, they're coded to close the doors for you, which is why they don't have encounters on them. They could probably have enabled encounters on them if they really wanted to, but then they'd have to enable it for every door that was just like that. And that would be too much, I guess. But we're done with most of the lava. This was the biggest stretch of lava here all in a row. And you might think, wow, you've taken quite a few steps on lava. And yes, I have. My red mage, even with that extra healing, was down to 1 HP. And I plan it perfectly, so I heal up 1 step before the random encounter. Now I still have Cure 2s on the red mage, which I probably should use them. My fighters are not running away very well. Okay, now I've got to go a little bit further and actually pick up some loot in this dungeon. No other runner today will pick up loot in here, because most of the loot is not very useful. But I actually need the weapon, the ice sword, and I'm going to pick up the flame shield here on this trap tile encounter. The flame shield will be for my warrior, because he's still using the silver shield. There we go, flame shield. And the sword is going to be the best weapon that I can use for a while. Ice sword is quite powerful, and it's going to assist me in my level grind here. because we get to fight everybody's favorite enemy for quite a while. The Agama Grind. Only really done on the NES because of how encounters work. Oops, flame sword down. Okay, ice, flame, armor. Use cure 2s. Alright, let the Agama Grind begin. So there's not much to this grind here. There are 2 trap tiles right next to each other, which makes it so I don't increase encounters. So I can just walk back and forth forever, as long as I don't run out of healing potions. So we utilize that to grind here for whatever XP we need. No matter who has died throughout the run, we can make up all the experience right here. And we're going to be here for a long time, sadly. We need to hit level 16. And everybody is 11. So it's going to take us a little while. So, yeah, no Agama facts here. I don't dish those out. But they are a well-known enemy in the NES speedrunning community. For this reason, is that during speedruns, they're just the safest, easiest enemies to grind XP on. There are other ways you can grind for XP, like you can fight eyes in the ice shrine, or the ice cave. But fighting the eye is really sketchy, since you can instantly kill your characters and petrify people, and the fact that there's not 2 safe tiles right next to each other means you get to also get random encounters. And you don't want to increase your encounters in the ice cave, because there's a lot of scary enemies there. So that's why we go for the Agamas, because they're not that threatening. As you see, we can kill them in 1 to 2 rounds. And by the time we hit 13, we should kill them in 1 round a lot more often. And 15, again, will be a lot easier to kill them. So we just gotta fight these guys for quite a while. And doing this grind will also give us the amount of money we need for our next shopping spree of pro rings. Don't worry, that won't take long. It just takes a lot of money. I'll spend 110,000 gold in the matter of like 30 seconds.
And then in the next shop, you'll spend like 100 gold on 1,000 heal potions, and it'll take 10 minutes.
Actually, in the same town, I get to buy 12 cabins for 250 apiece. So yeah, close. I'm gonna turn off my mic for a minute here.
We're doing this little bit of grind since the mic is off. I will do just a few quick reminders for everybody. The schedule for Frost Fatales 2023 is going to be released on December 21st, which is only in like 3 days. You can view the submissions at submissions.framefatales.com, and let us know what you're hoping to see on the schedule there. Also, if you want to follow what Games Done Quick is up to, you can use exclamation links in Twitch chat for all things GDQ.
Alright, I'm back. I mean, I was here the whole time. But...
Yeah. I would...
Getting a little parched.
I can imagine.
So yeah, this is where the heal staff really comes in handy to save me from buying a lot of heal potions. Because the worst thing the Agama can do is his heat skill, which can do up to 48 damage to the red mage and the warrior. Now fighter, he takes reduced damage from it thanks to the ice shield, which is intended because it's a fire elemental ability used on you, something you're supposed to resist. We could technically pick up the ice armor in the ice cave, and I could make it work with the steps. But in doing so, you get to fight frost dragons, which can easily wipe your party if they ambush you. And we don't want to do that, so I'll just skip the armor and take a little bit more damage during this grind. The red mage needs to keep himself alive anyways. So yeah, I could technically use heal potions, which in the short term would be faster. If every time I got under 100 HP I just went to the menu and just threw a bunch of heal potions up, that would be faster right now. But of course I'd have to buy all the potions again, which nobody wants to sit through. So I try and save as many as possible, because my red mage is already out of curative spells. And yeah, Dan is putting in work. If you notice, he changed his outfit and he matched our color scheme of the party. So he's trying now. He realized that the blue hair just wasn't working and had to throw on his pajamas to match the rest of the party. So the ninja actually isn't a terrible class anymore. And I could technically use a ninja, and it wouldn't be that bad now. But the problem is he's not really necessary. The fighters are kind of better in every way, except they can't cast fast. But that's what the red mage is for. And since we're only leveling 3 characters, I don't have to sit here at this XP grind as long. When I was originally routing this, I was going to try and use 4 characters, one of them being a black mage, so that I could skip out on this grind early. But it just wasn't safe enough for me to be comfortable with it. And also the early game was safer. After having a wipe on Lich, I was like, nope, I'm gonna fix that. Then the red mage got to show his stuff by completely replacing the black mage as the only caster. So yeah, now that our fighters are getting up there, they can take out the Agama by themselves without the red mage helping a lot of the time. Every odd level, they get more strength. I mean, technically every level they gain strength, but every odd level they hit an even amount of strength, which increases their damage by 1. Because every 2 points of strength increases your damage output, which will increase their damage per swing by about 1.5. And it may not be much, but an extra like 5 damage is helpful. And when they crit, that ends up being like an extra, 10 damage. So it definitely helps out by killing off the enemies quicker. But yeah, this is the last level grind. I will kill a few more enemies in the game, but this is the last real grind. At the end of the game, my red mage is going to be 18, and the warriors/fighter knights, they will be level 19. So yeah, we've got 2 more levels to go. And yes, XP is shared amongst all of the living members. So having Dan dead means everybody else can level up quicker. If I was doing a record run attempt, I would have only 2 characters alive here to go through the final dungeon with only 1 fighter. but that is way too risky to show off in a marathon setting, because if he gets unlucky one time and dies, that costs me 30 minutes to try to fix.
Wow.
And we can't have that. So I'll take the extra, 5 minutes of grinding Agamas to make sure that I have 2 fighters ready to go.
Yeah.
It's definitely worth it. I didn't even try. I didn't even want to try having only 1 fighter for the final dungeon, because I knew it's too risky. Doing 2 makes you take more damage on average, but it's the way to go. So yeah, the fighters are not carrying the corpse. The corpse is being dragged. They just have him on a rope, I'm pretty sure. A rope, and he just gets dragged around. You know, we throw the extra weapons and armor we don't need on him, and he just gets dragged along behind the party. You know, if an enemy tries to come up and ambush us from behind, they'll probably step on him and all of his armor that he has on. So we'll know.
It's like an alarm system.
That's right. So yeah, once I leave this dungeon, my fighters are going to be high enough level now that they can actually run away guaranteed. Which is kind of nice, because failing to flee costs time, that's for sure. And in the final dungeon can cost you your life if you're just getting crit by enemies over and over again. So having a guaranteed chance to run is nice, which is something that the other versions of this game don't have. That's when the little run bug actually comes in handy. It makes it so on the NES, your run chance is higher in the late game than it's supposed to be. Sadly, early game, when it matters the most, your run chance is much lower than it should be. But that's also why I use the Thief for the most important battles to flee from. I mean, Marsh Cave, yeah, there's fights that I want to run from there. But at least we've gained a few levels by then.
Yeah.
Because most characters start off with 5 luck. With 5 luck, your chance to run away from enemies is like nothing. If I took a wild guess, I'd say probably in the 20% chance per character.
Whoa.
And you know how percentages work when you're trying to do something fast. You don't want to rely on that. So I rely on the Thief, who has 16 luck and a guaranteed chance to flee, to get me through the first couple battles. Then once you gain a few points of luck, your chances of running really do shoot up to an acceptable percentage. Now, the Black Mage actually has a much better chance to run than the Red Mage. But the Black Mage also has a much better chance of dying through every part of the run. And we don't want our mage to die. Ever. I mean, technically he can die in a lot of these upcoming boss battles and it would be fine. I don't actually need the Red Mage for carry, or Tiamat, or Kraken, but I need him for the final dungeon. And I wouldn't want him to die through all those fights, because I do need him to hit level 18 by the end. Because I want him to have 3 casts of Tier 3/life. And at 18, that's when he gets that. So if you're just coming in, I am finishing up the tail end of my Agama grind. We should be hitting level 16 shortly. And at 16, we can actually get out of here. Now, do we want to take a break after Carrie is defeated, or wait until I beat another fiend?
2 hours and probably after this.
Okay. Just want to know now before I start flying
Yeah,
around in
absolutely.
the airship.
Actually, how long is the next fiend? Like from now
It's
until
gonna
then?
be probably like 20-30 minutes.
Yeah, let's just do it then, because I think we had a break at 1:40ish. So yeah, we'll do it after the next fiend.
Okay. Because yeah, Kraken's dungeon is not too difficult, and we're gonna be done with our level grinding by then, so... It's just running straight through as quickly as possible, grabbing a very few small amount of items that are kind of important. Not the Giant's Glove. That is not a useful item in this version since Saber does not work. But I do need the second ribbon and the opal bracelet for the Red Mage. Alright, we should be coming up on 16 here momentarily. And there we go. And now, we're getting out of here. Only a few more lava tiles to go. And one more random encounter, which is strategically placed to be right before Carrie. So sadly, I need to heal up with potions now. I don't really want to use the potions, but it's better than dying. And I technically don't need to heal to full. Don't heal Dan. Okay. Dan can't be healed. Carrie is not a threat. She can one-shot... Well, she probably won't even one-shot the Red Mage even if she crits him. She only has 600 HP. Generally goes down in 2 to 3 rounds. And out of all my runs with this setup, I don't think I've had her kill anybody yet. It's definitely possible. It's not a big deal if she does kill somebody, though. Because she's generally going down on this round. And that's the volcano completed. 2 orbs down, 2 to go. And now we get to buy the bottle. And there's something weird on this version of the game. You can land on the shop. Right on the Oasis shop, you can just land there. That was definitely not intended, but it's something that we definitely utilize. And don't forget to use the inn. It's very important. Sell off our gauntlets. Oops, not Red Mage. Dan. Then buy Pro Ring for you. And actually, I do have to sell something from the Red Mage's cap. I knew that. Release our fairy. And put on the Pro Rings. And because my money is short, I'm going to sell off the silver sword. And there we go. Now we are set. So yeah, all that money I just earned, gone. I need to buy 3 houses and 12 cabins. Five. And I actually, kind of sad, but I think I lost count, but this should be 11 now. If I buy 1 extra, it's fine. It just means I'll have to use 2 cabins later on. Never mind, I won't have to use the extra cabin. It'll just be 2 in my inventory. It'll just be embarrassing, that's all.
A reminder of the mistake.
Yep, that I couldn't count to 12.
Getting to 12 is hard sometimes.
Get our ox shale. And we can use the warp spell. I am not used to having a warp charge when I go there. I generally have to walk out of the town. So here I actually use the save tiles, which is why I walk in a really odd pattern. Okay, so I bought 13 cabins, which is fine. Sadly, I have to do a double skip here, and I'm setting up my encounters for Waterfall. Waterfall encounters are not really that bad, but it's still good to set them up, so you know what you're fighting, not too many large groups of enemies, and it also sets me up for an easy chance for the setup for the Sea Shrine. So yeah, Waterfall is a very short dungeon. I can just cast Warp once I get to the end, and cut the amount of time I'm supposed to spend in here in half. So the Red Mage still doesn't have a great chance to run. But as long as the fighter gets to go, the fighter can get us out of there. So in the Waterfall, we come here first to pick up some really important equipment. The first one being the ribbon, because, well, you need ribbons in Final Fantasy if you want to survive anything. Everything late game is going to kill you if you don't have ribbons on your characters. And we also need to pick up the defense sword, which most versions just sell. But since we used class change, we can actually equip the defense sword. And it is the 3rd best weapon in the game, in my opinion. Technically, it's got the 4th in attack power, but it has better accuracy and crit rate than the Sun Sword does, which makes it so you can swing it more times at a lower level, which makes it better. And the much higher crit rate also makes you do much higher average DPS. So I only took that battle just because it was short, and still worth okay XP, because I do need to level up still. And we didn't get to see our friendly out of bounds bat. There is a bat there that spawns on, like, on the border of being in and out of bounds, and he can walk either direction. Get our cube, and a defense sword. Sadly, I have to do this. Everything's in weird places. Okay, let's fix this. Put you back up here. Getting petrified just messed up that whole menu. Because you generally don't get petrified. I used every single backup soft that I bought. Normally I use up maybe 2 softs in a run, and I've already used up 3. And I'm going to be using more. Okay, so right now I'm setting up encounters for Sea Shrine. The beginning of Sea Shrine is a little annoying. There are a lot of unrunnables, and we don't want to fight unrunnable encounters. Sea Shrine has 3 different unrunnable encounters. Some of them all appear on the same floor. So you want to make sure that you are able to not fight them. And I'm going to buy 2 soft potions here, because I need at minimum of 1 for the late game, and the second one is a safety soft, in case I get petrified in Sky Castle. Because there's only 2 shops in the game you can buy softs from, and I don't want to have to walk back to this town or Elfland, because Elfland's shop is really far out of the way. So I'll just buy it now. But yeah, I have the battle set up so that I get a bunch of easy encounters. I do fight 3 unrunnable encounters, but it's a necessary evil if I want to pick up the opal armor. I'm sure I probably could have figured out a very complicated route through here, where I didn't get a single unrunnable encounter and get the opal armor. But that would take a lot of time to try to figure that out. And I just went with something that I knew that was going to work.
For sure.
And plus, the XP from these water elementals isn't bad. I do still need experience, so it's fine. The fighter sadly does not have 2 swings yet with his defense, or 4 swings with the defense sword. He only has 3. I need to hit level 18 before I get the 4th swing. And I have it routed out so that I get that right before I need it. So this is a nice floor where you don't get any random encounters. But sadly, the items you need are pretty far away. And you get to hear the full jingle of the Sea Shrine music. The only time in the run. And that was it looping over again, just before I entered the door. Get our slab, and equip some armor. Opal goes to you, gold goes to you, and iron goes to you. Drop that, and warp. Now I could walk off that floor, but it costs about 40 seconds if I just walk off the floor instead of warping out of there. So I'll take the warp. It's something that other runs would like to do, but other runs also run faster, so it's not as big of a deal to them. Actually, let's make you fight that one. So this is unrunnable, and not worth anything, but it's just what we have to fight to pick up the opal armor. It's something I don't normally pick up, but using 2 knights to run through the Temple of Fiends, it's kind of a necessary evil to make sure that your knights can survive. And yes, Dan is dead on purpose. He's gonna stay that way. He's being a really generous guy and giving the rest of the party all of his experience points. Okay, iron armor goes to you. Iron armor, or the opal armor, is tied for the strongest armor in the game. The opal armor and the dragon armor both have the most absorption for any one piece of gear. And it's something we want to have on our characters for going through the final dungeon. Because enemies in the final dungeon hit really hard. Especially Kraken 2. Oh boy, Kraken 2 can one-shot a lot of characters. And so we get as much armor as possible so we can just survive that one fight. It's more important than having the defense for chaos. Which is kind of odd because most runs of this game, all that matters is the chaos fight. The chaos battle for me, for the NES run, isn't that difficult with this party setup. I'm not going to say he's free, because no fight is free. But Chaos is easier than Kraken 2 is, generally. Just because Kraken 2 can really punch you down. So yeah, this dungeon has got a interesting mechanic in it where you go back and forth from different floors. So it seems like you're going up like 10 floors, but it's really only 5 total, technically. And that includes the mermaid floor, which doesn't have encounters on it. So yeah, we're almost there. Close to Kraken now. I still have to pick up our second ribbon and skip by the Giant's Gloves. In every other version of this game, you want those Giant Gloves, because they are one of the best pieces of armor you can pick up in the game. But sadly for us, it's pretty useless. The Giant's Gloves cast Saber when used in battle. And since Saber doesn't work, it's not very helpful to us. So Dan is called Dan because in the Final Fantasy I community, Dan is a bit of a joke character. He's traditionally left there. Come on, I can do this. If you try to menu it too quickly, that can happen sometimes. Alright, let's heal up a bit. Alright. And in this run, Dan is a bit of a joke also. He's the character who's just going to be dying. He helps us out for the early game, and then he's pretty much not on the team. I figured throwing in the little jokester with the typical well-named characters would be a little bit more apparent that he's not really part of the team. I could have named him Thief or Ninja, and I feel like more people would have wondered why the ninja was on the ground dead. Anybody that knows Dan knows why Dan's dead.
Dan knows what Dan did.
Okay, I've got one more random encounter after this one. Random, with quotes. Then it'll be Kraken time. this water elemental battle is between 1 and 3 randomly. I just happened to see 2 both fights. Which I think 2 is actually my favorite number of water elementals to see. 1 feels like a waste, and 3 is very painful. And I want to save the extra casts of here. Perfect, we are full, and I didn't have to use a single heal potion. So I don't have to buy any more. For safety, I'm going to defense, fight, and fast, the defense sword user. So I mostly just use the defense sword in case Kraken decides to punch my red mage before he gets a fast cast off. I want to make sure that at least one character survives this battle. And as long as the red mage doesn't die right away, the fight's very easy. Not with the warrior's help, as you just saw the single digit damage there. But yeah, luckily our red mage did survive a punch from Kraken. Kraken doesn't have any special tricks, he just punches or uses ink, and ink does nothing. And Kraken should go down with this swing here. And there he goes. That is Kraken, our 3rd fiend down, only 1 to go. And I think now is a good time for our break.
Yep, for sure. So during these longer runs, we like to take a break every hour or so, just so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water. Just before we take a quick break, I would like to remind you all, your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bitch cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel help support Games Done Quick, both with our Hotfix content, our weekly stuff, and with the GDQ 2023 costs. So if you like this show, any of our other regular shows, it would really help us if you subbed or anything else you could manage to do. It helps us keep this content running. With that said, we'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. Hello everybody and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is the Final Fantasy 35th anniversary celebration. We are in the middle of a NES run. I will hand it right back over to the runner.
Alright, welcome back everybody. Here we are, we just beat Kraken and we are level 16. So time to continue on. I have not saved the game since beating up Kraken, so it's time to save now. Oh, look at that. Encounter 1 step later. Weird how that happened. Yeah, I know where all of the random encounters are, so they're not really random, since they're all fixed encounters. That's just how the NES works. So I gotta use it to my advantage to make sure that I'm only fighting battles that are necessary. And here we are back at Melmond for the 2nd time, or actually the 3rd time, and the final time. Okay, Red Mage, you get here. And I don't have enough money, so time to sell off a weapon. I guess that makes sense. I forgot that I did not... I just said sell off a weapon. Why'd I go to the armor store? Okay. Just cost me a tiny bit of time there for having a brain fart. Now technically, I don't need the life spell. And I probably won't be using it, but it's a good safety net. Alright, so we went in there, translated the slab, because we don't want to take the walk of shame. A lot of Final Fantasy I speedrunners, doesn't matter the version, have forgotten to talk to Dr. Oon, and gone all the way down to Lufania, only to find out they can't speak the language. Now normally I don't take this battle if there's a Wyvern, but I want to play it a little safe to just guarantee I get my levels. So I'm going to take this battle. This battle has a chance, a 50% chance of only being a Tyro, and 50% chance he'll bring his friend. And the Wyvern being there turns it from a 1-turn encounter to a 2-turn encounter. Oh, and the life spell is definitely not to be cast on Dan. I mean, I could probably do it as a meme, just for chaos, but yeah, he won't be very useful at level 2.
You take a hit.
No, I mean, it's possible Chaos could decide to melee Dan, and that would be hilarious and completely worth it. But most likely he would just cast Ice 3 and Dan would die anyways. And Dan can't do anything to help the team. He's not high enough level to cast fast, and I don't have the steps in my route to pick up the white shirt for him to be useful with that. That would at least give him a job in a Chaos battle. But sadly, no. We don't get that. Level 17, right on pace for where we should be. So by the end of the next dungeon, I need to be 18. So I'm going to be taking a few of the encounters that are worth good experience. Like those Tyros, they are definitely good to fight. And there's our chime, so we can now enter the final dungeon. And my walking here is very precise. I take a weird step right next to the town of Lufania because there's actually one safe tile there that you can walk on. So I make sure that I go in there and hit that twice to save me 2 steps. And it's also important because I just skipped a battle there. What was that battle, you might ask? That was a pack of zombies and trolls, which are unrunnable. And they're not, I mean, they're worth okay experience, but not worth the time that I need to put into killing them. The Tyros should be a 1-round battle, as long as one of my characters crits, or everybody just hits decently hard. I should also have the Ice Sword on the Red Mage, which I don't, so it's also on me a little bit. It's fine, I'll equip the Red Mage here in a minute. House up, cabin up, and this shadow is actually a safe tile also, which it doesn't matter if I walked on the safe tile or the step right before the dungeon because I am going to be resetting the battle here in a second anyways. So the Oxyale does let you breathe underwater, so you can go to the Sea Shrine. Without it, you cannot talk to the mermaid. The mermaid at the entrance will not let you pass if you don't have the Oxyale. And I guess, you know, Dan didn't want to use the Oxyale, so he's permanently dead. We'll go with that. We could have revived him, but he lost his chance. Alright, I'm fighting these battles and just casting all my spells. I'm going to be recharging my spells here right after I pick up this treasure chest. This chest is something that a lot of people will not go out of the way for. myself included. But it's only 2 fights for me to pick up the Aegis shield. So I will pick it up. Eventually. Okay, Ice Shield, Ribbon, and Silver Ribbon, yeah. Drop, drop, drop. And I also need to do that. Okay, weapon. Ice, you. There we go. A lot of menuing there. Now I need to reset the encounters again, because the step route for Mirage Tower is extremely important. More so than probably any other dungeon in the whole game. Solely because if you just walk through it and you're not paying attention, you can easily fight not 1, but 2 war mechs almost right in a row. And war mech's got like a 70% chance to ambush me, and he can just cast nuclear and wipe the whole party. So we avoid that. Because it's very, like, if I take 1 step off, then that can mess everything up. So it's a dungeon I have to be very careful on my steps. Now, luckily for me, I've ran through this dungeon thousands of times, so I generally don't have any issues with it. But it's something that new runners of the game can definitely struggle with, is being very careful for not getting war mech. And that's a 3-round guard battle, which is why I usually don't fight them. I thought since there was only 2 of them, I could take it out easily enough. But I was wrong. So I've got to pick up another chest here out of the way. The Sun Sword. The Sun Sword technically isn't necessary. I can skip the Sun Sword. But I like to pick it up so my second fighter is at least able to do something. Because the Ice Sword is not cutting it anymore. And it is one of the best weapons in the game. Put on that weapon, Sun Sword goes to you. And we get our little door glitch. So yeah, there's not a whole lot of fights that we're going to be taking from now on. Just enough to level us up. I'm going to risk this battle. It's not deadly at all. I just doubt the red mage is going to one-shot his target. But it is worth acceptable experience. Close, red mage, close. So I only have a few battles left that I can take. That'll get me up to 18. And yes, I have only 3 characters for a few reasons. One is faster experience for my living party members. 2 is I have less actions to take in battle. And 3, there's only 3 ribbons in the game. And ribbons are kind of necessary for keeping your important people alive. If I get lucky, I can one-round this battle. But I don't expect it. I would need a good critical hit from one of my characters. And that wasn't good enough. But one more swing should finish off Blue D. Sadly, Blue D got to use Thunder. That's a good 6 heal potions I'll have to buy? Well, maybe not. I might have enough healing. And what's this? I'm walking the wrong direction. I'm not going to the next floor, I'm picking up the Bane Sword. The Bane Sword is something that you won't see in any of the other runs today. It'll be pretty unique for the NES version. So I will be using the Bane Sword to instantly kill Tiamat, at least try to. And there's use for it in one other fight left also. I can walk around this room either direction, doesn't matter. They're the same amount of steps. The Bane Sword. So I don't forget, move the Bane Sword to you. Warp out of here. And since I walked around the left before, I'll walk around the right side now. Again, doesn't matter, it's symmetrical, so I can walk around either side. That fight is not bad experience, but I want to try and one-round the battles. I have 2 Ice 2s to cast for the Nightmare Evilmen battles. But I'm going to try and save it. The Manicore fight's not bad. But again, I'm just gonna try to run. One more battle before I get to pick up my ribbon. And I do need to hit 18. So some of these fights I just need to take. Hopefully we kill off the Evil Man, which we did almost minimum damage. There we go, much better. Pick up the Opal Shield, which is tied for the strongest shield in the game. Alright, and drop Gold Flame. And warp out again. I use warp in these 2 sections here to save steps, because the step route is very tight. I have to make sure that I only take the exact amount of steps I need. Because if I didn't warp out there, it would cost me extra steps. And that would make me fight a Warmech. And Warmech may be fun to show off. I'm gonna take this. I don't want to, but I'll take it. It's gonna be a 2-round encounter. But yeah, I have to be very careful with my steps. So I cannot... I can do a double ice too, that's fine. Yeah, I just have to be careful with the steps. So I have to use a warp there even though I don't want to. This fight is worth good XP because of the Gurnaga. The Air Elemental isn't great. Yep, I'm sorry everybody, no Warmech. I do not have a good setup for Warmech. Back when I was running the All Monsters version of this game, I died to Warmech quite a few times before I finally had a successful run beat him. He is not an easy enemy to fight. Not at all. Even coming prepared. That was with me grabbing the Adamant, warping out, getting Excalibur, then fighting him with 4 people. I still died most of the time.
Oh. That's a tough cookie.
Yes, it is a very difficult battle to beat. So, I did hit 18. It took me a tiny bit longer than I wanted, but it's okay. I could have tried risking it on these battles and fought the Nachos, but I didn't want to wait. I wanted to save the Nacho for a just in case I still didn't hit 18. But since I hit 18, I will skip the encounter. If I needed 18 still, I would take that, and that would be my last chance to hit level 18. So this floor right here has got the highest encounter rate in the entire game. Which in lots of other versions it has the lowest encounter rate, but NES being NES does things differently. Alright, and I don't have to use up any heal potions. Thanks to the fighters having some spells, I will defense, Bane, and fast. So the goal here is to kill Tiamat with the Bane Sword. I have a 1 in 7 chance to instantly kill her. It's not the best odds, honestly, but it's what we've got. So the Red Mage did his job, and now he's just going to keep the party alive while the fighter does damage, and the warrior goes for the instant kill. The fight can take a long time if I'm unlucky. So we just hope that the warrior is able to do that. In the third turn, Bane Sword is perfectly acceptable. That's what we like to see. And that's the fourth fiend. Now we can go to the Temple of Fiends to fight Chaos. So yeah, the Bane Sword is not something you get to see in most other versions of the game. It doesn't work very well. But it is nice to see Poison Smoke terminated. It's fun to show off, and it can save time if you get it quickly, like we did. Alright, so now I just have to cap out my heal potions again. And I'm gonna buy 1 extra pure potion for safety. I shouldn't need it, but I was down to 2. I'm trying to think of something that could poison me in the final dungeon. And I can't think of anything. No, okay, I thought of something. So yeah, 3 pure potions is good. That's, I guess, worst case scenario, I actually only need 2. But yeah, this shop won't be as bad as the rest. I should only need to buy like 20-ish heal potions. 1 at a time.
It is still a lot better than earlier, though.
Oh yes. Before I went to Volcano and I had to buy like 80 of them, I think it was like 70. It was still a lot. There we go. And I have Ruse. Don't be a jerk. You know what? Be a jerk. I'll just warp around you. It may seem like a waste, but it's fine because I'm going to be using a house here in a second anyways. Because I'm warping out of this dungeon also. Turn in the Adamant. Pick up the Excalibur. Equip Excalibur, and you get Sun Sword. And now we have the fun part of setting up for the Temple of Fiends. So the Temple of Fiends has a lot, and I mean a lot, of terrible encounters. So I want to go in on the best encounters I can choose. So I'm going to skip 4 battles outside, then 4 battles inside. And then it's pretty easy from there. I only have to delay on 1 floor. But yes, the NES version of this game is definitely slower paced than most of the other versions. And I say most because I've played the MSX version. Oh boy, that's a good one. Oh, I don't know why I looked at that encounter. I don't want to manually run from the spider, or have him run from me. But yeah, if you haven't checked out the MSX version of this game, it's a long one. It's like twice as long as the NES version. Because the game is got some problems with the screen scrolling. But it's got pretty unique palettes for their sprites and unique music. Alright, now we're actually ready. That was all the skips. And now we go into the final dungeon. After we flee from zombies, one of the most basic enemies. So what I was doing there was setting up encounters. There are a lot of unrunnable encounters in this dungeon that can murder my team. 1, we are underleveled. And 2, we don't have the resources to survive a lot of those battles. So one of the main things I try to avoid is on the next floor here. The most common encounter by far are gas dragons. Gas dragons are unrunnable, and if I fight 4 of them, they can wipe my whole party. And they're also difficult to kill, so I avoid them. We still fight encounters that can hurt us, but nowhere near as bad. So you will see me using the heal staff a lot on the red mage while I'm trying to run away here. The red mage is not guaranteed to flee. And you know that ribbon Dan was holding on to? We need it now. Phantom has time elemental magic, and can kill us instantly if I don't have a ribbon on. Phantom also has the highest critical hit rate in the game out of any enemy, and hits really hard. If he gets frisky, he can one-shot the red mage, and we don't like to see that. Luckily, the loot. You know that the very first item we picked up? Yeah, we finally get to use it. And on this version, you can use the loot 1 step after you fight Phantom. You don't have to be standing right next to the orb, because all of the tiles in there are safe tiles. And yeah, Phantom's XP, it's not very good. I think that is their way of telling you, hey, you're at the end game. You should already have all the experience you need by now. To prove it, this boss is worth nothing. Alright, double worm, that's unfortunate. This is the first unrunnable encounter I get into. It is worth good experience. It'll get my fighters closer to 19, but it's also not necessary. Worms do have a heightened crit rate, which of course they had to put on display. The warrior can technically one-shot them, but he doesn't do it often enough for me to try to split up the fighters. Healing up the red mage is important after that large critical hit. And it may not seem like I'm really taking that much damage, and honestly, I'm not taking that much yet. But here in a moment, we're going to be fighting Lich. and he's going to cast the spell Nuke on me. And I could easily take 800 damage from him. That uses up a few healing potions.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, and all the boss fights after that can also do hundreds of damage to me really fast. So all my 99 heal potions can be gone. Which is why I'm also heal staffing as much as I can with the red mage, to try to get extra healing before we flee. Because his run chance isn't great anyways. Okay, now we're gonna do a little trick that we do on the NES. And no other version really does this. Well, no other version does it quite like this. So we are going to get ourselves petrified on purpose. The red mage does not have enough hit points to survive Lich, guaranteed. So instead, we're going to turn him into a statue. That's not what I want to see. I don't want to see the fighter getting paralyzed. He is supposed to use the defense sword, so that he does not get hit by their melee attacks. They have 10 swings, and can very easily make this fight scary. We want to see a glance on the red mage, and to petrify the red mage. There we go. Now I can kill off the Gurmedusas. And I will use the Bane Sword again here. Bane Sword has a high chance to instantly kill them. But yeah, Gurmedusas are quite annoying when you don't have your defense sword up. Man, that high chance, and I got one of them taken out. Normally, you take out 2/3 of them with a Bane Sword. But I took out Tiamat with it, so I guess I can't complain. Now, technically, I could have tried to run with the fighter, and it probably would have taken me a couple rounds, but I could have gotten out of there. A lot of times it's better to just kill them off. Alright, heal up. Lich 2 time. As you may have seen on Nikki's run earlier if you were watching, Lich 2 is a jerk. Okay, that was really nice. Those were very low rolls on his nuke. So I lucked out there. Nuke generally does 300 to 400 damage. If you're lucky, it can do... Technically, it can hit you for only 100. But that's not likely at all. So here's all those heal potions putting in their work. Oops, don't do that yet. Armor. So I put on the ribbon for Lich because he also has time elemental magic. And I don't want my fighter to be instantly killed. So I throw on the ribbon, and his melee attacks are not threatening. For most of these other bosses, I'm going to have on the opal helmet for the extra absorption. Because, well, I want to survive the battles. And the less damage I can take, the better. And a lot of these guys swing 6 to 8 times. Okay, this fight is probably going to be a 3-round encounter. It can be 2 rounds if fighter hits really hard. But with the defense sword, he's not likely to one-shot them. This is also unrunnable. I do have a few unrunnable battles I need to take. But it's better than a lot of the alternatives. Like, this fight isn't doing much damage to me. And it can get us up to 19. At level 19, we hit that odd level, so we get to do a bit more damage. We also get a few more hit points, but that's not as important as the extra damage is. Now, Warrior should hit level 19 after Carry or Kraken. One of the two. Okay, now Armor. Pro Cape on the Red Mage, and heal up to full. And last but not least, switch our party order. So if you remember me talking about party order before, the guy on the front has a 50% chance to be targeted, while the one in slot 3 only has a 12.5% chance. So I put the Warrior down there so that he can just swing at Carry, while Carry mostly focuses on the fighter. While he just raises his evasion, the Warrior takes her out. You can do this with one fighter, but it's a lot riskier. Because if they decide to hit you and crit you before you get your defenses up, you can die. Especially on Kraken 2 coming up here in a minute. Carry 2 is usually not as bad. But Kraken can very easily two-shot you. And if he goes first, before you get your defenses up, you can die. And that's why Kraken's honestly the whole reason I use 2 fighters for this, for safety. And I use the Ruse spell on my fighter who does not have the defense sword, so that he can get his evasion up also. And I stopped. That was 2 steps ahead of Kraken, but that's fine. I usually stop 1 step before Kraken, but it doesn't matter, there's no fights. Okay, Kraken, please play nice. Don't attack me first. Like that. On the worst character to hit. Okay. This fight just got scary. I need my Warrior to use his second ruse, and to not be punched again. 1 critical hit can instantly kill my Warrior. And even a regular hit could potentially take him out. So he needs to not be targeted. The fighter is immune to all physical attacks except for critical hits. Alright guys, you need to do some damage. Ink is a free round, does no damage to us. I need the Excalibur to put in some work here. Oh boy. We're fine. We're fine. As long as we go first here, we should take out Kraken. Okay, Ink, good. And this is why I have 2 characters. If that fighter died, I can unpetrify the Red Mage and revive him. So, you remember those 99 heal potions we bought? Yeah. They're disappearing real fast. And that is why we need to buy 99 heal potions. A little scary. He had to target the character who didn't have the evasion. But it's fine. We survived and we carry on. So I've got 1 last unrunnable encounter. And it can be scary if you're not prepared for it. But this team shouldn't have any problems with it. We are level 19 on both of the fighters, with two of the best weapons in the game. And I'm not even going to risk the warrior soloing his own. He can, just like that. And fighter sadly does not auto-target, but it's just better to take less damage. When I was doing lots of practice runs for this, I split up my characters a lot. And every time I split up their attacks, warrior just never one-shot his. So I've given up on splitting them up, and I'll just put them on the same target. So yeah, the worms do have a high crit rate, and so if they are feeling like it, they can take you down to double-digit HP pretty quickly. And that fight is also pretty lucrative for XP. It's one of the best fights in the entire game. Warmech being the best fight for experience, but yeah, we're not fighting Warmech. A couple more random encounters, and we get to pick up the best weapon in the game. The Excalibur is a very powerful weapon, but it's not quite as good as the Masamune. Now that's a weapon, and this is also the only version that is going to be using the Masamune. I'm going to warp out, so I don't have to walk over that entire floor again. Down to 27 heal potions, and I can use them all up if Tiamat is mean. But first, our last not random encounter. Alright, let's double check that we have the correct stuff on, correct weapons, yes. Tiamat 2. I only have one fast spell to cast on this battle, so it needs to be on the Excalibur user. Bane is a free round, unless you are extremely unlucky. And then we just fight it out. I could use the heal staff if we took a lot of damage, but we didn't take any damage, so we are fine. And next round, Tiamat should go down. She could go down in 2 rounds if your fighter's not slacking, but mine didn't want to do anything, so we get the 3 rounds of shame. And that was our last random encounter. Now all we have left is the man himself, Kraken. And I'm going to switch my party order to keep the most important member of the party at the bottom. Because I don't want him to get paralyzed or targeted with Slow 2. If Slow 2 hits my Excalibur user, it's okay. It's not ideal, but it's okay. The Red Mage, we want to survive for healing purposes. So fight, fast, fight. So Chaos, we don't want to see him use spells. That was his first spell. His 4th spell is Cure 4, which will full heal him. He has 2000 HP, and we've done 350 damage. So we want to see him use some skills. Okay, about 800 damage. There we go, his first skill. And throw a Cure 3 on the warrior. Oh man, and I forgot to revive Dan. Sorry guys.
Oh, no.
Okay, Chaos is using skills. This is pretty much a free win now. I'll do another Cure 3 on the fighters. And just watch that HP go down. So his next spell is Slow 2. But it doesn't matter, that's time. And Chaos is terminated. So that is the NES version of Final Fantasy 1. Done in a relatively quick manner. As quick as I could while being safe.
Yeah, so I guess we didn't really talk about it. This route is pretty different than like a world record run because world record isn't exactly safe. So,
oh no.
Yeah.
For my world record route, I think it took me almost 400 attempts to have a run beat Chaos with my route. And I only beat it with that route one time. That's how not safe it is.
Yeah, so that's wild. Do you have anything else you want to share before we move on to the next run?
No, that's all I can think of. Thanks to the GGs, everybody. It was a fun run. It went relatively smoothly. So no complaints here.
And thank you so much for being on to celebrate the anniversary. You had an amazing run. Your commentary was great. So great run all around.
Yep, thanks for having me. Glad to be here.
With that said, we do have 2 more runs to get to. So we are going to take a quick break. And then we will be back with our 3rd run of the day, which is going to be the Pixel Remaster version of Final Fantasy. We'll see y'all in just a little bit. Hello everybody and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is the 35th anniversary celebration of Final Fantasy, and we are here with Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster. I'll hand it over to the runner and commentary, and they can introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Leggy Starscream. I am here for running this game, and I dragged someone back. Debbie, are you sick of this game already? You've commentated it earlier.
I love this game so much. It's such a core, it's such a core experience in my life. Be it the NES version, the PSP version, or Pixel Remaster, or the randomizer. It's a game I've played enough, and I've commented. I'm here. We're doing this, Leggy. We're doing this
Heck
thing.
Yeah. So this is the Pixel Remaster version. You'll notice that monks are back. We needed to give the monk a break from doing all the punching for the NES version. But once again, we are going to be punching a lot of things. Double Black Mage is going to let us blow up a bunch of enemies, and fighters are just going to do fighter things. There's a couple of actually really neat things going on with the Pixel Remaster version that come out of the speedrun that aren't in any other version of Final Fantasy 1, but we'll talk about those as we get going. For now, Church, Demi, you ready to get started?
I'm ready whenever you are.
I'm excited.
All right. I'll count us in then. We'll get ready in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
That's a different one of your speedruns.
Yeah, no, I'm not here for Pokemon Day. There are plenty of better speedrunners for Pokemon Day, let's be real. But,
well, we can't skip the intro, so here is the newest intro for Final Fantasy 1. The other major difference that we might have saw at the very, very beginning of the run is that this is the Final Fantasy where you can have the longest names. We can have a 12-character name, so Leggy was able to fit in the full Happy Anniversary Final Fantasy.
Yeah, no weird abbreviations, no, splitting anniversary in half. No, we got the whole dang thing. But while we're getting started, to talk about, just the overall course of this game came out, just over a year ago?
Yeah, right around last fall, yeah.
Yeah, and obviously, the FF1 speedrunning community at the time got really excited, jumped on it, and we found a couple of interesting differences that are worth talking about, like, right away. If you recall from the previous 2 games, there was a lot of planning around, like, okay, on the first turn, these are the different spells that enemies can cast, this is the ability it'll use. All that's out the window. Enemies, their AI script is just a % chance to cast or punch or use an ability. Each individual ability has a percentage chance, and it's just a roll of the die every single time. It makes some fights a lot easier. It makes some fights a lot more terrifying. It makes some fights a little bit of both. But we're gonna get started. Y'all know it. Y'all love it. Here's Corderia.
I don't recognize this at
Yeah,
all.
we're gonna do a type.
Sorry. Go.
Haven't been here before.
Don't recognize it.
Nope, not at all, huh? So Red Mage on vacation. So we have to buy fewer items here. We get to buy some armor, but only 1, and we're gonna remove the staff from the monk because again, monk wants to use the bare hands. We are going to grab 2 copies of Thunder, and no sleep this time because we are going to be. The theme of this is we're going to be aggressively fighting things because there are some real interesting differences that are going to be popping up in a little bit when we talk about grinding. Are we going to talk about grinding?
We will definitely reference grinding. But the other thing of note is that I changed 2 configuration settings. And the first one is cursor memory. If you've played, modern RPGs, you'll be familiar with how that works. When I highlight a item in my menu, it'll just stay there until I move it. The other thing, we got auto battle, baby!
Yeah, and a lot of these early fights, you'll notice that run is not a thing we're doing. We are literally pressing, we're not pressing the Y button, but we're holding down A a lot of the time. But we're going to switch to Thunder so our black mages can do the black mage thing that they're supposed to do, which is 40 damage a shot. This is usually a 2-turn fight, so note that auto battle means we don't have to remenu here, we can just let it rip. Oh goodness, that's not ideal.
Rough, but manageable. The good news is there's a lot of flexibility here in the early game for, marathon/showcase safety strats, which we've got going on here. So I can take early wipes, it's just going to be a little bit slower than it would otherwise.
Yeah, there's a lot of saving and a lot of auto-saving, thankfully, so...
Yeah, the autosave in this game is very generous. It will autosave every time you do a screen transition.
Yep, so running this game is very safe. For new runners, what is probably going to be in the realm of 2.5-ish hours to 3 hours, depending. World record's like in the high 130s now. I was supposed to say low 140s, so I think it's the high 130s now.
Unless there is a new one, it should be low 140s.
Low 140s? I can always double check later.
Yeah. You can check. I'm a little busy.
You're busy. We're gonna watch the bridge cutscene.
Yeah. If you were here before the NES version watching GBA, you might recognize this. This version is quote-unquote a definitive version of Final Fantasy I, but it does take some of the enhancements from later iterations, especially the storytelling department. You'll notice when I was menuing to do magic, it looked very, very familiar to the NES. We have the spell charge system again. So each level of spell has a certain number of charges. Every time you cast a spell, you spend a charge of that level. If you're out of charges, well, you can't do magic anymore.
That record, by the way, just under 142.
Yeah.
So
Low 140s.
Low 140s. But yeah, so we're actually going to use we're actually going to end up using the shrine to resurrect the black mage who passed out in the last fight. Thankfully, it's real cheap early on here to bring back characters, so we're not too put out by it. But for a run where we're going to be fighting, our fighting of encounter rate is going to be closer to NES than it is to GBA. For people who've watched the first 2 runs, that we're gonna be fighting a fair few encounters through the game without regard for what they are.
Yeah. Sometimes it's just because that fight's faster and it's easier just to blow it up before you have to deal with the RNG rolls of trying to run away. Other times, some stuff are worth decent amounts of experience. But
yep.
We aren't really going to be grinding the same way that we were in the other games outside of a section that's coming up very quickly.
Yeah, the whole idea is that we take a lot of fights at the end of the day. Part of it's also that auto battle can also just be faster. Like, if your auto battle is set up to blow up an encounter and you get the second encounter that's the same as the first, you might as well just, let it rock, right?
Yeah, so that actually ties into the second setting I changed, which is keep auto battle between fights. So by default, if you auto battle through a fight, when you get into the next one, auto battle's off, giving you time to react. You do have a minute, well, not a minute, you have a few seconds to press the auto battle toggle to turn it off when you get into a new encounter. But interestingly enough, the auto battle speed up actually applies to the transition between the map and the fight.
Yeah, so we're gonna end every fight staying in auto battle. Even if we had remenued the turn before, the other thing is that when auto battle is on, you'll see that the animations are sped up greatly. So, we love auto battle. Auto battle is great. It's our bestest friend of all time.
That's spicy.
Not ideal, but we're living this life right now.
Yeah, the dream is to have the team hit level 4 over the course of these 3 encounters on the way to Fovoka. And we're most of the way there. Level 4 is important for a number of reasons, including the fact that it's the first... Oh, I guess we're only getting 2 encounters. That works. Level 4 is important for a couple of reasons. The first one being that fighters at level 4 get a second hit when equipped with the default rapier, and black mages get a guaranteed strong HP up at level 4. Meaning every level you can see sometimes the black mage HP goes up by, 2, and sometimes the black mage HP goes up by, 20. The 20s are the strong HP levels. I'm just gonna save here for safety, just because, little under-leveled across the board.
Yeah, so we can just auto-battle our way through this at this point. The other thing is that Leggy went over to the shop and bought her copies of Temper right away with the money that we obtained along the route. This, of course, is, on the one hand, makes money real tight for a while, but on the other hand, we don't have to come back here again with the airship or later at all. Also, we don't have the 15 puzzle to make a pile of money, so we don't get the opportunity to, get a pile of mega elixirs or things that we can sell, so... that's kind of the option there.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Oh, yeah. We do have the 15 puzzle now. Now that I've got the ship, I can go on the boat and play the 15 puzzle. In the NES game, it gave you 100 gil every time you completed it. In GBA and PSP, it gives, all kinds of wonderful rewards depending on how fast you beat it. Guess what you get for completing the 15 puzzle in Final Fantasy I Pixel Remaster?
is it the ability to do a glitch that we're not going to do because this is technically a glitchless
I
run?
think they've actually patched it out by now. But the answer that I was fishing for was nothing.
Dang, I knew it.
Yeah. You no longer get any rewards for completing the 15 puzzle in this version of the game.
Oh, God.
like he could convince me to run this on just not having to do the 15 puzzle alone.
Hey, love, you should run this.
But the Final Fantasy games are so much RNG at point.
Yeah, that's the fun part.
You know what? Fair. I accept this.
I am cutting it very close with Fantasy's HP down there, but, you know, I am heading back towards Corneria to heal up between these rounds. I am trying to take as much as I can. I was not counting my temper charges, which is a mistake. Or my thunder charges, excuse me.
You ran out of
Yeah,
gas.
so I'm just going to switch over to tempering up the melees here, which should help clean this encounter up. Mostly what I'm worried about here is the sharks.
They do hit decently hard.
Okay, there's the gaze, but it wasn't on anyone important. And there's the fight.
Alright.
So yeah, rough opener, but overall doing okay, doing okay.
I mean, 202 gil and 600, like, or 202 experience, 600 gil. I mean, we're feeling good about everything
I
right
am
now.
going to take a moment, pop into my menu, see how much money I've got. I've got... Ooh. I'm going to take a moment here and take a few encounters before I sail on to Elfland. This is the grinding spot I was talking about earlier. Ambush. This early on, I am trying to hit... 1,700 or more gil is usually the threshold I try to go for.
Yeah, we're looking for pirates here if we can find them. That is the primary money-making option.
Speaking of, and a preemptive.
Hey, and it's a preemptive, and it's a max pack. What do you know?
And the monk gets the one shot.
All right, Final Fantasy, I see how it is.
Is it Christmas and my
Feel
birthday?
Oh, there's still another hour and a half plus of run here. I don't know if it's Christmas and your birthday
And a
yet.
saber drop.
Did you get a saber also? I didn't know you get a saber drop from those.
Not gonna put that on the fighter. That's free money.
That's dollary dues. We're gonna convert that to cash in a minute. Not a lot of cash.
Yeah,
but
so I healed up one last time before we sailed over to Elfland. Still gonna take things as we go because, you know, we're still early game. We don't have 15 puzzle. Money is still tight. We don't have what PSP's got going on either.
waves hands in air. Alright, so we are pushing through here.
Yeah. And we're, like, getting reasonably close to level 8, which is also an important benchmark. I'm not gonna take the extra encounter to grind for it. But level 8 is when you get your third charge of level 3 magic. There's gonna be a few other thresholds that we're gonna be thinking about as we go. I forgot to check which black mage had more HP. Yep, it's final. Just like my purchase.
Grabbing one copy of Thundara. We can afford to, but we prefer to buy consumables so that we can, you know...
Not die. I'm gonna buy a tank for safety. I've got the money for it.
Antidotes.
Let's sell extra stuff. Turn that into more potions. Oops. And we're on our way. This fight sucks.
This is one of the worst, honestly. We're gonna flee from
Yeah,
those.
you'll notice I'm already burning one of those antidotes I picked up.
That's why you buy them.
Yep.
But yeah, we're looking for, again, much like the other runs, we're looking for ogres and ogre chiefs. This is not it. This is not what we're looking for right now.
Yeah. Like, we're taking a little bit of attrition damage, but I am really ahead on potion count right now, so this isn't the worst. And in fact, experience-wise, I'm in a good spot. Obviously, I'd love to have more money, but, it's not mandatory. If I can run away.
Alright. No poisons, which is good.
Yeah, Marsh Cave time. Everyone loves Marsh Cave.
Oh god, we didn't talk about the one most newest and interestingest thing in this run. We can move diagonally.
Oh, yeah. We've been promoted from rooks. Yeah, but yeah, I'm just running from everything in this cave. None of it's worth good experience. And honestly, I'm trying to conserve my Thundara charges as best I can for now. Because I only got 2 of them. If I had gotten the level 8, I would have been able to get a 3rd, but money was tight.
But yeah, we are gonna head on down. Scorpions, of course, still hit fairly hard, but...
Gotta take a moment and heal again.
We're gonna drink those potions like our life depends upon it, because, unsurprisingly...
It does.
Our life depends upon it. Thankfully the menus are snappy, so it's not a big deal. But we grab a cottage. That's not a Phoenix Down. That's just a potion now.
Yeah, the Phoenix Down is in a different box. Oh god.
More scorpions here. Land lobsters are out for, whatever it is that they're out for.
Blood, I think?
They've chosen violence today. Yep, so, you'll notice that we did not get an encounter and we stepped on the tile in front of the crown chest.
You'll notice we also got a preemptive encounter. You'll want to talk about that one, too.
So, you remember all that talk about unrunnables that I might have done 5 hours ago or so, where some of these encounters in these games cannot be run from, so it's a big problem and all that. Well, guess what? That is no longer the case.
Oh, random encounters are no longer unrunnable.
Yes, all random encounters are not unrunnable, and if we were to walk back and forth on this tile, we're not gonna get another encounter. Encounters are not bound to the tiles, they're bound to actual sprites, either the chests, the item in question. There's one that shows up, there's an enemy that just shows up on the tile in Ice Cave when you jump down the hole. The encounters are now bound to sprites. What this means is, in every other version, the runners do a grind at some point where they walk back and forth on a tile and fight things. We can't do that. There is no let's kill 17 eyes. That's not an option anymore. All we have, and all that we can do, is fight whatever we come across because we need that sweet, sweet experience.
I'm just gonna quick save. Scorpions still will murder you. I will be taking some small, quick saves as I go, just to make sure that, in longer sections, if I get absolutely destroyed in direct and single combat, I don't lose too much time. Out of antidotes already.
This has not been the friendliest marsh cave in the world.
I got first try Piscos. I'll take that every single day.
You know what? Yeah, you did get the most important bit. It doesn't matter that you used up 5 antidotes and a handful of potions because you got first try Piscos.
At least with ambushes in this game, there is a cap to the number of enemies that can attack. You will notice one of them didn't. Only 5 enemies will attack you in an ambush. Very convenient. I bought that tent, which is why I'm conserving my potion usage. Because I'm hoping to do a camping trip right outside Astos' lair, sing merry campfire songs about how, you know, he's, I don't know, kind of rude and a little funny looking. But I am going to save in front of him, because now that, you know, I've, you know, insulted him and his honor, he's kind of angry with me. So, you remember when I mentioned earlier that enemies can just do whatever spell they know at any time? Astos, of course, has Fyra and Thundara in his spell list. These spells do a lot of AoE damage.
Ow.
As I was talking about. But since we have the temper charges, we are going to spend our times buffing the melees.
And falling asleep for a turn.
And dying. And having the temper get redirected to the Black Mage. Interesting. Now the slow isn't great.
Yeah, slow sets your hit rate to 1, so you never hit more than once. You keep their temper, so your damage is still pretty... never mind.
Yep.
Astos decides to flame down the party, gets a sleep off. Thankfully, the quick save lets you drop right back in pretty much when you quick save right in front of the throne. So here we go again.
But yeah, if you fought against Astos in previous versions of the game, you, if you're familiar with other speedruns, you'll be like, wait, he knows Fyra? Yeah, it's very deep into his spell list in more vanilla versions. And Thundara is even deeper. But Pixel Remaster does not play by those rules. Let's do that again. Pixel Remaster does not play by those rules. So you can just get doubled up by aggressively rude spells from some enemies.
Yeah, this can happen sometimes.
That's not good.
That's bad, actually. We really want this experience here, so...
Yeah. That's also not good.
Astos just going to town here.
Wipe this one up.
Hold this. And now Astos is not interested in
Violence.
finishing the
The
job.
other thing of note is that because this is a PC game, I don't have a soft reset button like I do on GBA. I don't have a reset button like I do on NES. Best I can do for you is hard quit the game and reopen it. And this could be a little risky. It hasn't happened to me yet, but sometimes I know runners have had issues with Steam and the way that it does cloud saves, just corrupting the data a little bit, which is why I'm not going to do that here. Oh, Jesus. Well, we're through, and the most important characters of the party got experience.
Yay! Black Mage survive.
This has been a roller coaster ride so far. I do have that Phoenix down, and I probably should use it here, but no guts, no glory.
What's the worst that could happen?
A pack of
We
wolves.
go back to the. We at least had it auto saves after you leave the castle, so you don't have to refight Astos, so it's fine. We're not going to use the cottage either for spell charges because we're going to sell that for money.
Oh.
Why are there scorpions out here? They don't show up out here very often. Ow, ow, ow. My back.
Ow.
Ow.
Xaxes!
You got double exacted, by the way, which is just the greatest. Right in the spine.
So yeah, this is how this run goes. Yeah, now this is... Well, buckle in, folks. We're in for a ride tonight.
Hey, your black mages have extra experience, though.
Yeah,
right?
and
Okay.
like that top black mage has really good HP. Another weird quirk of this game. You'll notice my auto battle turned off when I walked out here. That's because the first time you do a save and quit in this game, it resets that on a new save file. It is one of the weirdest things. But hey, everyone's back from the dead. We're gonna buy another copy of Thundara. We've still got 1,800 gil in our pockets. Like, we're doing all right. Doing all right. But yeah, the next threshold I am really looking for right here is to hit level 12 on the Black Mages. Because that's when I get my first charge of level 5 magic.
Yep, level 5 magic, super nice, because that's our first level 3 attack spell. That's where Firaga comes into play.
Yeah. This is unfortunate. I decided not to toggle the auto battle before I saw what it was. Luckily, we still got the kill, so that's a little extra cash. But yeah, I'm running away, and I'm also, just leaving the Thanaras keyed up. I don't care one way or the other for a lot of these fights. So just having the Thanaras fire is, a great way to guarantee most of these fights end in a single round, more than anything else.
Yep, get in, get out, and keep the line moving. But yeah, so we're back on the fetch quest, so again, same chain of events. We turn in the crown. Astos gives us the crystalline eye for Matoya, who gives us Jolt Tonic to wake up the king, and then we go wake up the Prince of Elfland. We go wake up the Prince of Elfland, and we'll still get a key, and we'll still open some boxes.
Yeah. FF1 overall, I've speedran this version, obviously. I also run GDA and PSP, and despite everything, there isn't a lot of sequence breaking in the game. Yeah, there's some stuff you can do out of order, but you really can't break it the way you can a lot of other more modern games.
Yeah, the big difference a lot of the time between routing is there's some ordering differences, but also it's whether you go into ordeals or not.
Mm-hmm.
Which y'all have only gotten to see once tonight out of the 2 runs, and after this one it'll be 1 out of 3.
Yeah, we do not need to promote. Where we're going, we do not need warp. Or teleport, I guess, in the more modern versions.
I mean, we are back to being part of Team Catch These Hands.
Yep. We are part of Team Random Encounter? You mean free money? But the other thing I'm paying attention to right now as we go is my Black Mage HP. One of my Black Mages is doing really well right now, and I'm really excited to see that. The other one still has plenty of time to catch up.
But yeah, now we're back to looting boxes for money.
Aw, yeah. I'm always terrified about overstepping that corner.
Yeah, that's very true. It's a tough run. But yeah, we grabbed the hammer, we grabbed 1,500 additional gil. The big thing is that one of the big divergences will be coming up soon once we pop open the canal, in that after we open the canal, we are going to head over to Melman, much like we've done earlier. And when we go over to Melman, we actually buy level 5 magic right away.
Yeah. Because in this game in particular, you can buy magic before you have the ability to cast it, which is useful.
Yeah, because ethers exist again. This is the crux of the run and why we run out double Black Mage. Thing is that how ethers work, because we have spell charges, is that when you drink an ether, you get 1 spell charge of every level. So we are going to diversify our AoE magic spread as much as possible. So we're going to have an AoE spell at 3. It's Thundara. We're going to have an AoE spell at 4.
No, we aren't.
We're having Oh yeah, we skip Blizzard, don't we? Life is weird. No ice magic. Ice magic is bad. We get an AoE spell at level 5. We're going to get Fyraga. And then once we get to Crescent Lake, we're actually going to buy a level 6 spell. The highest level spell that a world record speedrun buys. Out of any version of FF4, or FF1, excuse me. We are going to buy Thundaga.
And then we're going to go even further beyond.
Then we're going to break all the rules, and we're going to buy the 1 level 7 spell that we can cast without promotion on Black Mages. We're going to buy Blizzaga. First, we're going to sell some stuff, though, because we need that money.
We're going to get 2 gold beetles, a Phoenix Town, Daka Antidote, 20 Ether, 25 potions,
and a bunch of potions.
And get out of here.
We're going to sit on the rest of that money. But yeah, it's Ether time. It's time for that sweet MP.
But yeah, 144 is usually about the HP that I am honestly, if that Black Mage had that much HP going into the Lich fight, I am, skipping and jumping for joy.
Wow, I wasn't checking your hit points, so goodness, we're pleased to punch. 144 already?
Yeah, the other Black Mage is at 107, which means, 1 more strong level will put you in a really good spot. 2 means, the 2 Black Mages will catch up with each other. I'm gonna take a moment and heal. Jeez.
So do we love Final more than Fantasy at this point?
Currently, yes. However, the position for favorite Black Mage is, currently occupied by one Scala Kitty. However...
That's fair. But yeah, we're gonna pop out this one tile passage again for our ship, and on the way now.
Mhm.
Also, check that bad accent in the text boxes for the dwarves. Is real bad. And of course, we are going to loot the treasury here because, do we need the worm killer for swinging? Absolutely not. Are we going to equip that mithril mail? Nope.
That said,
Are they worth a lot of money?
to distract. By the way, the soundtrack for this game, incredible. The mini-map in the corner for this game, also really pretty in indoor areas.
They did a really good job with it.
But anyway, let's get back to like mechanics and buying and selling and.
I mean, the minimap is cool too.
Yeah, no. It is really useful. Makes it way harder to get lost when I'm sailing across the ocean.
Absolutely. I do adore that because I do also get lost sailing across the ocean a lot. But yeah, this is the run where we do the least equipping on the fighter. The fighter serves a fairly useful purpose. The fighter is super useful.
Mm-hmm.
The fighter does a lot with very little equipment, and we're very proud of that.
Yeah, no, it's honestly very impressive to watch. Anyway, we're going to sell all that gear. We're going to turn it into the silver armlet because the fighter doesn't need armor, but holy heck, these black mages do. Sadly, I only have enough gil to buy one silver armlet, so I'm going to give it to the black mage with the least amount of HP. I'm going to run into the weapon shop for... I'm going to call that RNG manipulation and definitely not me just flying on autopilot.
Yeah, you're going to look in there and go, hey, we don't need anything you've got. And then you walk out, because, you know, you're terrible.
Yeah.
You're the Warriors of Light.
But I'm going to go into
You're
the
also
real
supposed to be
weapon
like-
shop
The real weapon shop.
and get the power of fire.
Hey, shopkeep, we insulted the weapon shop owner. Can we get a discount?
And this is the single most important counter in the run. As you noticed from me getting that saber drop earlier, enemies in this game have a chance to drop items. Did not get it, drat. Those tigers have, like, what is it, a 3% to 4% to drop a X potion?
It's real low.
It's definitely no higher than 5.
But we want it.
Oh, we want it. So you'll notice that there's a lot of, like, little things from later versions of the game incorporated into this one, you know? We've got ethers, we've got, you know, heads that actually give you 2 MP back when you use them. Which is honestly incredible. Well, there are a couple of other bits and baubles from, non-NES versions of FF1 in this game as well. But notably, the item that does not exist in this game is the Mega Elixir. And for those of you who remember the GBA run, the Mega Elixir is really, really useful for, you know, healing on the Chaos fight. We don't get to do that.
Unfortunate.
We don't get the full party heal because, you know, game's got jokes or something, I don't know. However, we do have access to elixirs and X potions. So, we will be hoarding all of those we are able to come by as we go.
Interestingly, there are 3 of them total in the overworld. We're gonna get, or there's 2 in the overworld and 1 in, there's 1 in the end of Chaos Shrine after the, when you, in the room where you play the loot, which we also went and grabbed in, which we grabbed in the GBA run earlier. We're also going to grab it here for safety, because we need them. We don't really get a choice in the matter.
Anyway, let's get down to the next floor where we are once again going to be hunting for a particular encounter.
Yep, here's our first lineup of Viraga charges to try and off these Minotaurs in a hurry and take their stuff. We also grab the Coral Sword, which is the last thing that we equip on the fighter, because it does give us a little bit of extra juice right now for swinging away.
It is important. You're not what I need.
And since we don't want to fight these are useless.
And they have stun touch.
They burn real good, they're undead. So the big thing that we end up having to do in this portion of the run is that leveling up is important, because we need to, for the earlier bosses in the game, we kill them using only magic. This is not, it's not temper time anymore. We're not buffing up our characters or anything.
We'll get to that.
We are just, that was a preempt on Pisco Demons, a thing that cannot happen in any other version of this game. However, preempt does not give you a 100% guarantee of running away. This, of course, is terrible, but it's the life we're living, so be it.
Say hi to birds. We like them so much, we're just gonna let them hang out and punch us a little bit. Don't worry about it, I'm sure it's fine.
This is completely normal. This is part of the run.
Oh gee, oh no, the fighter got petrified. Whatever am I going to do? Okay, the black mage getting petrified ain't great.
That's why you buy 2 gold needles. So you can bring back the fighter and the black mage, right?
Yeah. Now I'm just gonna let this rock.
Yeah. How's it going?
I'm pretty good, how are you?
So I guess, good. So I guess while we let these birds do their thing, the time to ask you the most important question of them all, right? What is your favorite Final Fantasy memory?
Oh gosh, I have a lot of those. You know, I've got a number of marathon and showcase runs of Final Fantasy I under my belt. I've got a number of PBs in Final Fantasy I under my belt. I've got a number of memories of playing other Final Fantasy games, casually too.
Up, you got bricks.
So if I had to pick one, it would probably be, I was at a convention with some friends when I heard I got FF1 GBA into my very first ever marathon run. Shoutouts to the RPG Valkyries.
Chat wants to know what we're doing. Chat, if you've noticed something so far, you may have noticed that there were a lot of misses in the last fight, targeting characters that were already petrified. We are going to take advantage of one of the weirdest things in this game, which is that petrified characters still exist. They exist for spell targeting, for single target spells. They exist for being meleeed. Their slot maintains the 50 and 25% chance of being meleeed. Melee attacks do nothing. The other thing is that those slots still get experience, which means that our black belt, our monk, is going to get the experience that they need to still be an endgame carry, even though right now their job is to absorb 25% of attacks for no damage.
It is one of the weirdest quirks in a version of Final Fantasy I, but it makes this run sing.
So part of what this run has to do is find an encounter with Cossitresses, because they have Petrify Touch, and get your fighter and your monk petrified. The fighter's day is completely done.
Yeah, next time we're in a shop, we are taking all that fighter's gear and turning it into...
And that's it. The fighter's day is done. The fighter is most important as a brick that you plant at the front of your party and go, happy anniversary Final Fantasy, here's your fighter statue.
Yeah, because the fighter is the ultimate tank. It is a tank that cannot take damage. Anyway, I'm just trying to get out of here without using all my potions. Jeez.
Please attack the top 2 characters. Thanks in advance. 85, by the way.
Yeah, I know. One for to target either Black Mage, by the way.
I'd like to think that they strap the Black Mage to their arm like a shield. Like the Black Mage has like the warrior like strapped on to shielding.
Buckler friendo.
ablative warrior based armor.
Now, right now, I'm just trying to get out of Earth Cave because, you know, as we all know, Earth Cave makes you play the song and dance of escaping.
We're getting there. Earth Cave is terrible, and if you don't say that Earth Cave is terrible every so often, the game will
remind you.
You know, the game will remind you by, again, this is a preemptive that we did not get the run from, which is why we're now getting attacked. Game's great. We love it. It's just sometimes unfriendly.
Yeah. It is safe. I will finish the run. Probabilistically.
Odds are good that this run finishes.
Yeah. I'm going to use a tent here just to conserve my potions and ethers. Tents are a little slow.
Yep.
They take about 10 seconds per use. But, like, in this stage of the game, honestly, I think they're worth it.
Oh. So, first, the tent goes to the wayside, but hey, we get a reload and everything, which is great. So we're loving life right now on that front.
And since I've got 4 Thundara charges total and 2 Fire Raga charges, I'm hoping to spend down my Fire Raga charges on my way to Sardis Cave and back.
Yeah.
But I don't want to waste them.
Yeah, here's... You want to spend them on things that's good to spend them on.
But yeah, you'll notice me stopping to think on some of these fights just because I'm like weighing whether or not it's worth it to just run or should I just blow it up. And, you know, not having to spend the antidote was kind of worth it there if it got to it. Yeah, we've got the rod. Spoilers, the vampire wasn't the real Fiend of Earth. And now we are slowly careening our way back. We're level 13 right now, which is why we have the 2 Firaga charges. We get the third one at level 15, which is our next level threshold to hit. And we want to hit that before we face Lich.
Yeah, it's important that we do it because so there are 2 major checkpoints here that we need to hit. So we must have 6 Firaga charges. That's level 15. Intelligence gain is not a 100% thing for black mages. Some levels they are guaranteed to get it and some they don't. If we get enough that our black mages are doing the right amount of damage with Firagas, we will need 6 Firagas, which is 3 turns. With our hit point totals, this fight is looking better than usual.
Yes.
But
Damn.
if we don't hit that threshold, then we will need 6 Firaga casts and 1 additional Thundara cast to fill the gap.
2 if you're unlucky.
Which is 2 if you're really unlucky.
I have a YouTube video of Lich not dying to 6 Firagas and 1 Thundaga on like 9 HP.
It was like single digits. So we are hoping that we get good intelligence scores and high roll so that we don't have to worry about the scenario of Lich killing us on turn 5.
That said, final. Definitely one of the strongest HP growths I've seen on a black mage.
Yeah, just flexing right now. Has decided that fantasy also doing pretty well, 133. Yeah. I'm usually pretty happy with that number. Like, if you told me, yeah, both your black mages are gonna go into Lich at 135, I'm like, yeah, we can live that life. No. It's not ideal, like but we're living that.
Can you do better? Good. Yeah. Are you upset about it? No, because it gives you a chance of living any spell except Blizzara.
Yeah. The big thing is that Blizzara is a problem because if it kills either black mage, then it's a problem.
Yeah, if either black mage goes down before turn 4, it is a capital P problem.
Yeah. Because then our damage output probably isn't going to get us there, so.
I'm just going back and forth trying to take encounters as I go. Probably going to need to ether up a bit soon. Let's just make it
pushing over to level 14.
On the melees.
So we're getting close.
I believe we have 14 on the mages.
Yep. We have 14 on the mages, so we need 1 more level.
Yeah, because the melees are lagging up behind a bit because they were down for the Astos fight.
You get a Crozier?
Yep.
What is it with these drops?
I'm not getting the only one that matters.
Yeah, you're getting all the weird drops. We don't want any part of this, but thankfully we can run from this now.
Yeah. Like, speaking of unrunnable encounters.
Right in the back for 100 damage on the way out.
Gross.
You hate to see it.
You really do. Alright, 4th floor. Hey, you know what?
This will probably get us there, though.
Yeah.
So. Oh, we got there for 1. We've got the high intelligence on 1 because we one-shot the trolls.
And our trolls are usually one shot.
Are they weak to
Yes.
fire? Am I wrong?
Trolls
Bad
are weak
math?
to fire.
Okay.
Minotaurs are not.
Got it.
This fight is gross.
Not ideal.
We're gonna take it.
We have a preempt. We're gonna get a full spell volley off before they can react. We're out of Pyraga charges is the big issue here.
That's fine. It's fine. We're fine. See, we're fine.
Just blasting away, letting it rip.
So anyway, I started blasting.
60. So anyway, we started casting fire spells.
Go all the way up. Cool. We got the full tank of gas.
We've got 6 casts to play with.
Oh god. I need to not get hit again.
Gonna cost us an extra pair of elixirs here, which is unfortunate.
And a pile of potions.
Well,
And we've still got 4 ethers to play with.
yeah, because we must be at full for Lich. We don't get a choice in the matter, so we have like maybe 2 potions to play with and 4 ethers.
I can't afford the Thundaras, though. Which is nice.
Yeah, we only need 1 of those. Hopefully, we need none of them, but
Well, you know what? I'll take that.
all right, we're here. Well, okay, we're getting 1 more encounter.
Well,
Well,
alright. We're here. We are out of potions.
that's fine.
We are quick saving, and we are going.
Fine, we're good. We have 4 ethers, no potion. We'll load up. We'll reload in Crescent Lake. It's
Yep.
fine. We have gotten plenty of money here.
I've also got an extra tent if I need it.
Yep. But let the Fyraga spam begin.
Yeah, the nice thing about Lich is because we don't have spells in the same order, he can waste his time casting double hold if he wants. Which we love. We love to see it.
Yeah, 1,200 hit points.
Correct. Which is why the fact
We
that
are
we
gonna
do
need these.
just shy of 200 per cast, such a tragedy.
But we got there, 6 and
Yeah.
1, like we said. And Lich did nothing to the Black Mage. First try Lich kill.
Yeah. Granted, it was a 59-minute Lich kill, which is not super great.
I mean, you're running pretty safely, and Astos took enough kills off you that if you were going for PBs, you would have thrown the
Oh
run
yeah,
away.
no, like I would have thrown this run away at Astos if this was a PB. But you know, never look a gift Lich in the mouth.
No, we take those. When Lich gives you lemons, you make lemonade,
I guess.
I guess. We got the crystal lit.
That's all that matters. One out of 4. Let's go. Now we're looking for one more level of these Black Mages. Because if we get it, that's going to unlock our first level 6 slot for magic. Which, as we talked about, is great because we're going to be buying level 6 magic. That's right, Fundaga is rapidly approaching. And that's going to be very useful for a couple of fights. most imminently, it's going to be really good for handling the river system. The river system in this game is slightly off compared to some previous versions. In particular, all of the rivers in FF1 Pixel Remaster have the same encounter set, unlike the NES version and I believe other versions. I forget when that change got implemented exactly. But then, just like, most versions of FF1, we are going to make our way rapidly over to the Cave of Ice. Because flying is nice, worrying about a volcano right away ain't so much. Of course, first, we gotta do shopping. And as promised, it's time to take the fighter stuff and sell it. Okay, cool. So here, I'm going to have a gold needle for safety. I'm going to pick up a couple of Phoenix Downs. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. There we go. I'm going to leave us with the 26,000 gil we need for buying exactly 2 copies of Thundaga. 256 gil left over. Yo, shoutouts to Powers of 2. Canoe time. Blow these up. We do have our level 16, because we do have our... Did we get level 16 actually? Huh, neat. I must have missed that. Because... that's an ambush. Hey, silly head, you should heal final. Yeah, we got 16, so we have access to the Power of Lightning. Bigger lightning. Pandara is perfectly fine for taking out enemies on the ocean. Here. Thundaga Thundara is good enough for anything that isn't named Neo-Ochu. But as you can see, those gators are bitey. I'm gonna quick save here because having to walk all the way back from Crescent Lake is not my idea of a good time right now. Ether. On truckin'. But yeah, the river system in this game is honestly terrifying, especially with how squishy of a party we're running. As you saw earlier, those white crocs will eat through my black mages like they aren't wearing armor at all. But luckily we're making it through with reasonable amounts of, fear.
haven't spent a ton of resources yet, so everything should
No
be
one
fine.
died. Everything's gonna be great.
No one died. Live in the dream.
Right? And that's all you can ask for. Is a lack of death. Anyway, it's at this point that I start caring less about my Black Mage HP and more about my Monk HP.
Yeah, we are getting to that point because our monk does need to have enough health to get us through the end game, even though giant sonics exist in this version.
Which is
So
great.
we are going to have the option to buff our black belt's health.
Fantasy did get a strong int level up because the White Dragons got one shot.
Nice.
And you can tell that did over 200 damage to them, rather than just shy of 200.
Fantasy heard when I said that we loved them less because they had fewer hit points.
I mean, honestly, that's kind of how... I feel like that's how the RNG often goes. The lower HP Black Mage is the one who's spent less time in the gym and more time, you know, cracking those books.
Yeah, that's fair. Those books aren't going to crack themselves,
Sure.
clearly.
But yeah, just trying to run through, conserve charges as we go, because, you know, our Ether situation is good, but we don't have infinite.
Yeah.
So we can feel free to use them liberally. But, you know, why kill an enemy encounter in 2 spells when you can kill them in 1? Dark Wizards are terrifying. They have access to level 3 magic, which can just, you know, Shadow Realm our party instantly.
Yeah, we don't want to see big AoE spells tear through the party because they are destructive and they ignore the fact that we have got 75% single target protection in front.
Yep. The AoE machine does not care. This is,
The AoE grinder moves on.
you know, this is another one of those, you know, encounter tiles that they had to shoehorn in somehow by making it look like one of the monsters from the Land of Summon Monsters in FF4.
We blow it up.
Oh yeah. Interestingly, because of the way that this game's encounter system works, the fixed encounters are always the same. So that will always be a 9-pack of the same enemies, unlike in prior versions where you can still see a fair bit of variance from encounter to encounter, even in the fixed. Like, for instance, the Pisco Demons guarding the crown are always a 4-pack in this version, unlike in GBA where you can reset for a 2-pack. Which is why, in particular, we go for Thundara before Marsh Cave. Not just because it helps with clearing out enemies, but because we need it to deal with 4 Pisco Demons at that point.
Yeah, we also grabbed the extra gold in that box down there. I'm just trying to keep stocked up here on money.
Yeah, we're going to be doing one final shopping trip here in just a little bit. So we want to get as much money as we can going into that. As you can see, the strong HP, the strong int level up on the Black Mage is making very short work of those Pisco Demons, when previously it was a damage roll.
But yeah, here's Evil Eye. Weak against fire, so we're gonna just uncork on it here real quick. Thanks for playing. We'd fight you more if we could, but we can't, so we don't. Here's our Levistone so we can go get our airship. So we are at that point yet again.
So anyway, here's Floaty Rock.
Yep, second loop of the dungeon still required, so we have to come back down here. This pack respawns, so we do need to torch it again.
Yeah, like, the enemies running around that are, like, you know, little guys, do respawn. This respawns. The tiles in the Hall of Giants and Earth Cave are now 2 guys wandering around. They will respawn if you reset the floor, but because we don't pick up warp, that just takes way too much time to be worth it for us. Oh yeah, 245 already on the month. That's actually pretty good.
Doing all right, yeah. I mean, we got a lot. We do have a lot of experience still to come,
oh, yeah.
So. As long as we keep getting that good vitality growth, we're gonna be feeling all right. And we're gonna loop around. Also, the Levistone is the answer to the question of how do we carry these statues around. Eventually we get tired, so we just float them. One last trip on the river system, which is, you know, still terrifying.
I'm still gonna save once I get on there, because I have been sent from one step away from my normal ship all the way back to Ice Cave before in a PB run. That was not fun. I said a lot of words I'm not allowed to repeat right now. Anyway, once we get that airship, it'll probably be a good time for a break.
Perfect.
I know it's very funny, Leggy, that you mentioned that that Final Fantasy 1 was your first ever speedrun marathon run with the RPG Valkyries, because for me, my first ever speedrun run in a marathon was Final Fantasy 1 for the RPG Valkyries. It was, however, one of the most cursed runs that I've ever had of the game.
How do you feel about Frost Dragons?
I feel great about them. They're the only reason why I'm I lost maybe 15 minutes to wipes, and my co-runner lost 35. Good times. What a run. So cursed. I died in places I'd never died before. It was fun. It was a good time.
Between you and your racing partner, you had to kill Tiamat 1, what, 4 times?
4 times. We killed Tiamat 1 4 times.
Anyway, one final encounter, and then we will be airborne. There'll be a short cutscene, but once the airship shows up, it'll be break time.
There we are.
So during these longer runs, we like to take a few minute breaks every hour or so, just so everybody can get up, stretch, get water, anything they need to do, kind of. So we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be right back with the second half of this run. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is the 35th anniversary celebration of Final Fantasy, and we are in the middle of a Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster. I will hand it over to the Couch and Commentary and Runner and Commentary. They can reintroduce themselves.
Yeah, I'm Leggy Starscream, and this has definitely been a this has definitely been a run that is showcasing the amount of variance you can get with luck in this game. Joining?
Yeah, and hi. I'm Demarine. We've got some ups, we've got some downs, we've got an airship waiting for us here for the second half of the run.
Yeah, so I will count us back in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. So yeah, we've got an airship. Let's fly. There aren't any encounters in the sky to blow us up. The airship also flies diagonally, which is really great because we can make some really neat movement, including this dip over here to the Cardia Isles. Or the Dragon Caves, as they're called here.
So as we mentioned, we do need, in particular, there's some money here, but there's 1 X potion and 1 elixir in these areas, and we need those because we're going to want that for the end game. You can just loot that one and skip the elixir and try to go into the chaos fight on 1 elixir and 1 X potion. Not recommended, not safe.
And also, you know, as we were talking about earlier, the lesser tiger fights have a chance to drop X potions. We did not get one of those, but if this was a PB attempt, I would forego going down into the second cave. If I'd gotten it during this marathon run, I probably would have just grabbed them anyway for safety.
Yeah, sensible.
Oh, not marathon, showcase. But still. Same thing. Got some more river fights to deal with, but we're just gonna head straight on into Waterfall Cave. Yeah. Sadly, we didn't promote. We're gonna have to walk the long, winding path backwards through this cave.
Pretty standard.
Yeah.
Starting to grow used to seeing it at this point.
But yeah, just switching up spells to make sure that I am optimally dealing with the enemies in my path. At this point, both of my mages have the strong intelligence. So that means I don't have to worry about anything. I can just use either mage to cast, which is actually really useful.
Yep. But yeah, so here we are. We're down with the sad robot. There is a sprite here. This encounter, of course, is a fixed single king mummy, double mummy, triple pyrolist, triple cossatrus fight. And we're just going to hope that they keep doing that thing that they love doing, which is targeting the top two characters for no effect whatsoever.
Yeah, 75% chance to hit a statue right now.
75% of the time it works every time. But yeah, Wizard Staff and Ribbon, because the Ribbon, of course, is really important. We're going to need all 3 of them still, because we still want them. Obviously, we want the Wizard Staff because it's worth a pile of money. They're going to go run over here and grab the Defender. That's also worth a pile of money.
And then also, the piles of money are worth piles of money. Surprising no one.
Yeah. The piles of money are actually worth piles of money. This encounter's a little less rare than others are. This actually does sting a lot. They do love using poison gas. We did ribbon up one of the black mages, so it only took like 50-ish damage, but they're getting pretty wrecked
Just
up.
let me run. Well, like, that is... You can run away from fights. I promise. You can run away from that fight. This game sometimes, I swear.
Yeah, it's Yeah, we don't really have a great way to deal with that either. So
Yeah, like we don't have any ice magic yet, so like I don't like dealing with those fights. You can do a couple of Thundagas on them, but they're not great. Honestly, this is just the RNG for punishing me for not saving after I looted the mummy room or the robot room.
should have made a quick save. Got to be safe, right?
You know, the game knows sometimes.
The game understands how to ruin your day.
Well, you know, at least the game was nice enough to be like 1 or 2 encounters out, back to the front. It could have saved that green dragon fight for when I was all the way down.
So yeah, we're back here, looping it out again.
It happens.
It does. While we're backtracking, I guess it's time for the other difficult and hard Final Fantasy question for you. Which one's your favorite? Which one's the best?
Can I
have a
answer the fanfiction of Final Fantasy IX I wrote in my own head?
That's a great answer.
No one ever wants to answer that question when I ask them.
Oh!
Everyone's just like,
I have answers,
Oh.
except my first 3 answers are all memes.
oh,
Die Hard is my favorite Final Fantasy.
I knew I was getting in trouble here.
I told you the first 3 answers were memes.
I accept this. I accept my fate.
Alright,
Alright, what are the other 2 of the first 3?
Alright, the second answer for my favorite Final Fantasy is the Final Fantasy trading card game.
Alright.
I don't remember
I've never
what
actually played it.
it's.
The card stock's great,
Oh, yeah.
though. The
The card stock's fantastic. Have you ever played Magic?
only a little.
Alright, you've played Final Fantasy
Yeah, what
trading
year?
card game.
What year is it so I can give you a number? I don't want to think about that actually.
Yeah, but the trading card game is like basically Magic, except less Magic. It's not as the cards aren't as broken, I guess. I don't remember what the third meme answer was, so I'll sit on that until I remember it.
Thank you.
But yeah, no, like, I have enjoyed every single Final Fantasy game I've sat down and played. Of non-mainline games, because, you know, that's honestly the easier part of the question to answer. You know, Final Fantasy Legend 2 is a game that I didn't get into until I picked it up to speedrun it, and it has rapidly become one of my favorite games. Like, it is so... I don't want to say quirky because that feels dismissive, but it is a very quirky game. And you should definitely check it out. Yes, you, there in the chat.
It's so cool.
So anyway, back in the world of Final Fantasy 1, we have got it out of Waterfall Cave in the second try. Let's go. We have picked up the bottled fairy from the caravan. We've also picked up some potions that weren't in the original.
Yep. And we're about to spend 60 grand that we don't spend in any other run.
Honestly, the fact that I had the 60 grand to spend is impressive. I'm doing very well for myself in terms of cash.
Yeah, you get to buy 3 protect rings.
Right?
And you still have enough money to stock up on potions.
Which is important.
Oh yeah, we're gonna load the inventory up with bottles now.
So I'm gonna need to buy a few more Phoenix Downs in a little bit, but yeah, such is life.
Yeah, you can always grab them in Corneria if all else
Oh,
fails.
I know exactly where I'm grabbing them. It's gonna be coming up here when I go back to Elfland, because one of the interesting things about this run is we buy exactly 1 spell for every spell level that we can actually learn a spell from. So we buy Thunder, we buy Temper, we buy Thundara, we buy Thyraga, we buy Thundaga, we buy Blizzaga. We skipped a number in there.
Level 4 is missing.
Yeah.
And as we may have seen in the first 2 runs, level 4 has the most important spell of them all.
Probably the most powerful
Rudolph
spell
the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
in all of Final Fantasy 1.
That's right. Don't light it on fire.
Yeah, we put it out with the blizzard, right? Right?
Yeah, we're buying it. We're buying
Oh yeah, no,
haste.
haste is so good in this version of the game as well as every other.
Moral imperative.
But yeah, it's not often I have enough money to buy the second Blizzaga copy. Because frankly, buying the pro rings is more important.
Is it really?
I like my mages not, exploding to lobsters.
But the lobsters love you and want you to be happy.
Then they should respect my
And they know-
personal space.
They know that you're happiest when you're resetting runs.
First of all, I love you.
I don't know why you put up with me.
Because you put up with me, dear. Anyway, white sharks are worth a fair bit of experience points, but, they take 2 spells to knock down, so, solo white sharks aren't really worth it. In my opinion.
Yeah, they're pretty useless. You want them with the big eyes, preferably. They're worth
Heck,
big ol' piles of stuff.
I'll even take double white shark.
That's fair. Just want to get value out of my AoE sweepers.
Right?
But yeah, we grab the diamond armlet there. Much like in the other runs, we need to equip it to our black belt, like we did in GBA, and we'll get some use out of it otherwise earlier.
Hey, love?
Yes.
What is earlier?
Right. We're gonna,
I could slap
we're
it
gonna have some
on
use
one
out
of
of
the black mages, but that requires a bit of additional menuing that I personally don't enjoy doing.
additional menuing. That's hard.
Correct. I'd rather remove as many points of failure from the run as possible for myself.
You still have to fight Astos, love.
I already fought Astos, love. Astos is dead. And he's not coming back until I hit the reset button. Water elementals are jerks, but they are jerks that are worth a fair bit of experience.
Yeah, and we're gonna try to get as much experience as we can still
Yeah.
for the rest of the run, basically.
The dream is we bought the 3 Giants tonics. Those add 200 HP to your maximum HP for exactly 1 battle until you get knocked down. But can you get up again. They're never going to keep you down. We want our monks' hit points to be as close to 399 as possible. And if it goes over, well, you know, let's hope it gets up to 599.
It doesn't get to 599. Spoiler.
It can. It is rare.
Never gonna happen.
I have seen, like, one run where it got up to, like, 500. It was ridiculous.
I don't believe you.
Oh, it was during the tournament for this game that was happening.
Wait, there's like a recording of it?
Thought and everything.
Huh. Well, there's vid, so it must have been did, right?
Always record your practice room PVs, folks.
We gotta make grumbly noises.
Yeah, otherwise, we're just kind of on a jaunty stroll through the underwater sea shrine.
Yeah, we're still gonna open up a couple of more boxes here. We need to get Giant's Gloves because we need that buff and power for the end of the game. And we're gonna still grab the ribbon in here because it's a ribbon and we really want those.
Yeah, ribbons, the single best piece of gear in Final Fantasy 1.
Yep. Not a lot of armor, but they do give you all that magic resistance.
Which is like the only way you're taking less damage from magic.
Chad is asking if the statues are still getting experience. So just to explain what's going on with said statues here, yes, they are still getting experience points. They are specifically targetable still, so as you can see, attack will miss them, and they still maintain the 50 and 25% chances of being targeted with single target effects. So we are basically shrugging off 75% of all single target effects for free. But they are still getting experience, which is super useful for the end game because our black belt needs levels.
Yeah, though, you know, that black belt is getting closer and closer to 300 hit points, which is honestly really nice.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go ahead and put that on Black Mage right away.
Yep. We will get the third one for the black belt in particular in a little bit, once we get to Sky.
But yeah, what order were the Fiends fought in the previous two runs?
The last one was 4 hours ago. It was
Obviously, Lich was first. There is no way to avoid fighting Lich first.
yeah, it was Lich, Tiamat, Kraken.
Tiamat second. Impressive.
Maybe, you know, I'm saying that, but I feel like the one I'm missing isn't right before Tiamat.
Okay, Merilith. Yeah, so interestingly, because this game is new and, you know, routing is still a little loose for this run, there are actually differing paths one can take when you get out of Sea Shrine here. In particular, you can fight either of the remaining two Fiends once Kraken is dead. I personally, especially because I am going to be going down to Elfland to buy haste anyway, like to do Merilith first. However, you know, if you don't need to make the pit stop by Elfland, Kraken!
This is a problem, because we do need to get off enough spell wow! 75% of the time it works every time? At least Kraken was gentle and just decided to just hit the other black mage and put you out of your misery.
I mean, with one black mage dead, hitting the other one is a 1 in 7.
Yeah, but still.
That's more like it. Anyway, Kraken here has 1,800 hit points. 1,800 divided by 300 is 6. And you'll notice we're doing more than 300 damage per round.
So as long as Kraken decides to be a good squid and attack the top two, like in this try, nothing bad will happen.
Freezebird. Kraken can also choose to spray ink on the party, which is not relevant. Yes, the monk's got 300 hit points. This is the part where I say, okay, I'm feeling comfortable with the amount of hit points my monk has. Everything else at this point is gravy, though, again, 399 is optimal.
Yep. We're getting there, though.
Yep. Gonna stop in here. Buy another silver armlet. So now my mages have all the armor and gear that they'll ever need for the rest of the run. The only other piece of gear I'll be picking up from here on in is going to be the final ribbon. And beyond that, I'm opening up exactly one other treasure box. Which we'll worry about when it's Topher time.
Yep. But yeah, we're closing in on the end pretty rapidly here, which is pretty great.
Yeah, like, the first half of the run ends with the Lich fight. Which is, you know, it's just really nice to have the run benchmarked like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it is great. Big pile of Phoenix Downs just in case. The hope is we really don't need them, but...
Yeah. I'm here, I might as well stop in and buy more than I'm ever going to need. Haste fills out our spellbook, because you only need one spell per level. And it's volcano time.
Yep. Big thing is that we are going to generate threat on the tiles that are bright red that deal us 1 damage per step, but we can never get an encounter on them. So with creative use of diagonal walking, you can really route this super efficiently and avoid a lot of steps potentially.
Sadly, we can't get like the one encounter dream that you see in other versions of this game. Or when I make mistakes like that, and cut that corner a little too harshly.
Yep.
But there are also 2 different strats for taking on Merilith at this stage of the game. I believe they're about of the same overall, but I'm going to go with the safer one. The less safe one will look very familiar to the previous fight, except we'll be casting Blizzaga rather than Thundaga, and you might think that he would be because, oh, you know, she's the Fiend of Fire, she's weak to ice. No, she isn't. Blizzaga just has the highest base damage of any spell we have in our spellbook.
So we're just gonna let it go because it's what we got.
Yeah. You know, shoutouts to Agama.
Hey, shoutouts to Agama. Although, again, bad translation. Fire lizard, come on.
What is a fire lizard?
A miserable pile of secrets.
But enough talk, have at you. And the other strategy could look very familiar if you were around for the GBA run earlier. Use that gold needle real quick. And while we're here, we're gonna swap folks around.
Happy Fantasy Final Anniversary.
Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do.
Yeah, I guess I asked for that. But yeah, we're bringing back the black belt here. Our monk is back from Rocktown.
And armed with the power of rock, we are going to clear up the final fiends of the elements.
Yep.
In the only way we know how. That's right. It's time to use Giant's Gloves, Haste, and Temper to get that monk's physical attack through the stratosphere. That Black Mage is going to take a quick dirt nap.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
And that monk is going to take a spicy bit of damage. So I'm just going to throw a high potion here for safety. Glad I did. Very glad I did.
Yeah, we're not ribboned yet, so...
Yeah. But yeah, that's 3 fiends down. And there are pros and cons to unpetrifying the monk here. On the one hand, you do get an extra character to run away with. On the other hand, you have an extra character whose hit points actually exist again.
Yeah, there's a lot of philosophies on when should I depetrify my monk.
Yeah, and a lot of it comes down to personal preference, but you know, typically you're not going to do it until you're right in front of a fiend you want to fight. Though in the past, I was depetrifying the monk right when I got the 3rd ribbon, so I didn't have to worry about status effects, but, you know, at that point I could care about running away.
And there are some folk who decide to just depetrify before doing Tiamat.
Yep. Oh.
Right at the last possible spot that you can.
You get poisoned even. Like, wait, what is that sound effect? I haven't heard that in hours. But yeah, with the monk back from the land of the statues, our nullified single target effectiveness goes down to 50-50 rather than 75%, which is still great. Not having to deal with half of single target attacks. Beautiful. Wonderful. For whatever reason, the Lefinians in this game are a lot nicer than they are in other versions. You will notice that I was able to get away from them without too much consternation.
Which is useful and good.
And that was not lethal. Huh.
No, that's odd.
Learn something new every day.
But yeah, we're just gonna keep letting go with a bunch of spells though, and we did buy an absolute pile of ethers.
So use all those now. You know, even with that, I should be very good on ethers for the rest of the game.
Everything's gonna be fine.
Nothing to worry about. Outside of that guy.
That guy in particular we don't like, but...
Berettas and Desert Berettas are just, like... probably my least favorite enemy in the Pixel Remaster version. For whatever reason, you know, they don't take much damage from any elemental spells, and they just do big single target hits that do piles of damage to our still fairly squishy party. Like, let's be real.
Yeah. It's a bumpy ride for sure.
Yeah. But it's all in the name of going fast.
Yep, and, you know, we're just trying to get up to our last and final ribbon here so that we can be done with worrying about our monk as much.
Yeah. So, you know, I am trying to still let things... Are you kidding me, game? Well, that's why we buy 2.
Don't worry, still getting experience points.
Yeah. Like, it's not a big deal. You'll notice I'm not even, you know, going to de-petrify the monk yet.
Moving it. And you're not going to move the monk back to the second slot. So.
Honestly, for the hits that'll save, you know, I don't think it's worth the time at this point.
Yeah.
I'm gonna heal, though. Here we've got Blue Dragon. Dragon of Thunder. The good news about the monk being petrified is that Thunderbolt would have done a pile of damage that we don't need to worry about. Because unlike in Pokemon, electric attacks don't work on rock. And we're actually not going to fight much up here in the floating fortress.
Yeah, there's, like, you can run into eyes, and eyes are fine. Stone golems are really rough for casters.
These are great.
These are grand. These get Fyraga'd and will go down in one cast, and we are absolutely loving that life.
309 on the monk. There's that last ribbon. There's that last gold needle. Manticores. Definitely worth it.
Yeah. They have a very good hit point to experience ratio, so...
Anything that goes down in a single cast, probably worth at least queuing it up.
Air Elemental's never worth it. We hate them. They have like 600 hit points for some reason.
And they give, like, you know, next to no experience points. Yeah, shoutouts to Earth Medusas. You might remember them from the NES run. We're not going to worry about getting petrified by them. We've done enough of lugging statues around today. And thanks to the invention of the Phoenix Down, we don't even have to worry about what happens if someone goes down to the Flare from Lich.
Yep.
Have we seen a robot today?
We don't have not.
Alright. Okay, you know what time it is. I've seen a war mech in the PSP version when I did it on Sky's show. I've seen a war mech in this version when I was doing commentary for a tournament race event. I have not seen war mech hot minute myself. I will, however, take the flame. Like, we do love experience points. Here is probably... You know, we talk about Lich being, you know, a wall and a gatekeeper. Kraken and Merilith usually don't put up too much trouble. Welcome to Tiamat 1.
Yeah, we've got to get a bunch of buffs up because Tiamat 1 is pretty well armored. With Ribbon's Thunderbolt hitting for 130, but again, we could randomly get Thunderbolted twice in a row, which could kill both of our Black Mages, the one from 265.
Hell, with a good enough roll, it'll probably
ideal.
kill the monk.
Yeah. We're not in love with the situation here, but this is viable at least. Never mind, this was viable. Tiamat loves AoEs.
So close.
One more swing. Tiamat loves AoEs a little too much.
If I got in a slightly higher roll on that first punch, probably made it.
Yep.
And she's got, what, 25?
Yep.
Like, I do not remember Tiamat's exact HP here, I just know it's always slightly more than I want it to be. We love a free turn.
Too much. It's too much. Yeah, we need like one or two of those, yes. But yeah, the queen is here. She is here to ruin our day, and AoE are phased down. But we're going to get a second turn of buffs rolling now. Haste is up. Temper number 3. A couple of Giant's Club uses. You love seeing Tiamat trying to bite down on the granite there.
Okay, next turn, got it. Whatever.
Wholly irrelevant, thankfully, and so we're through.
Yep.
4 fiends in the books.
4 fiends down, 4 fiends to go. So, by this point, you've seen this run is an interesting ride of RNG. You know, you get really good luck, you get really bad luck. Sometimes fights take a little bit, but you know, it's a ride. It's a roller coaster. The community has affectionately nicknamed the final dungeon the casino. For one very, very important reason. This game will look you dead in the eye and ask you, do you feel lucky?
No.
By God, you
usually
better
don't.
be. You know, we talk a lot about, like, some of the nasty stuff that's deep into the scripts in other versions of this game, you know. Lich 2 has... Flare. That's about it. You know, Tiamat 2 has, you know, the same sorts of ability spam we saw earlier. Kraken 2 can just give you hugs. Merilith has, you know, some nasty status magic, but mostly you need to watch out for her punches. It's a little spicy. Purple Worms are still worth a boatload of experience points, though.
Yeah, which is always nice.
$315. that black mage is going to die.
Indeed.
Heal. Why I have way too many Phoenix down. But yeah. On the other hand, at the end of the day, there is one fight here that strikes fear into the hearts of every single runner who's even close to a PV case.
Are we gonna get flared?
Well, I mean, that's usually not that bad. It's one and done and you move on. No. The chaos fight in this game is the single most unsafe final boss fight I have ever seen in an RPG speedrun.
Are we gonna get flared?
If we're lucky, we won't get flared. But there are plenty of other fun tricks Chaos can pull out. Because Chaos can do any of his spells or abilities in any order that he wishes with repeats, the fight can be really nice, and Chaos can give, us a lot of time to just sit there and set up and get the monk all buffed up before the black mages go down. We're not going to try and save the black mages. Chaos could also just decide, oh, I see you're setting up. Wouldn't it be a shame if I flared you twice in a row?
Wouldn't it be a shame if I cast haste and then just started one-shotting anything in my path?
Yeah, because, again, the Giant's Tonics give you 208 HP per use. You still have the HP cap of triple nines. Not quad nines, triple nines.
It's unfortunate, but we're gonna try and get as close to it as possible, hopefully.
Yeah, and a Hasted Chaos does 700 to 800 damage per punch.
Yeah, can just absolutely just erase. Can erase your black belt from, like, one spell cast and then just drops that elbow and it's all over.
Okay, that's a nice bit of extra HP on the black mage, black belt, whichever character.
Cool.
I don't know, HP is good.
Yep. We'd like high growths, but we're gonna take what the game throws at us because, well, it's better than 0, I guess.
Yeah. Every HP could make the difference.
If this becomes foreshadowing, I'm gonna, like, say words, I guess.
Oh, same. For some reason I thought Earth Elementals went down to a Firaga cast after the HP int increase. Huh. Well, we're
continuing to chug along
Yep.
anyway. 75 ethers to go. Doing alright.
Here's the boy. Warp, free, we've got ribbons.
That gives us setup time. We'd love to see that. Alright, spell set. First set of spells is down. Switching up to Temper. We are going to buff the second round here. So Temper, Temper, Saber.
There's the Hype Beam.
Black Mage, one Black Mage. Oh, jeez. And we called that one out. I believe that one was mentioned, that there's the possibility of Lich just deciding to instantly annihilate the party.
Yep.
So it's flare time. Multi-flare drifting.
Multi-flare
Lich gives us a freebie
drifting.
turn 1 again. Multi-flare drifting.
Free turn 2.
Free turn 2.
But yeah, a big part of really getting your time down in this game is managing the auto battle system.
Yep, you want to be auto-battling all the time, as much as you possibly can. You do not want to change commands, especially in boss fights.
Yeah, but also, you know, in situations like that last round, I could have taken the Black Mages off Temper to save their animation time, but I have to make, you know, that determination of, like, do I just let it rock? Do I flip it around? You know...
If I menu, there's the possibility. It's faster for me maybe to not menu, because if my black belt goes first, I'll kill, and I don't have to worry about the menuing, and so I save the menuing time.
Right. Also, there's a possibility of introducing human error. You know, if I menu, I might make a mistake by accident.
And like you said, you want to remove as many points of possible error from your speedrun as you can.
Because the game introduces so many that you can't control.
So here is Marilith sub 2. We're going to patch up our magics casts, and we're going to make sure our HP is all patched all the way up.
Walk up, stay high. Because we don't have encounters on tiles, you will notice that Marilith and Lich have been represented by these orbs over the staircases. This is perfectly fine.
Completely ordinary day. Final just, you know, gets finalized there. Firaga's okay because of the ribbons, but, you know, 3 of them will kill the party completely.
Okay.
Alright. We get a turn back there, which is nice. Now we're going to start firing away. 1300, we're going to need a couple of those. So we're going to patch up the black belt for safety.
Yep. And we should be safe at this point. Unless Marilith decided exactly to punch the monk there, which I was not going to say because I did not want to curse myself.
Yeah, no, we're fine. Everything's fine. Marilith goes and dies.
Yeah. You know, I had a run the other day where I was stuck on this fight for, like, way too long because Marilith decided that the only thing she really wanted to do was give the black belt a hug exactly on turn 1.
Every time.
Yep. I rage quit after, like, 6 attempts. Insofar that I rage, which was I just kind of set my controller down and sent a raid off to someone.
Took a long, deep breath and went, this game, I love this game. Why does it not love me back?
Well, actually, no, I didn't reset right away. I actually persevered and got through Marilith. And then I went down to Kraken, who immediately proceeded to hug my black belt, and I'm like, no, I am not dealing with this today. The game is sending me a message.
12.5% of the time, it works every time.
Right? Anyway, gonna patch up the party. Gonna defend here because, as it turns out, water elementals are worth a pile of experience points.
Yeah, we want to make sure that we get the full pile here. Try to pile on another level onto the monk.
Yeah, it's possible, but it'll basically mean taking every fight from here on out.
I mean, we keep getting packs of 4 water elementals, we'll get there pretty fast. But we're at the end of the floor, so that's...
We're basically full health.
329, huh?
Yep.
But yeah, we're gonna... Every fight, the setup is pretty much the same here.
Yeah. That's honestly one of the things I like about this game is, GBA starts getting into this particular pattern of just buff your melee attacker much earlier on. I appreciate that we get to, just have the black mages carry for, the early part of the game, and then only transition into this when it's time to just knock out the last couple of fiend fights.
Yep. I think the really neat thing, of course, is just a goodbye. Oh wow, no, actually survived the hit because of defending. Impressive, to say the least. The big thing is, one of the really subtle things in menuing is that Leggy is using haste with the top black mage, so that she can, on the second turn, switch the top black mage's ability to temper, target it, and then turn on auto battle, because auto battle will remember the rest of your action.
That said, this is technically riskier, because that top black mage does have the 75% chance to get punched. I mean, the 25% chance to be punched rather than the 1 in 8 the other black mage does. So it's a risk-reward type deal.
Yeah.
Those... Oh, that's good.
356 is a lot nicer.
Yeah, that was worth taking that vampire pack. You'll notice that I hit them with lightning as opposed to their weakness fire. That's because vampire lords have the ability to cast Null Flare, which nullifies fire. Does not nullify flare.
Hey, Tiamat, that's where the risk reward comes into play, as Tiamat crunches down on the haste caster, so now we need to flip this to haste so that we can continue the fight.
Not that big of a deal. Unless the other black mage went down before I got the chance to cast haste. Tiamat also has, level 2 AoE magic, which...
we love seeing
which means that Tiamat 2 is actually less scary than Tiamat 1.
Yeah, doesn't just spam poison gas and thunderbolt in your face the entire time. It uses Ice Storm.
Yeah, and
that's not really good.
Will it kill? Yes, it will.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Now we get into the final difference between this version of the game and other versions.
Here's encounters on the Chaos floor.
Yep, I have one final encounter between here and Victory. Interestingly enough, this floor had encounters in the Famicom version of this game.
Yeah.
Quick save, quick prayer.
Throw a coin in the slot machine.
Let's go.
Here we
The
go.
first turn, we are using the 3 Giant Tonics on the Monk. We're hoping that everyone survives the first round. Second turn, because second turn we need to get up the haste and heal the Monk back to full. And then we start the process of buffing.
There are obviously some optimal things Chaos could be doing on turn 1, like casting Kiraja, meleeing the fighter. So this is a little sketchy. We have to haste and then third Giant's Tonic, and then we get the full heal
This
here.
is actually fine.
But yeah, we're gonna go with speed drink X potion here.
Oh no.
There's haste. the party starter. But yeah, now we're gonna use the couple speed drinks we have in the. Oh my god! Ow!
Yeah, this is why speed drinks. I mean, haste terrifying when it comes from Chaos.
Good Lord, ow.
Nope.
Just claws and claws and claws.
Yeah. So
There's a statue up there you could target, Chaos. Have you tried that?
So, folks, feel free to guess in chat how many attempts this is going to take.
1.
Double digits is an option.
Well, we're already on attempt number 2.
That's not important. First try every time.
I mean, Chaos usually does win first time.
Yeah, it is possible to get a first try Chaos kill. Well, you know, technically the party's still alive. So, you know.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Cyclone's fine.
Somebody in chat said, well, it is the 35th anniversary.
Oh no! And we've lost our haste casters, so this ain't great.
We got a chance if we could just buff a lot. Okay, thanks, Chaos. Thank you for taking away all of my hope. 2. This is try 3. Hey,
Yeah.
Leggy. You're wonderful.
Uh-huh.
I love this speed run. This is why I won't speed run it.
Yeah, no, this fight is brutal. And it's all comes down to, does Chaos play nice? And how well do you react? Pray?
Alright.
Gotta get the second one. One more round. Let's go.
Paralyzed monk.
Oh yeah, did we forget to mention that Chaos has stun touch?
Yeah, we did, actually. I always forget.
You know what?
Worst.
What a funny way to lose a Chaos fight!
Just everything goes swimmingly. The first 3 turns, you're like, you're paralyzed. This is the only way I can stop you. And you're like, huh, that worked the ribbon, huh? And Chaos is like, cute hats don't help you.
Yeah. You know, I can legitimately say that's never happened before.
Attempt number 4.
Okay, that is one of the better things Chaos could do here. That is not.
That Chaos, why? Why do you do this? Time to defend and hold down the just set the auto battle to please kill my party. Here's Flare, by the way. This is efficient.
Chaos chooses to oblige.
Attempt number 5. Please let me know if the counting is annoying you. By the
Oh
way.
no.
Just making sure.
If I was still close, if I had any shot of PPing at all, it would. However, at this point, this is just hilarious.
Alright. Good start. That's the best start we could see other than, like, melee the rock.
Right? Speed drinks. Gonna take X potion.
Haste caster down.
Oh, well, you gotta try again. You can start on the giants. Below.
Haste caster down.
Well,
we could get enough sabers
You know
off
what?
to win this
we're gonna
fight.
try something cheeky.
We're gonna try to resurrect the haste
Yeah, why not?
caster. They come back with 1 hit point, by the way.
Yeah.
They will die. They will die to literally anything.
Look, it's happened before. I've gotten this to work.
We're gonna just keep making it. We might get a haste here because that would be fantastic.
We got a haste here. We got 2 even.
All right. All right, punching time. It's time to send it.
Yeah, let's see how we're doing. Not nearly enough.
Not even close. We only need what, like 20 of those or 15ish of those?
Let's
We're
get
not
a
here
few
for
more
that.
buffs up.
Yep, there we go. I see the melee attack at him saloon. Could end any time now.
That's more like it.
3 grand. We're sending it. 3.
Okay, after this, I'm
Blaze
gonna
is
need
fine.
to heal.
Yep. All right, we got the elixir off. We're
So
close.
you tell me there's a chance.
We're sending it.
What?
Oh my god! He crit! He crit!
You know, sometimes it do be like that.
He crit!
For over the health cap.
Attempt number... What are we up to?
I don't even know anymore. Does it matter?
If this is 7, I lost count. I lost count. Alright, this is 6. Great. Damage cap.
What damage cap? Where we're going, we don't need no stinking damage cap. I'm actually going to use haste with the higher HP Black Mage this time.
999 damage later.
Remember how I made that comment about, you know, who knows if that last hit point will matter?
It didn't. Not even
Not
close.
even once. Akaos does no slow run, which is rough because it's non-elemental, so it does get through ribbons.
Alright, we've got a couple speed drinks down, we got a couple tempers down. This is the end of our mage's day.
Yep. Yeah, I will need to heal after this.
Alright, we have 2 elixirs
Nope.
still. Flare is probably fine. Probably fine. 7.
I probably should have healed a turn earlier, but I decided to be greedy.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you go sometimes.
Yeah.
Flare was like the only kill there, other than Flare or direct
Yeah.
melee.
Which is why, you know, I decided to risk it. Like, maybe a high roll on a Cyclone would have been a bad time, but, you know. At that point, you know, we're talking about... Really?
We're back. A haste story.
Do I need to get the spray bottle and be like, no, bad chaos, bad, down boy? You know what? I'll take that.
Yeah, that's fine. We get a turn back. All right, we are hasted. We are 1 speed drunk. We are
Loving. We're loving life.
there. We go. All right.
Oops. Go. And the targeting gets a little weird sometimes.
All right. We're out of speed drinks. We ran out.
what we'll do is we'll have you switch over to high potions. Too little, too late.
All right, that's fine.
It's not. We are definitely in the danger zone because of that.
Double haste. Double haste at 4,200. Okay. We are doing enough damage now.
Yes.
All right, our Black Mage's day is over and done.
I'm just gonna go ahead and heal to be safe.
Top off.
Yeah. Best to not risk it. We're already, you know.
All right. Melee's the rock. Doesn't crit. Melee's the rock.
Done.
Woo! Attempt number 7.
What a run.
Whew.
What was my time for that, by the way? Nowhere near my PB.
2050, probably. I'm waiting for stream to catch up.
Mm-hmm.
220 something.
Okay. Yeah. Underestimate. But, you know, my PB is a 159.
We looped in a lot of safety, and then we had like multiple Astos wipes, and multiple chaos wipes.
Honestly, you know, the extra safety didn't even knock that much time off it. I just had some, you know, the Astos wipes, the chaos wipes, a little bit of spice getting through Earth Cave with the birds, just punching everyone but the monk for most of it. You know, not unhappy with the run, to be clear. You know, any run you can walk away from with single-digit chaos wipes is a good run.
That is always so much fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm learning that this game wasn't meant to be in a marathon necessarily.
It's meant to be in the right marathon, specifically marathons that have the understanding of, look,
Yes.
if you take this, we will get to the end. We may have to be mercy kill it, but we will get to the end.
There is a very large time difference between when we might finish. I mean, it was a great run. Everybody in chat's been loving it. I thought it was great. It's a little more content, right?
Yeah, no, like, that's one of the things I love about this run, is, like, you know, you give the generous estimate, and you're usually going to finish under it, but no matter what happens, it's going to be a fun ride. Like, you know, grinding this game can get a little rough, it can get a little frustrating when, you know, you're walking to Provoca and the double ogre that you're taking for money decides to wipe everything except the monk. And you're resetting, you know, for the 10th time before you get your boat. Which, you know, but that's grinding down a speedrun. For the purpose of just going in, playing this game, seeing what wild stuff comes out of it, I really, really love this. In the Pixel Remaster tournament that happened recently, we had a, you know, just whole host of no reset runs, you know, of all sorts. And it did everything from the one time I accidentally took a thief instead of a monk to my actual current PB was in one of my one of my tournament races.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. Like, if you can handle, you know, emotionally the RNG just saying, no, you do not get to PB today, this is a super fun run. It's not for everyone, though, unless, you know, you are willing to just take the RNG as it comes.
Do either have... No, alright, apparently I can't talk anymore. Don't worry about it.
Aw.
Do either of you have anything else you wanna add?
We should probably shed out the RPG Valkyries. That's a thing that we do at the end.
Yeah.
Of our runs.
As both of us are, full official members of the RPG Valkyries.
And we both got our start with them in terms of marathons, and it was with this game. Just different versions.
No, shoutouts to the Valkyries. Shoutouts to, the FF1 speedrunning community in general. Y'all are amazing. Pixel Remaster tournament was great. Let's have another one next year. Shoutouts to you, Love. I love you so much, and thank you for being with me in the booth basically every time.
You keep asking me. It's like I'm good at it or something, or you like me. I don't know.
It could be both.
Could be both. Also, Final Fantasy VI is my favorite.
Fair.
I'm no coward. I have a favorite. I'm going
Final
in.
Fantasy Tactics.
Also, if you aren't following Demarine on Twitch, you definitely should do that. If you like watching games that have too much RNG, she's been speedrunning Dr. Mario recently.
Yeah. At least it's 17 minutes and not 2 hours.
But yeah, both of us, do a lot of RPG content as well. A lot of randomizers. We actually met through the Final Fantasy I NES randomizer community, so what a story that one is.
We'll leave that for another time. That one takes a while.
We should wrap it up. We've got another run tonight. Best not let those folks keep waiting.
Absolutely. Thank you all again for coming out and letting me do multiple commentary, because that's what I do, I guess.
And thank you both so much for being here, for participating in the event. Been great run, great commentary. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for the invite.
Yeah, absolutely. With all that said, we do have one more run to top up the evening, so we were going to go take a quick break, and then we'll be back with the final run of the night, which is the PSP version of the game. We'll see y'all in just a few minutes.
Hi everyone, I'm Forsyth. You may have seen me run FF2 Pixel Remaster last year, but other than that, I think this is my second time on the channel, and I'm joined by my commentator.
Howdy, I'm Octini. I've been on a couple of hotfixes in the past, and I am a fellow runner of this game on this platform. Not at Forsyth's level, but nobody is, and I'm really excited to see him just completely demolish this game.
Yeah, I'm really hoping I can demolish this. I've been at this game for almost 7 years now, I think since I first started learning this. And the world record time has come down, I think, about 7 minutes in that time. And I finally crushed it under 1 hour and 20 minutes. I'm not going to be beating that tonight, but I'm still going to be trying to do as fast as I can go. So you guys are seeing this beautiful CGI cutscene that was added in the PS1 version, and that they had to sadly cut this out of the GBA version because it wouldn't render properly. But they put it back in the PSP version.
It does look
play
good.
out, and then I'll get our party set up.
So, Forsyth, what makes this platform different from the other runs that we've seen today?
We cheat. We cheat very. We don't play fair in this run. But
that's all speedrunning is.
That
is
is
cheating. That's what I've heard from Twitter.
I mean, I guess technically we don't cheat. We glitch in this one, and it's more of a programming oversight than anything else. So, with that, I'm going to start setting up my party here, and I hope you guys will appreciate the first thing I'm going to just change the order of my mages from the default party that is offered here, and I'm going to give them specific names for this one.
Yeah, the party makeup and the party order is important here. We use that strategically throughout the run. And there are different routes for different categories that use different party members. I think there's a route that uses all red mage, for instance, but this is the fastest route available. So you got to go with these 4.
Okay, that's got me going. I hope that's appropriate for the stream tonight. Okay. So we will run with this one. I don't know if there's too much to say before we get started. It's going to start off and be really, really... It might not make sense for the first 30 seconds, and then we can probably explain what happened after that.
Yeah, it starts pretty fast and furious, but then there's a little bit of downtime.
Okay, with that said, I'm going to get going so I'm going to count down from 5, and then we'll go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, I can also skip cutscenes in this one, which makes it much faster.
That is nice. Not all cutscenes. After all the major boss fights, there are mandatory cutscenes, which is a good water break time.
Good enough.
All right, so Forsyth just did the first big menu of the game. The menuing in this game is probably pretty unique compared to other Final Fantasy I platforms. That is the cheat Forsyth was talking about earlier. There's a unique item duplication glitch that we take advantage of for this category that allows us to equip late game and even post game weapons and armor on our entire party, and it just essentially allows us to one-shot most enemies and have really, really good defense against any enemies that might want to do damage to us. So it makes most encounters pretty simple.
So to briefly explain what happened, I went into the weapon shop, I bought a hammer, and using the equipment duplication glitch of this version, I turned that into copies of Knight's Armor, which is normally sold in Melman, and equipped 1 copy on each of my character. And notably, I didn't put it on their body slot, I put it on their glove slot. So not only does it let me create the item out of nowhere and put it on anybody, it pretty much ignores job and class restrictions. So now everyone in my party right now, I'm running pretty much with 1 Knight's Armor on everyone. And now I'm doing another glitch to grab this endgame weapon called a Judgment Staff, which is essentially just, it has more offensive power than anything available in the very early game, so I can smack Garland with it.
And the
I haven't gained any experience at this point, so I'm at level 1, but Garland's not going to be able to do anything to me. And I'm going to be able to do everything to him.
Garland, whose first name we recently learned is Jack. I'll be honest, I was a little disappointed when I found that out. But the ignoring class restrictions is especially useful because later on we'll be using multiple copies of the same armor on each party member. So we'll have, for instance, a thieves armlet. I think 4 different places, either 3 or 4 different places on each character. So they're just walking around decked out in ridiculous things, wearing stuff on their heads and on their feet and on their hands that you should not be able to wear. But it's a video game, so we get away with it.
So we one-rounded Garland, which is pretty much what happens when we have this item here. It has another benefit, which we'll see in the upcoming Pirates fight. I'm not going to spoil the surprise for those of you that do not know yet. But in the meantime, we have these extra little cutscenes that were added to flesh out the story a little bit. This one on the bridge here it's not skippable here.
Fleshing out the story a little bit, because there's not a lot of story to flesh out. Most of the time when I run this game or do commentary for this game at events, I don't spend a lot of time talking about the plot because there isn't much of one. The background, for example, to our characters we are the Warriors of Light. The end. That's all there is to it.
The beautiful thing about it is it's a time loop. So this has all happened before. Like, I could almost swear it happened like 3 times before on this channel or something today. So we don't care about any random encounters right now. I'm just going to be running away from everything as quickly as I can. Some things might let me run a little more easily than others. I'm also going to skip this cutscene here just for the sake of going fast here. I know everybody wanted to see that little cutscene here, but one benefit of this version is I can skip that, so I'm going to skip that.
Oh, hooray, preempts. So the way the encounters work in this game, the vast majority of encounters we will be able to run from, and we will run from. That is generally the best way to handle encounters, is to just get away. There are a few, depending on where you are, a few types of encounters that are unrunnable. So Forsyth will have to deal with those either by, well, not either by defeating the enemies. And then you can have regular encounters, you can have preemptive encounters, and you can have ambushes. And just like every JRPG in the world, preemptives you're going to be able to flee from immediately. Ambushes, every single enemy party member is going to be able to get a swipe at you before you can start trying to flee. And encounters can be up to 9 enemies. So ambushes with large parties, very time consuming and really painful for runs. Now we're shopping.
So I bought, or when I was in the opening glitch, I essentially created a 5th copy of the Knight's Armor, and I sold it for 18,000 gil, which is funding all these items I'm buying now. It's going to cover most of what I need in terms of consumables for this run. But now we're cheating.
First turn.
We're really, really going for the fireworks here. So this handy-dandy judgment staff I put on everyone, when used as an item in combat, casts Flare. You know, the most powerful black magic spell in the game. So for almost no effort, I've acquired 4 copies of this that each of my guys can wear, put that on them, and then give them the ability to all cast it, including like warriors and characters that have really no business casting those kinds of spells.
And this band of pirates that's been terrorizing this poor town, Forsyth just beat them up so bad that the pirate leader gave us his ship. And now we're going to do 15 puzzle.
So this is an entirely optional part of this run. I'm doing this for the benefit of trying to not have to repeat some backtracking in later dungeons, because I absolutely dislike having to run out of some of these dungeons that are in this game. I like to go very fast on this run, and I'm sad when I can't go very fast. So I have to wait here until after 30 seconds just to make sure I get the right prize.
So this is a fascinating thing. Didn't get it. This is a fascinating thing. So the 15 puzzle, like Forsyth said, completely optional. But if you get second place, you can't win at this. There are other people, imaginary people, competing with you at 15 puzzle. If you get second place, you have a 1 in 6 chance of being rewarded with an item called the emergency exit. And Forsyth is going to want to try and get 2 of those. That's why he delays, because he doesn't want to win. He wants to get second. Did you get one that second time?
I did not. But I was going to try it twice, see if I could get one. Regardless of if I got one or not, I was going to move on. So I essentially, spent a minute playing for the chance to try to win 2 exits that could have saved me up to like 3 minutes total.
Yeah, what the emergency exit does is it lets you teleport out of a dungeon. And there are a couple of dungeons where that's really helpful because you have to backtrack out of it when you reach the end, and it takes a very long time. It used to be really only beneficial to go for 1 emergency exit, but there was a route update that changed the way magic is distributed, more or less. Changed a bunch of things, but that was one of the things that changed. And we no longer learn the spell teleport. We used to learn that, so we have no way of teleporting out unless we get emergency exits. So we won't see that in this run, but that is for runners of Forsyth's caliber, and he's almost in a class by himself, really. The emergency exits are kind of needed to get the times that he wants to get. You can get very good times without them, but certainly the fastest possible time is gonna include getting 2 of those, which is tough to do since the odds aren't really in your favor.
So I should explain the general route of this one. There was a reroute back in March of last year, which decided to omit the visit to the Citadel of Trials and getting the rat tail. So we no longer class change, as was mentioned. As part of the consequence for that, we no longer are able to get teleport. So we have to change that up. But it does save quite a bit of time to just skip that little side trip. And we can supplement it with emergency exits under the best of circumstances. Didn't happen here today. That's unfortunate, but it's not a game breaker.
It does make the lack of class change does make the end of the run quite a bit more volatile than it used to be. For example, the chaos fight, which that's not a spoiler for most people since this is like the 4th time you've seen this game today. The chaos fight, the last boss of the game, used to be basically free. As long as you set it up correctly, there wasn't hardly anything that could go wrong. Now you can do everything right and chaos can still wipe you out. So it's possible to have to do chaos several times in a row. It's not common, but it is possible. But yes, if everything goes well, if everything goes well with this new route, it is theoretically quite a lot faster than the old version.
I see a question asking, is there any other way to get emergency exits in the game? And there is, but it's a extremely troll method. You can only get them from purple words in the final dungeon of the game, by which point you no longer need them.
Yeah, don't need them anymore.
Getting one there is very much a meme.
Speaking of getting drops, it looks like I think I saw you got a leather shield from the pirates. Are you gonna want to sell that?
No, I'm just going to ignore that in this particular case. That used to be an item when we used to use a route where that mattered more. Oh, we're in Marshgate. Marshgate is one of the friendliest dungeons in this particular version of the game. Okay. And I got poison here, so I'm just going to cure that and heal up while I'm in the position to do that. Because now I'm going to go into the fight with Pisco Demons, and unlike all the other versions of this, I actually want more than 2 Pisco Demons. Oops, that's right.
All right, we got 3. So you can get 2, 3, or 4 Pisco Demons here, and we need at least 3 for our experience routing. So 3 is perfect. The experience routing is important because here in a little while, we're going to want to buy a couple of spells to equip to our Black Mage. The way you learn magic in this game is by purchasing spells. I imagine they're probably spell tomes you're purchasing. And you have to be a certain level in order to be allowed to purchase specific spells. So we need our Black Mage specifically, but the White Mage too, to be at least level 8 here in just a little while. And there's that Pisco Demon fight, plus one mini boss coming up here in a little while that should get us to level 8, even if we don't fight any random encounters on the map.
I did take an encounter on the ocean against Sahagins, mostly because groups of Sahagins can be annoying to run from. So in an effort to keep myself moving, I essentially just chose to use the Judgment Staff on them to keep them from prolonging the fight more than one round.
Yep. Yeah, some enemy types are much more difficult to run from than others. Wolves on land and Sahagins on sea. I always call Sahagins the wolves of the sea because they are very difficult to run from. And yeah, generally it's better, faster to just kill them because you can be trying to run for a very long time.
For those of you that are just joining us and wondering why I'm not taking any damage or taking minimal damage from enemy encounters, it's because I have glitched in a mid-game piece of armor onto like each of my characters, which has given them a ton of defense. Basically means that they're only going to be taking 1 damage per hit. This is not ideal. Let's wait. We'll do that.
So yeah, now we're a little bit worried about. Oh, because it's the warrior. We'll see. Hopefully enough.
That should be enough.
Yeah. So Porsight there worried about getting what we call stun locked. It's not an end game scenario usually, but if all 4 party members get paralyzed, obviously you can't run, and the enemy party can just lay into you for as long as they want until at least one of your party members becomes unparalyzed, And you can wipe due to that if they are able to do enough damage to you while you're just stuck there. So that's never fun. Fortunately, paralysis is not a persistent effect. Once you are out of the battle, it goes away.
Well, it's 15 minutes into the run. We're already at Astos. Let's see. You're going to do that. You're going to do that. I'm going to try to one-round this fight.
All right.
It should be possible with the Judgment Staffs if my melee character's attacking and my 2 mages casting Flare. If everybody survives this, yeah, this should be a one-round fight here.
Now, Astos was nice to us. Well, hang on. Let me wait until this fight is over to say this. I don't want to jinx anything.
He was nice.
All right, cool. Astos was nice to us and just used a physical attack. There is a chance that Astos can cast Death, and he can cast it on anybody. Worst case scenario is that Astos casts Death on your Black Mage. That's really the only party member that we can't have die. If he does cast Death on the Black Mage, obviously you have to revive him, but that messes up our experience routing. And since the spell purchasing is coming up next, what that means is that we have to then farm a couple of encounters. And sometimes that can take a little while because you need high EXP enemies to kill. But we should be in good shape.
I mean, the only fights I've taken intentionally at this point are Garland, which got everybody to level 2. The Pirates got everybody to level 4. The Pisco Demons got everyone to level 5. And then Astos, if everything goes correctly, gets everybody to level 8. So basically, if I get exactly what I need, I get to level 8, which is perfect because my next target is going back to Melvin here, or Elfheim, and purchasing spells for my Black Mage.
And you've even thrown in 2 overworld encounters on top of that, which is actually pretty uncommon.
I took one in the sea just because the Sahagins can be difficult to fight. And then that group of undead that paralyzed 3 or 4 of my guys, that was more of a just in case.
Yeah. So here we're buying Fyra. Do y'all say it Fyra or Fira?
I say Fyra.
Yes, so do I. I've always said Fyra. My younger brother says Fira. And I never even considered that as a possibility until I heard him say it once. Anyway, buying Fyra and Thundara that the Black Mage will use heavily later. Once we get into the second half of this run, you're going to find the Black Mage is the real MVP of this speed run. They do so much heavy lifting.
And this is why. This is another Sahagin.
So here, Portside's doing...
I basically have now
so
access to Thundara, so I'm going to kill them with that, try to run first, and if I can't, then I'm going to Thundara, which is going to kill them much more quickly than using that Judgment Stamp animation.
There we go. So Portside's doing a pretty high-level strat there, actually. It seems fairly straightforward, but most folks don't really do it. Setting 3 party members to attempt to flee, and then the Black Mage with an offensive spell. Generally, if you're going to flee, you just hold L and R, and all 4 of your party members will attempt to flee. And so that's quicker. It takes a little bit more time to set, flee for 3 of the 4 manually, but it ends up usually being the right move in encounters that are difficult to run from, because then you kind of get the safety net of, well, if we can't run with these 3 party members, at least we have an attack queued up.
Say hi to Matoya in here. I'm glad she made an appearance in FF14. And I love the theme, and I love Matoya's theme in 14. It's great.
It's so good. I always feel like a broken record saying this about a Final Fantasy game, but the music is so good. I could never speedrun a game with bad music, because you have to listen to it so much. It's got to be something you like listening to.
Thankfully, the brooms were not in the way on the way out. They can get in the way, including the doorway, and I had one time where they cost me like 20 seconds.
And sometimes it's invisible, which is just especially frustrating.
Yeah, there could be one on the outside corridor, and if you're pushing against the door, he can be up against the door on the far side, and you won't be able to see that, but it won't let you move until he moves out of the way. So basically, you're just going to be standing there until he lets you out. I have I took the Crystal Eye to Matoya, and we switched it for Jolt Tonic, which is the name of, I think, the herb in this version.
And then we're going to get TNT.
Which I think they call the Nitro Powder in this version.
Yeah, Nitro
Translation
powder.
differences are a little bit here. This is basically the exact same as the GBA version of the game. It's just that with the additional... There was some additional content that was added to the game in the GBA version, and there was even more bonus content that was added in this version. But the programming oversight of this version combined with the extra gear that they added is essentially what leads to this version, this particular run being considerably shorter, like almost half the length of GBA.
Yeah,
or at least
before too much longer, we're going to get our hands on a Barbarian Sword, which is a post-game weapon. It is the most powerful weapon in the entire game. It is only in the PSP version. And it's just like, it's Christmas come early. It makes every encounter so easy.
Okay, we're ducking out of the town, then back in. There's a couple items I need here, which I'm going to be glitching again.
And here comes one of the big menus.
Our Knight's Armors have outlived their usefulness. And we're going to replace them with a new piece of gear called Thief's Armlets, which is exclusive. Well, it's not exclusive to this version. I believe it's in the GBA version as well. That's not right.
So the actual execution of these menus is pretty difficult to follow if you don't know what's going on. But basically what Forsyth is doing is he is selecting one item slot on a party member and then setting the cursor to a different item slot on the party member next to them. And then he moves to that party member while selecting the item simultaneously. It has to be on the same frame that you select and move. And then what happens is it makes available to you the item that is in that same number, because all items are numbered. I'm not very good at explaining this. All items are numbered in their individual classes. So it gives you the item. It gives you the item with that number in the other class, which, fortunately for us, tends to be very powerful. So you'll see Forsyth have to do some menus over again sometimes, and all that means is that something went wrong with the same frame button presses, because it's pretty difficult to do with even with a lot of practice. And probably the most difficult part of the entire run is actually memorizing all of the menus. There are a couple of them that are pretty complex. The rest of the run is fairly straightforward. In fact, if anyone is interested in picking up a Final Fantasy speedrun, because the Final Fantasy speedrunning community across the board is very large, and it's a really popular thing to do and to watch people do. Most Final Fantasy speedruns, though, are very long. The closest comparison to Final Fantasy 1 that I like to make is Final Fantasy 9, just because both runs are very RNG heavy. Well, this takes an hour and a half. Final Fantasy 9 takes 9 hours. So if you don't have that kind of time, but you would like to pick up a Final Fantasy speedrun, this one is incredibly accessible. There are really good guides. It's very straightforward, not hard to learn at all. It's just that the menuing can be pretty intimidating when you first start out. The Thief's Armlet. The Thief's Armlet makes us very, very fast. So we now should not have much trouble, knock on wood, running from things like the wolves and the Sahagins. Still sometimes doesn't go exactly according to plan, but it does let us outspeed most encounters. It's also
specifically what it does is it has a very high defensive value, a very high evasion value, and then on top of that, each copy that I equip on my characters also gives 5 points of bonus agility. So each one of my characters right now has 15 bonus points of agility. Most of the equipment that I put on here is essentially replacing the need for me to really just gain any levels here. So grinding is kept to almost a minimum.
This game is so busted.
I love this category. I never get tired of this one for some reason.
It is a really, really great speedrun if you have the temperament for it. The RNG can be frustrating. and I do find myself sometimes having to take a short break, but I've never had to walk away from it for an extended period of time. I always want to come back to it. There's something about this speedrun that's just really enjoyable. It always puts a smile on my face. And so now we met a dwarf whose greatest ambition in life is to just blow a hole in the world. So we gave him the nitro powder to let him do that. Fortunately, that lets us sail through a gap.
Yes, we will be flooding these caverns. These dwarfs will have given their lives valiantly.
I would never in my life talk smack about Mystic Quest. I love Mystic Quest.
Are we doing the favorite FF thing discussion again? Is it your turn to chime in, guys? I'm going to say, I'll just start it off here. Personal favorite FF is FF9 for me. The one I speedrun the most is this one. The one I replay the most is 5. So those 3 are probably my answers for favorite FFs.
I admit to not having played most of the early Final Fantasies, but I find that Final Fantasy, much like Pokemon, your favorite is usually the first one you played. And the first Final Fantasy I played was 7, and that remains my favorite, not just Final Fantasy, it's my favorite game ever. But I do love 8, I do love 9, I like 10. Every time I replay 10, I like it a little bit less. I like what I have played. I like what I have played of 13, and obviously I love 1.
So I've done one more glitching. I came here to Melmond. Let me just quickly explain what happened here. I came here to Melmond. I went into the shop, which is where I would normally purchase Knight's Armors, and I sold all remaining copies of them now that I replaced those with the Thief's Armlets on everyone. So now that sold for, I think, 72,000 because each copy is worth 18,000. So I have no money.
You have more money than you can ever spend.
And then, while I was there, I bought a steel gloves and glitched that into the single most powerful weapon in this version of the game, which is supposed to be a reward for beating the PSP exclusive super boss called Chronodia. The weapon itself is called the Barbarian Sword, has 125 attack power, I believe, and grants a bonus to strength. And I put that on each of my 2 melee characters, since once again the glitch allows me to essentially ignore class or any normal class restrictions here. That's going to allow me to pretty much rip through bosses. I could put it on my mages, and it is pretty funny to see a white mage swinging an enormously overpowered sword. But for the purposes of going fast, it's actually better for us to leave the new item that I glitched on them called the Sage's Staff, which gives them a 15-point bonus to intelligence. Intelligence is a factor that can actually affect run chances in this one. Agility can affect run chances as well, and also influences turn order. So it's preferable to have as much agility as possible to make sure that your turns come as early in the turn order as possible, and to increase your chances of running as quickly as possible from enemy encounters that are able to let you run. There are unrunnable encounters. This is the first floor where I could potentially get one.
Yeah, we're in the Earth Cavern right now, which is the only, I'll call it a dungeon. I don't know if it's really a dungeon. It's the only dungeon that we have to do twice. We're going to get down to the bottom of the 3rd floor here and fight this dude, the vampire. And our party thinks that, hey, we just beat the boss of this dungeon, so we're going to leave. And then we're going to find out that, no, it wasn't. We have to come back. And we learned that there's 2 more floors that we didn't get to.
So that demonstrates pretty much the incredibly overpoweredness of the Barbarian Swords there. Vampire only has, I think, 260 HP, and I did 880. Just a bit of overkill.
The White Mage, sadly, never does get a turn with the Barbarian Sword. The Black Mage does. We equip the Barbarian Sword onto the Black Mage just for the very final fight of the run. But the White Mage either sticks with the staff or spends a brief period with the Lust Dagger.
There was an older route that used to have all 4 characters use the Barbarian Sword, but it was a lot slower And some of the dungeons, especially like Ice Cave, made things a lot hairier. It made for a lot simpler menuing, but it didn't necessarily make for the fastest way to handle the random encounters that you can run into. So I was hoping to get an emergency exit so I could skip this run out of Earth Cave on this first trip in here. This is one of the 2 dungeons I would prefer to skip, and one of the ones I try to skip in world record attempts. This walkout can be very annoying and very variable in terms of the amount of time it takes, depending on the number of encounters you get, whether you get unrunnable encounters, whether you get ambushed, whether you actually successfully run or not, everything.
Things that impact frequency of encounters, we should talk about that, because you might notice that while we're on the overworld, Forsyth doesn't always take the most direct route between places. Pretty much will, but different types of terrain on the overworld have different threat levels. I think the threat level is just 1 through 5. Regular grass being the lowest possible threat level. Well, no, that's not true. The marshy, the marshy grass.
Regular grass
is the lowest.
4th highest. I think forests are the highest. So generally speaking, I'm going to be trying to avoid walking on forests as much as possible. But there are some large sections of the map that have tons of forests that I can't avoid.
Yeah. So yeah, we want to stay on marsh if possible. If not, regular grass, and then worst case, forest is generally what we want to do on the overworld. But then the dungeons themselves have different threat levels assigned to the different floors. And in the Earth Cavern, I think basically the way it works is as you get deeper down, and this is generally true, I think, of dungeons, as you get deeper into the dungeon, the threat level increases. The other place that Forsyth would have used an emergency exit if he had one is a place called Waterfall Cavern. We'll get there later. And Waterfall Cavern is one of 2 places in the game that has the maximum available threat level. It's level 5. And it's only 1 floor, but it's a very, very large area. And we have to go all the way in and then all the way out, which takes a long time when you're getting an encounter every other step.
Characters got blinded here. We don't really care about that. It has almost no impact on this run. I don't even have anything to clear that. But it wears off after the battle, so it's not anything to worry about.
Yep. Yeah, the only... and shadow encounters are interesting because shadow encounters are always either a preemptive or an ambush. You never have a regular, just normal shadow encounter. Usually, fortunately, I find that they are preempts more often than they're ambushes. I don't know if that mathematically is true or not, but it certainly feels that way. So we have the Earth Rod from... I don't think that wizard has a name, does he?
I think it's Sada in this version. It's either Sada or Sarda. Okay. Like the translation's a little different in different versions. I believe it's Sada in this version, which is Sadedda.
There you go. But we have that, which now allows us to get to the 4th and 5th levels of the Earth Cavern. So we're on our way back there.
Oh, I don't like tigers here. They like to crit me. And crit ignores defense. So in spite of the fact that I have all this super overpowered defensive gear, enemies can still crit me and do tons of damage.
I tell you what, I just finally looked at your HP. You're in really good shape.
Are they? I don't even. I almost never look at it this early.
Your black mage is at 107 already.
Nice.
Stat increases in this game are random. Every time you level up, you do not get a set increase in HP or any other ability. So HP doesn't really matter because, again, our defense is super high. But you want it to be a certain kind of minimum level just in case. And Forsyth's in really good shape. Your black mage tends to be the lowest maximum HP of your party, which is true in this case as well. But 107 is very high for this point in the run.
Usually the only characters I have to pay attention to are the thief and the black mage, because those are the characters that tend to have low HP totals by the time I reach chaos on some runs. Sometimes they can have enough to allow me to basically do chaos without having to use Giant's Tonics like other versions.
every now and then I get a little bit nervous about the Black Mage if they're not high enough by the time we get to the Evil Eye. Because then a Thundara might knock them out. Which just messes you up because it gets the mages on different experience tracks. But yeah, Forsyth is in excellent shape for HP. Should not have any worries about that.
So I'm just once again backtracking through this first section. Now that we have the Earth Run, we can access the lower floors and fight Lich. It's only 35 minutes in this run.
Oh, hey, we have our
killing
first
pretty soon.
stone. So, stone is the one... Oh, two of them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, boy.
That's a problem. That's actually a real problem.
Yeah, it is.
Where is...
I'm going to be quiet for a minute.
Where is the Justice? That's a problem. Please go faster. That's a game over.
Oh,
That's a
no.
problem.
That is a problem.
I don't think I
That's
saved.
very uncommon.
So I don't think I saved. That could be a problem.
Well, all right, hang on. While Forsyth is figuring this out, let me explain what happened. Stone is similar to paralysis in that it makes your party members unable to do anything. Different from paralysis in that it is a persistent status effect. So if all 4 of your party members are petrified, I always want to say if they're stoned. If all 4 of your party members are petrified, what happens is you game over. That's why Forsyth earlier bought gold needles, because gold needles fix the stone condition, but he needed to be able to get out of that encounter first. Gold needles are
I'm actually
technically
gonna cheat a little bit.
optional.
I actually
You
had
don't
a
have to
save.
buy them.
I did buy them, but what happens is that it was a very large group of them, and they killed me before I was able to kill them or to get a needle off of them. I did happen to have a safety save here at just before Lich, and I was only like 2 floors away from him. So for the purposes of this run, I'm just going to skip ahead and pretend it. It's unfortunately going to wipe out our good name stuff.
Yeah, so Forsyth loaded a save of a different run. Y'all didn't miss anything. You missed maybe a floor and a half.
So this would
but-
not be a valid speed run if that happens. For the purposes of the marathon, I want to keep going here. I really didn't think that was going to be a problem. It's a very, very low percentage chance that that situation comes up.
Yeah, very uncommon. It's not very common that you get petrified, period. And then when you do, usually it's just 1, maybe 2 party members, and then you finish the encounter. I think you played it 100% right. I never use Gold Needle in an encounter. I've never once done it. You finish the encounter,
I don't do it
and
in
then
the
once you're
encounter.
out
I mean,
of
like,
it...
when 2 or more party members get petrified there, my priority switches from fleeing to trying to kill them.
Yes,
But
yep,
they
same.
essentially ambush me or put me in a bad position, and my guys still to them.
Yep. And yeah, so what happens is you get out of the encounter, and then you use your gold needles to unpetrify your party members, and then you continue on. If you don't purchase gold needles, again, it is technically optional, and it saves, I don't know, 30, 40 seconds, like a decent amount of time, because you don't have to walk all the way through a town. It saves a decent amount of time, but you're really playing with fire. So even, I mean, in your current world record, Forsyth, did you buy gold needles?
I honestly don't remember if I did or not.
Okay.
I mean, so I tend to play it by ear. And I mean, if I want to save time, then sometimes I skip it, because I've gone plenty of runs without getting petrified at all. But yeah, if I get a larger group of cockatrices like that, things like that can happen.
Yeah.
And
Yes. And yes, we are still getting to see everything. Absolutely nothing of consequence was skipped. So yeah, don't worry about that at all.
yeah, I wasn't going to be fighting anything. I mean, other than maybe some Hisco demons that might have encountered on the next 2 floors. That was about the only thing I would have been forced to fight. Everything else I would have tried to run away from. You can see, like, my HP totals are a little bit different from this set of characters here.
Yeah, we talked about that. I mentioned even specifically that the Black Mage previously had been at 107 HP. Now it's 98, which is still plenty enough. But yeah,
I will be safety saving for other sections that are upcoming. I just didn't think I had to save there, because that is a very rare situation.
I never
that
do.
comes up.
Yep. I know Tallbrick saves, I think, on the 3rd floor. of Earth Cavern, but I don't do that one. The only safety saves I ever do are... wait, where's the first one? Oh, right before Lich, which you had. Ice and Chaos. Those are the only 3 I do. So here's a cool menu. You'll notice Porsyth just swapped the order of the white and black mage. They'll stay like that for a little while, but we will eventually swap them back. The reason we do that is because you can only duplicate, like use the item dupe glitch to your party member directly to the left or to the right of you, and it only works going from specific party members to other specific party members. So we had to move the white and black mage in order to get the items onto the party members we wanted. It's a very rough explanation of why we did that, but... So no more Thieves Armlets, but now we have, what, Black Garb, right?
Yeah, we've replaced the Thieves Armlets on 3 of the 4 characters with a new piece of equipment called Black Garb, which adds even more agility. So now my character is even more likely to take their turns earlier in the turn order and be able to run away from random encounters. The only character I didn't put it on is the warrior himself, since the warrior is the one glitching it onto the other characters. It takes more effort to glitch that kind of equipment onto him if I want to do that. It's much easier to just do it onto the other 3 characters by putting it first on the thief, and then I put it on the white mage, and then I switch the order of the white mage and the black mage so that the black mage is considered to be adjacent on the other side, and then I do it on the black mage at the end. I also put a weapon called Lust Dagger on my white mage, which adds another 20 points of agility. So my white mage is rocking 50 bonus points of agility with all the gear that she has on right now. So she is a running machine. I'm going to be saving. This is where I was planning to save anyway, because this is not a save
this is where I
dungeon
do it as well.
in a marathon.
Every now and then, I get on the wrong kind of autopilot, and I'll put the Lust Dagger on the white mage and the black mage, and then I get into these Pisco Demon encounters, and I cannot for the life of me figure out why black mage isn't doing enough magic damage. Because we still have the staff on the black mage, specifically for that purpose, because the black mage is really our heavy damage dealer now, especially when it comes to large enemy encounters. Oh my gosh. More petrification. Great, wonderful. At least we saved.
See, those are
yeah,
the
you
things I
can.
have.
I was gonna say you could leave him
Oh, that's true. I could have done that. That's right.
because we want him.
I'm thrown
out
off by the whole
Um,
loading everything back.
Yeah, that'd mess up my groove. So here in a little while, we're gonna want both the warrior and the thief knocked out. Because we're going to do, I think, the only level grind in the entire game. We need to get our mages, both of them. Again, for purposes of purchasing spells, we need to get both mages up to level 18, basically. Ultimately level 19, but we've got enough time that it's basically guaranteed they'll get there. So we're going to grind with the warrior and the thief both knocked out, because if they're knocked out, they don't have to split the experience we get from encounters. So here in a little while, Porsyth will be triggering the same encounter over and over and over and over, because it's what we call a spike encounter. It's an encounter that you can get just by walking over the same tile, and it'll always be the same enemy. It's a one-hit kill. It's a really, really good opportunity to just get a lot of free experience.
This is not a very cooperative encounter right now. At least they're not paralyzing my
Not at
guys.
all. It heard you.
They know. This dungeon knows.
The game always knows.
All right, I'm gonna
Wow,
try
yeah,
to play
this
with
is.
these guys, and you're just gonna be doing this instead. And hope that somebody either succeeds or the black mages. There we go. Okay. I hate having to do that, but sometimes it's necessary. These guys sometimes forget their running shoes.
Mhm. Yeah, generally these encounters are a lot more cooperative.
They're continuing to haunt me on this floor. I got off that floor, thankfully.
All right, so we're coming up soon on an encounter called the Evil Eye, and that's where we're going to do our grind.
Okay, so we will heal up our mages to make sure that they do not die during this part. And then we're going to try to kill everyone.
And best case scenario here is a first turn Thundara. Thundara hits everybody and should only kill the two, the warrior and the thief.
That shouldn't do enough.
That is not what we want to happen.
Yeah, I'm just kind of passing turns here with the defend command, which was added in this version of the game, and I think it also is included in the Pixel
There we
Remaster
go.
version. Well, essentially, I mean, I don't have to do what I do like they do in GBA and like NES, where they issue a command on every turn. I can essentially just pass a turn with the defend command here, and I was waiting for him to just cast Thundar here, which is the first spell in his scripted turn order. Or no, I don't have to heal here. But I'm just going to repeat this fight using the Lust Dagger on my White Mage, who should always outspeed the Evil Eye. And then I'm just going to essentially grind with just the two mages here to get them up to level 17. And then I'm going to take one additional fight after that, which may get them to level 18. But regardless, once I hit 17 plus 1, I'm going to cut the grind there. That should only take maybe a minute or a minute and a half tops, and that's the only planned grind in this entire run.
And it's not always the exact same number of encounters, so you can't just bank on counting the number of fights you do, but we get a pretty good idea. This is how I do it, at least. I don't know how you do it. The text that flashes by at the end of the encounter, if it's only like 2 dialogue boxes, then your party has not leveled up. If it's longer, then that means there was a level up. So I kind of wait until they don't level up, and then I do a quick peek in my menu to see where they're at. And usually that's only 1 or 2 encounters.
I mean, ideally what I should do is, during the heal up part, just before I get to this section here, I should peek their levels, and then track it as I see the messages after combat. So the mages reached level 17, and then I took one additional fight, which they did not level on. So they were most of the way up to level 18. And then once that was done, I resurrected everybody here. And then we're done grinding. So I'm just going to get out of the cave.
Yep.
And I should really save. I'm just being kind of reckless here.
just to be sure. And we have plenty of time, because again, we have to get to 19 ultimately. But we've got plenty of time to do that before we actually have to purchase any more spells.
But I mean, that one was overall pretty cooperative, except for that one undead fight that just wasn't letting me run away from it. But I mean, the ice cave is by far the most dangerous part of the run in terms of just being able to get killed by the encounters, because even though I have incredibly overpowered gear, I mean, enemy ambushes can absolutely still wipe me out. I mean, I can have Dark Wizards do Firog on me, I can have White Dragons do Ice Storm on me, any number of things. Undead groups can paralyze my entire group. I could have Cockatrices petrify me. There's all sorts of ways that I can get killed if I'm unlucky or just careless. Or in the case of world record attempts, just reckless. Because, I mean, the fastest way to world record is to literally just ignore everything and hope everything works out.
Yeah, I've been watching poor Scythe on his he calls it a world record grind. He already has the world record. What it really is a 1 hour and 18 minute grind, which is the next really big barrier for this game. For a while it was 120 and he smashed that. Now we got to get down to the 118, and it'll happen, but I've been watching him do it. So many runs do not get past 15 puzzle. There are a lot of runs that die in the first, I mean, what is that, 15 minutes?
It's like 6 or 7 minutes. The only reason I play it out until I can get into the puzzle, which means you have to play it out until you defeat the pirates. And then I try to win the puzzle twice to get 2 emergency exits. And basically, if I don't get 2 emergency exit drops, I'm resetting right there. And that takes 7 to 8 minutes. And in an effort to get as many attempts as possible, I just basically reset right there. I do not recommend that for
So-
those of you that do not have a high patience threshold.
It really does take just an incredible amount of zen. So this is the part of the game where navigation can actually get a little bit tricky, because the map is pretty big. I mean, not big compared to modern Final Fantasy games, certainly, but the map is pretty big, and a lot of it looks pretty similar. And in the airship, you can get turned around pretty quick. So it's important to memorize your airship movement.
And unlike
So
the
that you
Pixel
just know
Remaster,
exactly where you're
there's no
going.
mini maps in this version, so you kind of have to know where you're going. At least if you want to go very, very fast. You can basically just wander around in the airship pretty freely with no encounters. It just won't be the fastest thing unless you know exactly where you're going.
And the one downside to this airship, because it's great, you can go anywhere you want and you can go there fast. It can only land on grass tiles. So there'll be a couple of times where we land pretty far away from our destination and then have to do quite a bit of walking.
I'm going to duck in here and buy some high potions, which is a safety item I need for the final boss. This is the least out of the way place to purchase them. And it's along this path I have to travel in the town to unleash the bottled fairy that I got from the caravan. The caravan merchant also sold me a bunch of Giant's tonics in a second menu that opens up after you buy the fairy.
Shout out to Talbrick, by the way, for routing that high potion shop. I don't know if he actually routed it, but I'm going to give him credit because he's my little brother.
I don't have any brothers that speedrun. I bet they could if they wanted to.
Yeah,
We're just going to go straight into Sunken Shrine now that we're here. So we're just going to motor along.
I'm pretty lucky in that I have kind of a speedrunning family. My wife and I both speedrun. We do some co-op stuff, and she does Super Mario Odyssey. And then my younger brother runs this game and a few others. He runs this game at an extremely high level. I think he's third place on the leaderboard still. He got the second ever after you, 121 in this game.
Had to take that iron or that ice giant encounter because it's unrunnable. Generally speaking, I'm only going to be fighting things if they are specifically unrunnable here, and there's no indication from the game whether something is or is not unrunnable. You just kind of have to know that. You can basically endlessly try to run from it. It just will not allow you to do so if it is not actually runnable. There's no feedback.
The overworld unrunnables are the weird ones too, because you don't really expect them. You get into dungeons and you always have it sort of in the back of your head, like, okay, these are the things I can't run from. But then you get them on the overworld and you're just like, it's not something you were thinking about. So it always throws my brain for a little bit of a loop.
I mean, if you don't want to learn, you don't want to have to worry about any of that. I mean, by all means, play the Pixel Remaster, which is also probably the most new accessible version of the game since it came out last year. And I highly recommend that for first-time players of the game.
It's great.
Great casual experience.
And the soundtrack for all the Pixel remasters, but the soundtrack is incredible.
That was the biggest surprise when they came out, because I didn't think we realized just how good we were getting it.
And diagonal movement. Oh, we're so spoiled.
It's pretty cheesy. It's pretty amazing. So anyway, here, I'm just going to be making my way to get the Rosetta Stone and then backtracking here in the other direction to get to Kraken. The older routes we had used to allow us to teleport back 2 floors and then start heading back towards Kraken a little bit quicker here, but
yeah, the reroute made this dungeon a lot slower.
Thankfully, this large floor here just has no encounters. There's no worry about getting into anything on this floor.
Kraken is my favorite fiend. Kraken looks like a little fancy gentleman. I love it so much.
I have a favorite fiend.
The answer is not Lich.
Yeah, Lich is rude.
Lich is the first fiend and is actually probably the hardest of the 4. And we didn't get to see it, but with the Lich fight, similarly to the Chaos fight, was the very last boss, you can do everything right with Lich, and it won't matter. Lich has a chance to outspeed you and cast, what is it, Blizzara, right? Yeah. cast Blizzara, which will just wipe your entire party. When that doesn't happen, though, it's a very straightforward fight. You hit him with your sword 2 times, and he's dead.
So there's a Sahagan Prince Chief group there. There's another one here. This is an unrunnable formation, so I have to kill them. The quickest way to do that is with Thundara. Just have to wait until my Black Mage gets his turn in, but they're not particularly dangerous to me. They just waste time. This is helping me, get some additional experience on the way to level 19, which I have to reach by the time I'm done with the Waterfall Cave after this.
This is where the Black Mage really starts flexing their muscles. Because you run into those 9 party member Sahagan encounters. And no problem for the Black Mage. You can also get ghosts, right? Is that the other one?
There are 3 here. There's Sahagan groups, there's ghosts,
and then water elementals.
And then water elementals, which are the most troublesome in this version. Just because
because
it's still Fyra for ghosts, I have Thundara for Sahagan groups, but I don't have Blizzara for water elemental groups, and in addition, it doesn't do my Black Mage isn't set up with enough gear to do the damage needed to be able to kill them. So my best choice is either to use the Judgment Staff with the Flare animation, which is very long, or if there's a small group of them, I can just melee them with one of my characters.
So you're getting these unrunnables. And I jinxed it by thinking about saying it. So my least favorite thing to happen in this is when you get alternating unrunnables between Sahagans and ghosts, because then you have to manually switch the spell that the Black Mage is using, because the Thundara will kill the Sahagans, and ghosts, because they're undead, Fyra will take care of them. If you get the same one, 2 in a row, you can just hold X on your controller, and it will just go straight down the list and repeat the selected actions for your party members. Make it really quick, nice and easy.
There we go. Okay. So this is probably one of the most complicated menus. I pick up the light X from this chest, and I'm turning that into the strongest piece of defensive gear in this version that we pick up in this particular route, called the Survival Vest, which adds even more agility. So now I have 15 points of agility for each copy of that I equipped on each character, and I have it on 3 of the characters, everybody but the White Mage in this case. I have 3 on the Warrior, 3 on the Thief, and I actually put 4 copies on the Black Mage. The only reason I didn't put 4 on the other characters is because I'm planning to get a ribbon in the near future and put that on the melee characters instead. So it's a little redundant to essentially put a copy on there and then immediately overwrite it just a few minutes later. And notably, I'm not putting anything on the shield slot for most characters during most glitches, because it has a risk of hard locking the game if a character blocks with a piece of armor that does not really have a blocking animation associated with it. Some pieces of gear are strangely safe for whatever reason, but you may see my characters like block attacks and it looks like it plays a sword animation. It doesn't make a lot of sense if you're looking at it. But some pieces of gear, including the Survival Vest, are safe to equip on the shield slot. Most others are not, so we just leave that slot vacant for the most part for most characters.
Yep. But the Survival Vest menu that you just did is, I'm going to say probably, just because I have a problem committing to anything, probably the most complex menu in the game. It's fascinating because you equip the Survival Vest onto a couple of characters, including the Thief. Then you go in and you take it off of the Thief. So you give the Thief 3 copies of the Survival Vest, and then you take it off. And then you put it on the Warrior, and then you put it back on the Thief. And you have to do that in order for it to work out the way that the glitch just routing works. But it's always been interesting to me that it's very hokey pokey. You put your Survival Vest on, you take your Survival Vest off, you put your Survival Vest on, and you shake it all out.
Yeah, there you go. So it's because of the way that most of the glitching works. Generally, when I'm trying to glitch a piece of equipment, I'm usually going from a weapon slot to an armor slot, or I'm going from an armor slot to a weapon slot on a character. And doing that allows me to confuse it, or allows me to confuse the game with the item ID, and it loads the IDs of the other table when I'm doing that. But it is also possible to essentially do weapon-to-weapon glitching or armor-to-armor glitching. But doing that has slightly different rules for when you're doing it.
Kraken does look dignified. I told you, Kraken is a fancy gentleman. By far my favorite fiend.
I mean, all the high-res artwork in this version is my favorite artwork of this. I mean, I honestly consider this the true pixel remaster in terms of the presentation, because the sprite work in this is leaps and bounds beyond all the other versions, in my opinion.
Yeah, I do think this is the best looking of all the ports. And I don't think the Pixel Remaster, I don't think the aim was to make it the best looking version of the games. I think they were trying to kind of stay true to the Pixel, retro vibe. And this wasn't really about having it look retro. But I think it looks great.
Yeah, I just like it because, I mean, the enemies are more varied in their appearances and their shading. I mean, these golems look a million times better than they do in other versions of the game, in my opinion. I mean, the shading and everything, just the high-res sprites work is just fantastic.
Did you go Lust Dagger on your mage?
I
for
did
this
not.
One screen? Okay.
I don't normally do that.
I don't ever either.
It's possible for me to consider switching to the Lust Dagger here on my Black Mage in an effort to make sure that he can run more, but he still does. That would deprive him of the Sage's Staff that he currently has equipped, which is the only piece of gear increasing his intelligence, and higher intelligence boosts the damage of the spells and the items that I'm using as spells.
And most things in this, so this is the Waterfall Cavern, which I mentioned quite a while ago, is the one of two floors in this game that has the maximum threat level available. And we used to teleport out. And if Forsyth had an emergency exit, this is where he'd be using it. But instead, we have to walk all the way out. I
grossly dislike having to walk out of this because I spent so many years being able to teleport out after reaching this room and not having to walk out.
And it takes forever.
It's not
but yeah, so Forsyth mentioned he could go with a Lust Dagger on the Black Mage, and that would make it a little easier to run from a couple of the encounters. Most things are easy enough to run from in here, even without it. The way I play this particular dungeon is I don't even try and run from nightmare encounters, because those are the ones that give you trouble. I just kill all of the nightmares I come in contact with, and then I never have to worry about whether or not I'm going to hit level 19. But it's also slower.
Honestly, I didn't even check if I hit level 19 or not. It's actually a good call.
I'm sure you did.
I'm going to check after this, just in case. I don't want to be short. There's plenty of encounters.
But yeah, so I mean, this is. I mean, we were talking about how good this game looks. This is obviously the game that launched a Titanic franchise, right? We're getting ready next year to play Final Fantasy 16, and it's interesting because if someone were to play it today, having played other Final Fantasy games or even other JRPGs, people would probably wonder, like, oh, so what's so special about it? Like, why was this so successful? Especially because, as I said earlier, the plot's really not that much to write home about. It's not that intricate or that interesting. But it's kind of like the Beatles. And bear with me here. If you listen to the Beatles today, the Beatles are fairly generic pop rock, right? But when the Beatles were making music, no one had done anything like that before. And that's why the Beatles were a sensation. When Final Fantasy came out, no one had done this. Final Fantasy invented so many of the JRPG staples and tropes that we're all so used to today. Nobody had done it like this before. And they're still doing it better than anybody else, I would argue. I love this series. And I love that Kraken.
I defeated Kraken in a bunch of hits. If people are wondering how I'm chewing through the bosses so quickly, it's because I'm using a bunch of glitched equipment on my characters. Notably, I have the single most powerful weapon in this version of the game, which is not intended to be available to me unless I do all the extensive PSP exclusive bonus content. But there does exist an item equipment and duplication glitch in this that allows me to pretty easily get it without having to go anywhere near that content. Okay, I'll do my spell shopping here. This is pretty much the only spell shopping I'm doing for the rest of this run. So I have to go here to Melmond to translate the Rosetta Stone so I can talk to the Lufenians and get the chime to get into the next dungeon I'm going. Actually, it's 2 dungeons from now. And then while I'm en route to Mount Gulg here, Alfheim is located not far by. And now that I'm a higher level than I was the first time I came here, I have the ability to buy haste, which I'm going to need for the final fight here. I'm just going to grab the Tsar as well for my character, even though it's probably going to get very limited use.
Not a bad idea. Yeah, if you get any water elementals in Chaos Shrine, that can be helpful. Yeah, the Porsight just said this, but the item duplication glitch that we're taking advantage of to speed through all the encounters is unique to the PSP platform for this game. So that's why the PSP version of this speedrun is the quickest of all the different platforms. Most of them are, a little over 2 hours, something in that range. This is about an hour and a half, if it goes well.
Mostly what it does is it like supplements the stats I would get from extended grinding. But basically, I mean, the glitch gear supplants the need for me to grind. And other than about a minute and a half grind I make about halfway through the run, I don't really need to grind at all in this run because most of the fights that are required along the way will give me enough experience to get me where I'm going. It's still a lot of encounter this far.
It is. So, oh dear. Oh dear.
Oh my god.
No.
Is this really happening?
No.
Why is all the stuff that never happens happening today? Where did I last say?
That's literally never happened to me. Literally not once has that happened to me. So, okay. While Forsyth gets reset, let me explain what was going on there. You'll notice Forsyth was playing The Floor is Lava, but for real. Everybody's played that game before, right? That's Mount Gulg. It's the fire temple of this game. And basically, the idea is that if you are walking on the lava tiles, you cannot get an encounter. You can't get it can't happen, but you get damage for walking on the lava tiles, which makes sense. So when you do get encounters, bad things can potentially happen. Now, again, I just said I've never once been punished like that. It is theoretically possible to get through the entirety of Mount Gulg without a single encounter. And that does happen. If you have good, clean movement, you don't really touch non-lava tiles that much. But Forsyth got 4? Did you get 4 of them?
4. What did I get 4 of?
And you hadn't even gotten to the end yet.
Oh yeah, the encounters, yeah. All I was hoping to avoid was an ambush like that. And I was playing needlessly risky, but I'm so used to doing that it just never gets punished for me usually like this. So, I mean, 2 of these punishments, this is entirely on me for not taking this as safe as I could be taking this. But I mean, luckily I do have some of these safety saves from another run that
I don't know anyone who safety saves before Mount Gulg. I've never heard of anyone doing that.
Well, my choice was either I could safety save there or I could heal up, because I did just buy the healing. I was basically getting very close to the end of the lava section, and I was going to heal after that. That was my plan, at least. And all I really had to avoid was either that kind of an ambush, or I could have just healed a little bit earlier. So I'm almost certainly going to be going over the estimate at this point, just because going back through this dungeon is annoying. But
I got nowhere to be.
Not too far behind.
Yes, the encounter rate on this port is very aggressive. I compared this run to Final Fantasy IX just in terms of being very RNG heavy. The biggest difference being Final Fantasy IX is 9 hours long and this one's an hour and a half. In an average speedrun of Final Fantasy IX, over the course of 9 hours, most speedrunners get about 60 encounters. Really, really good runs, maybe 45. Really bad runs, maybe 70. In this game, over the course of just an hour and a half, we get about 160 encounters.
You can get you can get anywhere from 160 to maybe 200 in the worst cases. It's probably lower now since we changed the routing a year and a half ago.
Do you have a counter on your splits?
No, because unfortunately it makes my live split crash.
Yeah. There is an encounter tracker. There's an encounter tracker available. I don't remember who made it. Did you make it? I don't remember who made it. But you can set it up on your live split. And again, my brother Talbrick, who runs this game at a very high level, he had it for a while and he stopped using it just because it was depressing. It's just not worth it.
It's not really indicative of everything that can actually happen, though. I mean, you can have a very low number of encounters, but if you get very poor encounters, it's not going to matter.
Mm-hmm.
And you can also have
if you
a very
get
high number of encounters and still go faster than.
Yeah, I would take 200 preemptive encounters every day of the week over 140 ambushes. 140 ambushes is a run that I'm not finishing. Oh, this little boy better get out of the way. Move.
Oh no. We came to the wrong neighborhood.
So this happens sometimes. Most often this happens in I don't remember the name of the town where you get chimes. There's a bunch of nuns. Thank you. There's a bunch of nuns running around this town, and they just have a really bad habit of getting in your way. And the only thing you can do when an NPC gets in your way is just run into them. You just try and walk into them, and eventually they will move. But sometimes they just move to where you want to be, and you just gotta wait. And it's so frustrating.
I don't think I've ever been sandwiched between those two quite like that. But there's so many other places that can happen, though. I mean, essentially, like the brooms can do that to you in Matoya's Cave. The Lufenia NPCs are especially bad on this particular route. We don't have teleport to get away from them easily.
You take different airship routes than I do, and every time you take off and you start moving in a direction, I'm like, no, Portside, where are you going? Oh, no, you're good.
I just have landmarks that I'm used to using. Everyone does it their own way. I have landmarks that I'm used to using when I run this, and they've changed over so many different routes. I mean, this is at least like the 4th different route I've learned over the past 7 years. And this was actually closer to the first route I originally learned. This pathing, to spell shopping and everything. So let's just be a little bit safer this time. I need to either. Now that I have heals, let's heal.
So here again, you're seeing the floor is lava, everyone's favorite childhood game.
It's really effective in this game because every time I take a step on lava, a party is taking damage, but there's no risk of encounters, and encounters cost more than it takes me to heal.
I have a question. I'm sure you know the answer to this, but I don't. The very last floor.
This one?
Are there no encounters on that? Yeah, this floor. Are there encounters on this floor?
Absolutely.
Okay. I don't think I've ever gotten one.
You get them all the time. There's unreadables on this floor, if you're really lucky.
Because I always heal up as soon as I get to this floor, and I always wonder if I'm going to regret waiting until right when I get to Marilith.
You know what I saw the other day that I hadn't seen in forever? Is red dragons in Chaos Shrine.
Interesting.
I have not seen those in a long time. Okay, so this is our third fiend. She kind of melts with the levels and the gear that we have on our characters. It's actually possible for the thief to only one-shot her with the sword we have.
3 down, 1 to go. Kind of.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure how the order of the fiends totally goes in the other ones. You have to do Lich first, and then you're basically free to do the other ones. But it's almost always going to be Kraken before Tiamat, no matter which order you do, since you have to get the Rosetta Stone there in order to be able to get to Tiamat. Yeah, I mean you can optionally basically just do Marilith at any time once you have the canoe, or if you want to wait for the airship, you can do that.
Someone said this dungeon, Mount Gold, probably has the fewest enemy encounters. Yes, 100%. This has the fewest enemy encounters. Theoretically, it can have 0.
Yeah, you can absolutely get through this with no encounters.
I mean, a bad Mount Golg is like 3 or 4, and that's if it goes badly. Every other dungeon is 25. So this is probably the most egregious example of the airship only being able to land on grass. That is the closest tile. Portside's about to walk for about 2 minutes straight. That's the closest tile we can get to our destination.
They actually like increased the landing zone in the Pixel Remaster version, so it's multiple tiles wide, so it's a little easier to spot and notice it. But it's still the same landing spot here. We're just gonna fire these. These groups of Minotaur zombies. I can either see Minotaur zombies by themselves or I can see them with trolls. Either of those formations is unrunnable here on this walk to Lithenia.
Yep.
The quickest way to kill them is just with fire on my Black Mage, who still has a 15-point intelligence bonus from the Sage's staff that he was using earlier.
I love magic. Can you imagine this game without magic? Just having to fight 9 enemies at a time with just your sword? Ugh.
That would be very tedious. Oops, here we go.
So, this is what I was talking about with the nuns getting in your way. I'm sorry, I spoke it into existence. That's my fault.
It was inevitable. Everything else has gone wrong about this run, so I'm not surprised that this is going wrong too.
Yeah.
At this point. All the mistakes, honestly, are self-inflicted. I gotta wait and see where he's going. I could have been. I mean, I have the ability to save anywhere in this version, and I'm a veteran of this run enough to know that I should be saving more frequently than I have been.
Well, that's one of the interesting things, because I know in other ports, people save very frequently. I was watching Nikki practice the Game Boy Advance version a couple days ago, and Nikki was saving like every 10 steps on the overworld.
She does that because I mean, it's so trivial to be able to reset and just skip bad encounters if you want. Plus, I mean, you can go like 5 or 10 steps at a time without triggering an encounter. In this version, it takes considerably longer to save and reload if you need to, or self-reset.
Well, and because we're so overpowered in this run, it's just not necessary. So compared to, I don't know, like 50 or 60 saves across a run for other platforms, we do 2.
We did 2 safety saves before the really dangerous parts. I mean, the only really like critical part that is almost always dangerous is Lich. And if you're doing like personal best attempts or trying to do world record attempts, you can just kind of wing it and see if you are able to kill it without it killing you first. Yeah. I mean, in a marathon,
fascinating.
It would be foolish.
A blue dragon. Those are pretty rare.
Yes, they are. A 1 in 64 encounter here. There's a force one coming up on the next floor, but they can randomly appear as an encounter here. And in either case, it's unrunnable, and I have to kill it.
Oh, who do I gotta pay to get a Warmech in this run? Everything else has happened this run. We deserve a Warmech.
Yeah, I mean, I would absolutely be happy to waste like 10 minutes grinding for a Warmech. Since we
would you fight it?
Yeah, I would fight it. Well, I mean, unless it's like an ambush and it's gonna fight me first. The last time I actually saw one not too long ago during a practice run, which is the first time I had seen it in quite a while, and it was a preemptive, so I actually took the risk and fought it. You can run from it though. So, it's usually not too hard to run from, especially if it's preemptive.
So the Warmech is an encounter, and it's coming up actually pretty soon. The place that we're warping to right now, it's in this dungeon. This is the Fourth Fiends dungeon. What is it? The floating castle, something like that. I can't remember.
I think it's called Flying Fortress in this version.
Flying Fortress. There we go. The Warmech is an encounter that you can find here on the last floor, but it's very uncommon, and it's a very dangerous encounter. Kind of. You can run from it, no problem, but it's a very, very strong enemy. I've seen one once, ever in several hundred playthroughs of this game. A lot of people go their entire speedrunning careers and never see one. They're cool. And we deserve it. Come on, game.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I am going to make a safety save on this floor. Am I on the right? I don't know if I want
you want to be one lower. One lower.
I didn't overshoot it. I either undershot it or I overshot it.
No, you're good. Oh, did you? I wasn't counting.
This is 1 over. It should be 1 more up. If it's not here, it's 1 more up. Oh, yeah. There it is. Okay.
You're good. Okay.
Alright. I always do a heal here just in case. I'm going to actually do... we're going to do save here. That's an appropriate marathon safety save, honestly.
Yeah. So this is the last fiend. And they can actually be a little bit dangerous. Lich is scary because Lich has that ability to outspeed you and just wipe your party. Kraken and Merilith are free, really. Tiamat can be a little scary. If Tiamat uses AoE attacks on you, that can get a little bit dangerous, especially because Tiamat has higher health, so it's a 2, sometimes 3 round fight, which is a lot of rounds for this platform.
I mean, until a few years ago, I had never died to Tiamat, and then I actually did a practice run and died to him, or died to her, and I had never had that happen to me before. I was like, huh. So I was like, maybe I should heal before that. So basically now I heal at the start of that floor just in case.
My very first marathon run of this, it was a race with my brother. First time I'd ever done it in front of people, and it was the old route back when Chaos was quote-unquote free. Got to the very final boss, the Chaos fight, and wiped, which I didn't think was possible, so I hadn't saved. Very first time I'd ever done it, like, with an audience, and I wiped, and I didn't finish the run because I hadn't saved in half an hour.
Yeah, I've seen some pretty brutal marathon runs
mortified.
Where people have made mistakes with not saving it. And honestly, this is a case study right here of should be saving more than I have been. I am actually very fortunate to have these random other file backup saves that I didn't even realize I had. I'm very thankful that I have access to them today for everybody's benefit here, so we can keep this moving. It only cost me, the most recent wipe in Mount Gulg to that Agama ambush cost me a few minutes because I had to go back to Waterfall and repeat the walkout.
Yeah. What do you have that makes you take basically no damage? So the PSP platform, which is what we're playing on, has a unique item duplication glitch that allows us to get late game and even post game in some cases weapons and armor to equip to our party. And yeah, basically makes all attacks do 1 or 0 damage, and all attacks that we do to enemies do a lot of damage. So we're very low level for where we are in this game, but our equipment makes up for it. And it's great.
This is my absolute favorite music track in this version of the game.
Oh, it's so good. So we're in the Chaos Shrine. This is
this final dungeon.
Yeah, we're in the Chaos Shrine. It's the final dungeon of the game, and it's, for whatever reason, this dungeon seems to have a higher amount of RNG than any other. I find that I never have Chaos dungeons that are like fine. They're either really good or they're horrible. It's just seems to be the way it swings. Here we're going to have to do a refight of all 4 fiends. Now, fortunately, they're all pretty straightforward. And there are a lot of different types of encounters you can run into, and it's actually a little bit difficult sometimes keeping straight which encounters you can run from and which you cannot, because there are so many different encounters you can run into. And for instance, like you can get, I don't know, 8, I'm just pulling this number out of the air, 8 different kinds of dragons. 7 of them are unrunnable. 1 of them can be run from, and maybe 1 more can be run from, but you shouldn't run from it because if you try and don't get away with it, it's going to kill you, and stuff like that. You have to keep all of that in your head while navigating like kind of complicated maps on these floors. It's pretty easy to get lost if you don't really know where you're going. And now we're time traveling.
No, I shouldn't. need to save here. There's nothing super dangerous on this floor.
Yeah, this floor's not bad. You probably want to save on the next floor because there's always white dragons. There's always white dragons.
It's just the kind of run, yeah. Everything else has gone wrong, so I will save on the next floor just in case. But I mean, I'm surprised at how many things are going wrong, or just the bad timing of it, I guess, more than anything.
How many turn cycles does Chaos take on PSP? It depends on how nice Chaos is being. I actually did a run of this yesterday for a fundraising event I was doing, and I had the nicest Chaos fight that anyone has ever had ever. Chaos just kept using physical attacks on my highest HP party member, and it was over in a flash. Basically, Chaos takes 14 or 15 attacks, and you ultimately will be attacking with 3 of your party members. But you don't start attacking with all 3 of them until you're 4 rounds into it. So, best case scenario, Chaos probably takes 10 or 11 turns. Worst case scenario, you have to fight Chaos 10 times because he just keeps wiping you.
Well, look at this. There's a white dragon ambush. Who would have guessed this could happen?
In this of all runs.
In this of
how
all
unlikely.
Let's actually, yeah, put some more ethers on my guys so they don't run out of MP.
So the Chaos fight that we're going to have here in a little... Another white dragon. The Chaos fight we're going to have here in a little while. We have to get through all 4 of the Fiends again, but they're pretty unexciting. They're the exact same Fiend fights as we've already done. The Chaos fight is really the only fight that has any strategy involved, and there's a fairly straightforward setup to it. You spend the first 3 or 4 rounds of the fight prepping for what you're going to ultimately do. And then it's just wailing on Chaos. Now, what Chaos can do is follow a couple different patterns, and those patterns can include a lot of AoE attacks that deal a lot of damage. So you have to be really careful about your HP management. And you'll see when we get there.
This is going to be a hairy Chaos fight with the way this is going right now. With the Black Mage totals on this particular file, this is going to be a bit of a hairy Chaos fight.
Yep. Yeah, we talked earlier about level up stat increases are random. So no 2 runs are going to be identical in terms of what your HP is, among other stats. And this Black Mage health is pretty low.
It's not
now we use
Pixel Remaster Casino level in terms of the variance, but things can go wrong.
We do use items called Giant's Tonics to boost our HP. They're basically steroids to boost the HP of our party members. But even with a Giant's Tonic, the Black Mage's health is going to be a little bit worrisome for the Chaos fight, because Chaos can do, 300 damage pretty easily with a single attack.
That was certainly more.
Which is why we bought the
Remaster
high
run.
potions earlier.
That Lich was certainly far more cooperative than the one Leggy had earlier on Pixel Remaster. But Lich can fire,
these Fiend
right
fights
off
can
the bat
go
here and hurt a lot.
Yeah. These Fiend fights can go one of 2 ways. They're either going to use a physical attack, which is great because those don't do that much damage and the fight's over pretty quick. Or they can use an AoE attack, and those do quite a lot of damage. And it's not uncommon for it to wipe 1, sometimes 2 of your party members, which we're maybe going to see right now. Yep, there goes the Black Mage. It's not usually something to worry about. Like, the fight will still typically be over in 2 turns. It's just kind of annoying because it drags it out. It makes it take longer. Plus, you got to heal afterwards.
Yeah, the only reason the Black Mage is dying is the Black Mage does not have a ribbon like the other characters on. And that's mostly because I had not put one on him yet. I do have the ability to essentially duplicate and create ribbons on equipment like I did when I was in the Alpha Club. I picked up the 1 ribbon in that chest there. I turned it into a piece of equipment called the Gigantax. I'm not sure what the equivalent is in other versions of the game, what it's called in that version. And then I used that piece of gear to essentially duplicate more ribbons, and I put it on 3 of my four characters right there, with the plan to put the 4th one on just for chaos. Because the advantage of not putting a ribbon on there is it gives me the ability to put a 4th piece of glitched armor on him for even more stat bonuses. So my Black Mage is rocking 4 survival vests, which are post-game rewards from beating the super boss in the PSP in the version.
Fancy
So
dental
each one of them
time.
gives 15 points of agility. So Black Mage is rocking 60 points of agility on top of his usual stats at this level. That highly guarantees he's going to be going pretty early in the turn order. But unless he's going to be casting a spell on something, he's not likely to be killing anything or doing anything of any importance. I'm just going to chew through these fiends here.
Tiamat's like the first Tiamat fight. Tiamat can be a little bit scary, so Porsight's going to cast haste here. Nice, and we got it off before Thief's attack, which is great. And Scourge, which always misses.
It's a very low chance to hit. I haven't seen that hit in a long time. That might kill my Black Mage, though.
Yeah, probably will.
Yeah, he's not having a very good day here.
No. Poor Black Mage.
He's the red mage from Nikki's run earlier. The hard luck red mage that she had that kept dying and everything.
Someone mentioned
that's an awful
finding
group.
Oh, especially with the Black Mage dead. Would Judgment Staff from White Mage do? No, probably not.
I'm just gonna melee. I considered meleeing with the White Mage because she does have the less dagger on, but there's no guarantee she's gonna do enough damage. I'll just 2 round
He's
that.
just tuckered out, someone said.
There's the emergency. Look at that.
Someone mentioned, hey, you got an emergency exit. All right, cool. Let's get out of here.
Watch this. Here we go.
Oh my gosh, two post Tiamat encounters on this floor. That's really uncommon.
And it was really bad because
we're really just trying to get to the next floor.
I just want to get to the next floor, and then there's no encounters, but then I can give everyone there. Watch this one. This one's going to drop another one. Watch this. Do it. Oh, they didn't do it.
Oh. Yeah, so this is the final floor. We're on the last floor of the game. There are no encounters here, except for, the boss. So we're going to take our time, do our one last menu, heal everybody up, ether everybody up, get set for battle. Someone mentioned finding the max level was level 99. Imagine being me after having played Final Fantasy, going and playing Super Mario RPG and learning that the max level is 30. I spent so long grinding. I was like, okay, cool, I'm level 30, let's keep going. And then I couldn't.
You should be there. Okay. This particular route uses a slightly different setup for the Chaos fight here. Notably, we used to have access to the healing staff from the Citadel of Trials, which we could glitch into a piece of armor that gave us a huge intelligence boost. But after cutting out that rat tail, that meant we could no longer get the item, which meant we could no longer glitch the armor that gave us that huge bonus.
Mm-hmm.
We used to just
so everybody's
Healara on a White Mage that would do tons of healing, but now we have to switch to another piece of gear to supplement the intelligence boost so that she can heal, and then we have to supplement it with high potions in this version. Giant's tonic. Oh,
yeah. So everyone now has a ribbon, and Warrior Thief and Black Mage all have the Barbarian Sword because they're going to be dealing damage. The White Mage is equipped with Crystal Mail. Yeah, Crystal Mail, which importantly slows her down because we don't want her outspeeding the rest of the party because all she's going to be doing this entire fight is healing. She's going to be spamming Healara over and over again. Black Mage is going to haste everyone but the White Mage. And while Black Mage is doing that, Forsyth has already used a couple of Giant's Potions to boost our HP, max HP. Once the 3 party members are hasted, everybody except for the White Mage, then it's just physical attacks and making sure that your HP doesn't drop below 300. if your HP drops pretty far below 300, even after a white mage heal, you want to supplement with high potions. We have 11 of those, so it should be plenty. And then it's just wail on Chaos as much as you can and hope that he dies before you run out of MP. If the white mage does get low on MP, which happens sometimes, we've got plenty of ethers. So at this point, Forsyth is completely set up. All of the prep has been done, and it's just basically hold X to win unless HP gets too low, which I don't think is going to be a problem at this point.
Someone's asking if there was class changes not needed. We used to do class change on this, and then we had a reroute that cut it out and found it was a much faster route. So this is that particular route. Shoutouts to
this has been a
Osabe.
This has been a pretty textbook
creator of the route. I believe he's a French runner. This has been it's been a very chaos time.
GG. That was a good chaos fight. You made quick work of him.
Yeah, I mean, I had two very, very bad wipes on this that I really should have been better prepared for, but it doesn't happen very often that I wipe to those. So I mean, that one went over my estimate just because of the amount of time it takes to do that. But that was a very, very tame chaos pattern. Certainly nowhere near what Leggy was dealing with on Pixel Remaster.
Yeah.
Pixel Remaster is just it's an absolute slot machine on that one.
And someone pointed out in chat earlier, and this is like worst case scenario. It doesn't happen often, but Chaos can heal himself. He can cast Kiraja, which is 9,999, and it basically starts the fight over, and it's really frustrating.
So I'm just going to take this opportunity to thank everybody for this. I'm just going to be trying to grind a war mech in the background while we mindlessly talk about what actually happened. So we'll give that a shot while it's going on. But I want to thank the organizers for inviting me to do this. I mean, I was not planning to do any upcoming marathon events, but this was kind of the anniversary of FF1 was a big deal, especially the 35th anniversary here. So was honored to do this. I was extremely fortunate to have Octini here available for commentary to help me out here. So thank you both here. Would love to say one more time thank you to Osabe, who pioneered this run back in March of last year. This particular route that cut out the class change. I believe you can find him on Twitch under if you spell his name, it's AUSABE.
AUSABE is how he spells it. Let me make sure that is his Twitch.
I hope that's his Twitch channel name. I followed him, but I have not seen him streaming recently.
Yes.
The only other, somebody else was asking about the world record time. The current world record for this category, which does not involve loading saves from other files, is 1 hour, 19 minutes, 50 seconds, which is the fastest category of any of the FF1 versions. Other than the original Japanese version for Famicom, which has a category that you can beat in about a minute and a half. But I think the next closest ones there's a RNG manipulated route by Dragon Dark on GBA, which is like 1 hour and 46 minutes.
And the Pixel Remaster is down to 140
like
something.
141, or I think just under 142 is what I think somebody said, which is basically like a near perfect run, which gets a first try chaos and everything, not seventh try like Leggy had.
And then GBA and NES are both pretty significantly longer. But even then, the shortest of the Final Fantasy entries, which makes sense, it's the first Final Fantasy. There's, the least going on. But I mentioned this earlier. The PSP version of the speedrun, incredibly accessible. There's a really, really great route guide written by you and Osabe and Double Drop. Really fantastic, very thorough, easy to follow. And the run itself is very straightforward. The menus are the most difficult thing to learn, but with a little bit of practice, that becomes second nature with your muscle memory. And after that, it's just don't get lost flying your airship, and the rest of it's pretty much cake. If you just have to be able to deal with the RNG.
I mean, if you're looking for a great beginner speedrun, either this or the Pixel Remaster are fantastic versions to learn for speedrunning. Especially, I mean, this version is great because you really don't have to learn a lot of knowledge about the game necessarily. I mean, if you know where you're going in terms of the maps, and if you can execute the glitches, it is easier than most runs. I mean, you'll eventually have to learn about unrunnables. If you want to learn the Pixel Remaster version, almost all the unrunnables have been removed from that version. But there's a lot more fighting and grinding in that version here.
A question: the rarest common enemy. It's one of the onyxes, not onyx golems. It's a. Help me out.
It's probably between Warmech here, which is 164 on this particular floor, and then on Tiamat 2's floor in the Chaos Shrine, there's also a 164 they're called Iron Golems, which very rarely spawn in since it's such a short floor and has low odds.
Yeah, I've only ever seen a couple iron golems.
Yeah, I'm just trying.
I don't think there's anything particularly special about them.
I'm not doing anything special here. I'm just trying to get a Warmech here, just for the benefit of the audience here. I don't think one of them made any appearances in any of the 4 runs today. But I don't have anything to know. I mean, there have been tons of runners that have helped me out over the years. Maybe if I can just shout out a couple of the mods from the FF1 Discord as well. Double Drop, Cruel, former mod, Rory Extra Life, Leonis 07. Also, have there's another one there I'm forgetting. Between that and like Michael Yanicki and Food Sigma and many other runners who I've had the privilege of knowing and learning and bouncing ideas off of this category for over the last 7 years that I've been playing this run. I'm standing on the shoulders of plenty of giants that came before me. So, big thanks to all of them, and again, the organizers for inviting me to do this for you guys. Is there anybody you want to shout out back to?
I mean, mostly just what you said. You covered it pretty well. I've been running this for a little while, not nearly as long as Forsyth. But the community has been really great. They've been super welcoming and helpful. Everybody's really eager to help folks learn the run and pick it up. Forsyth is a really great ambassador of this speed run. I think is a really great person to sort of be. Hey, we got a Warmech! Yeah, let's go! I love Warmech. And yeah, Forsyth is I mean, it didn't hold the world record for a long time, but I'm very happy that he does now because Forsyth is a really great face of this community.
Here he is. That's what he looks like.
Love a Warmech. But other than that, I just want to shout out my brother Talbrick, who is a great runner of this game and always keeps me with a race buddy anytime I need to just have somebody to play alongside.
I should have let him kill me. I should have let him kill me. That would have been worth it.
But do please, if anybody is interested in picking up a Final Fantasy speedrun, if you've ever kind of wondered how they are and want to get your feet wet, this is a great one to start with. It's short-ish, especially comparatively. Very accessible, very easy to learn, and easy to start, difficult to master, which is the best kind of speedrun. Because you can be as casual as you want about it, or you can spend 7 years grinding it, like Forsyth has.
I mean, at least this is not the full bestiary category that requires you to get him and all the other 1 in 64 encounters, including all the extra content enemies from the bonus dungeons. There's another one. This one I'm going to let kill me. Go ahead, do it. Do it. I'm ready. Do it. Come on.
You're like Arnold Schwarzenegger in Predator. Do it. Kill me, I'm here.
This is not what I want. You should do the thing. Come on.
It
No,
is
you
just
want
it's
to.
such an
There
interesting
we go.
enemy because there we go. Because there aren't very many robotic enemies in this game. Most enemy encounters are organic, and then you just have this weird robot.
That's an appropriate way to end this run. This was a disaster.
I agree.
That's okay though. Disasters can be fun.
It was great.
I mean, after running this for so long, honestly, one of my best motivations for continuing to run this is to find new and exciting ways to die. It's just great. I mean, like when you think you've seen almost everything, it's just one thing to look forward to is when you find what happens. So I'm glad you guys got to see that. I don't have anything more to say, so I mean, I will throw it over to Church for that one.